This collection features the top 10 most popular mystery stories we've created over the past year. Most of these captivating tales was originally published in the Black Mask magazine during the 1920s, a golden era for detective fiction. One of the stories is even penned by the legendary Raymond Chandler himself. I have added timestamps for each story in the video description. Hope you enjoy this thrilling journey. The Monolith Hotel Mystery by Lloyd Lonergan. The Black Mask, August 1922. It was almost 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, and the stately room clerk of the Monolith Hotel stood yawning behind the desk. The lobby was practically deserted, for the majority of the guests had either retired or were still at the various theaters and restaurants. "Excuse me, but I want to pay my bill, and I'm rather in a hurry," were the words that brought Pennington Wilson out of his daydream amiss, or rather, his night musings. Facing him, and tightly clasping a large handbag, was a little old man, a worried expression on his face. The clerk recognized him, smiled, and bowed. "Certainly, Mr. Henderson, certainly," he replied in cordial tones. "The cashier will fix things up for you in a jiffy." He crossed to the adjoining compartment and gave the necessary orders. "We are always Johnny on the spot when it comes to taking in money, Mr. Henderson," he continued with his ready laugh as he returned. "But I didn't know you were leaving us tonight. Thought your liner sailed at noon tomorrow." Of course," was the nervous reply. "But you see, some friends of mine in Brooklyn phoned me, and naturally, of course, I had to." The cashier came forward with the bill at this moment. Wilson glanced at the total and then passed it over. "Because you are checking out so late, we had to charge for the night," he explained. "Sorry, but that's the usual custom." "Perfectly satisfactory," retorted Henderson. He reached into his pocket and extracted a roll of bills, riffled them over and extracted several, which he shoved across the desk. "Here you are. Don't bother about the change. Give it to the bellboys." And with a nod, he hurried out. Wilson looked after him perplexedly, then showed relief as a husky, middle-aged man entered from the street. The clerk beckoned to him, and he approached the desk. "Spencer, there's something queer about that chap who just went out," he whispered. "Name's Henderson, Daniel Henderson, of Minneapolis. First visit here. Booked to sail for Europe on the Cardalia tomorrow. Heavy baggage has all gone to the dock. Just now he ran down, checked out in a tearing hurry with some silly story about having to go to Brooklyn. Nobody in Brooklyn is awake at this hour of the night. What do you think about it?" "How much does he owe?" demanded the house detective alertly. "Perhaps I can head him off." He took a step toward the door, but Wilson detained him. He paid in full and in cash, which caused Spencer to snort with disgust and retort, "In that case, why should we worry? What does it matter to us where he has gone, or why, so long as he is straight on the books?" "Guess I'm more nervous than usual tonight," said the clerk apologetically. "Just the same, I didn't like the way he acted. Seemed as if he was trying to hide something. You can understand how a man in my position gets hunches at times, but can't explain them." "Sure thing," yawned the house detective, whose interest in the matter had now entirely subsided. "Guess I'll turn in. Had a hard day, and bed sounds good to me. Nighty-night." And he went toward the elevator, and from it directly to his room. But Spencer soon found that he was out of luck. Sleep was something he was not going to get. For before he had even removed his shoes, the telephone rang, and an agitated voice directed him to report at room 817 as speedily as possible. He complied, and in the doorway of the designated number found Wilson awaiting him. The clerk beckoned, ushered him into the room, followed, closed the door, and stood against it, gasping. "My hunch was right," he hysterically cried. "I know now why Henderson acted so queerly, but I never suspected. It is horrible, horrible." He half collapsed and seemed on the verge of fainting. Spencer jumped to his side, put an arm about him, and led the clerk, now babbling incoherently, to a settee, where he made him as comfortable as possible. "Pull yourself together, man," commanded the detective. "Take it easy, but tell me what's going on." He patted his frightened companion on the shoulder. Under his ministrations, the clerk regained his self-control, sat up, and essayed a feeble smile. "I'm all right now," he said. "The shock of the thing was what got me. You see, as soon as Henderson checked out, the night maid was ordered to put the room in shape. She went to the bathroom and on the floor she found, but you'll have to look for yourself." I can't go on," he concluded as he sank back again. Spencer, absolutely devoid of nerves, crossed to the inner door, opened it, and peered into the bathroom, uttering an exclamation as he did so. On the floor was the body of a well-dressed young woman, and a bullet wound in the side of her head showed clearly the cause of death. Spencer satisfied himself that life was extinct, emerged into the main room again, closed the bathroom door, went back to the settee, and roughly shook Wilson to attract his attention. "The first thing to do," declared the house detective, "is to start a hue and cry for this man Henderson. The matter of motives and ways and means can wait. You'd better wait here until I can send some reliable person to relieve you. I'll attend to the important part of the work." And he hurried out, while the clerk, a bundle of nerves in his most placid moments, moaned and sobbed, but did not dare to desert his post. 15 minutes later, Spencer was holding a furtive conversation in the lobby with a man who had "City Detective" marked on him as plainly as if he carried a sign. Marthe O'Donoghue was a headquarters sleuth and possessed the additional distinction of being a cousin and pal of Hotel Detective Spencer. "It's lucky I located you at the club, Marthe," whispered Spencer. "Here's your chance to make good, but you've got to cover me, of course. Remember, you just dropped in for a chinwag on your way home and found me about to notify the police. So you told me that while you wouldn't interfere, you'd just scout around while waiting for the precinct men." "See?" "No, I don't see," was the sulky response. "What's the use of letting the station guys in on this? If they fool around, they may get some of the credit. It would cost me my job to let Captain Mahoney and his sleuths know I played favorites," Spencer retorted impatiently. "You'll get the gravy all right, for I'm going to put you wise to a line of stuff that you must seem to find out for yourself. Get me? Well, I happened to be at the front door when this guy Henderson left and was lucky enough to see which taxi he picked out. Slimy Foley, who's always hanging around here, was the chauffeur, and he's probably out there now, unless his trip with Henderson was a long one. Dig Foley up and you ought to get on that murderer's trail in no time." "Thanks, that's good dope," whispered O'Donoghue. Then in a louder tone, for the benefit of the loungers in the lobby, "Call up the precinct, Spencer. It's their job. Good night." And he walked off. Chapter 2. The late editions of the morning papers carried brief reports of the Monolith mystery. The victim's identity had been established. She was a guest of the hotel, Mrs. Kenneth Johnson, who, with her husband, occupied suite 819. Johnson, it appeared, was down in the writing room on the mezzanine floor and had known nothing of the tragedy until long after the discovery of the body. The accounts concluded with the statement that Detective Desmond of the West 47th Street station was trying to locate Henderson and had several clues as to his whereabouts. But the afternoon journals carried scareheads narrating the unusual sleuthing of Marthe O'Donoghue, of headquarters. O'Donoghue, it appeared, had dropped into the hotel by accident and, learning of the murder, decided to institute an immediate search for the fugitive while the trail was still hot. Scouting around, he found a taxi driver who had taken a fare from the Monolith at about 11 p.m. and left him at the Grand Central Station. Most luckily, the chauffeur, his name was Foley, remembered that the redcap who had taken the passenger's baggage was a black individual known as Limpy Sam. Limpy, it developed, had gone with the man to the ticket office, and recalled that he had purchased a ticket and Pullman accommodations on the 11:20 express for Buffalo. Also, an additional piece of luck, Limpy was ready to swear that the berth was lower 7 in car 11. This was not surprising, for Limpy Sam, being a devotee of craps, would naturally remember the lucky numbers. The train had departed long before O'Donoghue arrived at the station, but the detective acted with promptness and intelligent decision. He got the Albany police on the long-distance telephone, and the suspect was dragged from his berth, handcuffed, and led to a cell. O'Donoghue hustled up to Albany on the early morning newspaper train, claimed his prisoner, and got back to New York with him by noon. The district attorney, then in office, saw a chance to make a grandstand play. Too long had the people spoken in praise of Jersey justice. The Monolith case was clear-cut and conclusive. It afforded a chance to establish a new record. So while the prisoner was being arraigned in a police court on a short affidavit, the necessary witnesses were taken before the grand jury, then in session, and Daniel Henderson, indicted for murder in the first degree, was in the Tombs awaiting trial. Less than 18 hours after the body of his victim had been discovered, it was the day of days for Marthe O'Donoghue and the district attorney. Everybody forgot about Detective Desmond, and it was not known that he was still busily engaged on the case, a problem that, to all appearances, had been most brilliantly cleared up. The only person who did waste any thought on the energetic precinct detective was Big Jim Mahoney, the captain at that time in command at West 47th Street. When Mahoney reached the station that Wednesday morning, he found a note from Desmond saying he was working on a startling new lead in the case. Mahoney waited impatiently for his subordinate's return, scowled when he read the newspaper eulogies of Marthe O'Donoghue, and cursed bitterly when the extras came in with the news of Henderson's indictment. The captain went out for supper at 6 o'clock, and when he came back, Desmond, all one broad grin, was waiting in his office to report to him. "Desmond, there's some tall explaining coming from you," Mahoney began savagely. "Headquarters has put it all over us on this case and is giving us the merry laugh. What have you done?" "Nothing. What has this big stiff Marthe O'Donoghue done?" "Everything. Located the murderer, pinched, arraigned, and indicted him, all in jig time. I wonder at your nerve in coming back here at all. A detective who falls down as bad as you have done ought to jump into the river." "Just a minute, Cap," interrupted the happy detective. "O'Donoghue thinks he put something over on me. That false alarm at the hotel, Spencer, tipped him off, I guess. I'll attend to Spencer later. O'Donoghue doesn't know he's alive. Never did know. And the joke of it is that, in this case, he's pinched the wrong man. Anybody with common sense would know that this poor boob Henderson is telling a straight story. He claims that after dinner Tuesday night, he went to his room, snoozed on his bed until late, then got up, went to the bathroom, found the woman's body, got scared and beat it. That was the theory I had all along, Cap, that Henderson was just the innocent goat. And why did I feel that way? Because right off the bat, I suspected the victim's husband. The story he told me when I first hit the hotel sounded fishy, mighty fishy. He claimed he had been in the writing room on the mezzanine floor for several hours. His wife was taking a nap, and he didn't want to annoy her. That's his story. But if Mrs. Johnson was taking a nap, why did she have on her hat when the body was found? Did you ever hear of a woman lying down and going to sleep with her hat on, unless, of course, she was drunk? The captain's rage had departed. He was giving close attention to the story being told him, and his interest was growing all the time. "Your dope sounds good," he admitted. "But still," he frowned, "this Henderson bird has been indicted. Don't forget that." "Just listen a little more, Cap," pleaded Desmond. "I'm giving you this case in order. Nailing Johnson's first lie, I naturally looked for others. On the desk at which he sat were a number of addressed and sealed letters. There were so many that it would look as if the man had been writing for hours and hours. Well, I took a peek at the top letter and read the address. It was J.M. Devereux, 95 West 46th Street. Does that suggest anything to you, Cap? The captain shook his head, then, as a thought struck him, he knitted his brows. Looking at Desmond, he grinned. I get you, he said. The last number east of 6th Avenue is 79 West 46th Street. That address is phony. Good work. Knew it would strike you, the detective went on cheerily. You can see, as I did, that this fellow Johnson was just pretending to write letters, planning in that way to establish his alibi. I didn't let on, of course, but saw to it that Johnson gave those notes to a bellboy to mail. Then I got them away from the kid, steamed them open, and found, as I suspected, that the sheets inside were blank. Of course, even then, I hadn't any clear case, just suspicions, but my side partner and I have kept a close shadow on him ever since. This afternoon, Johnson came down to the desk with a big valise, told the clerk he was going to visit his lawyer, but to keep his rooms, as he would be back. We trailed our man out to the Bronx and pinched him when he got near the sound. What do you think we found in his grip? A floor rug, just sopping with bloodstains, and it came from the Monolith Hotel. Better than that, from Johnson's own room. The murderer is now resting in one of our best little cells, and we have all night to chat with him, for we don't need to take him to court until the morning. Did he confess? Asked the captain with interest. Not fully, was the reluctant reply. His story is that he went into the room and found his wife dead upon the rug. Like Henderson, he lost his nerve. Strikes me both of those birds have skeletons in their mental closets. Anyway, Johnson didn't dare to raise the alarm. He remembered that the room back of their suite was one that could be thrown in with his if desired. In fact, the clerk had tried to make him take them both when he registered. The doors between the two bathrooms have locks on both sides, and on Henderson's side the lock had not been thrown on. Johnson discovered this, opened up the connecting door, dragged the body into Henderson's bathroom, locked his own side of the door, and then went downstairs to establish his alibi. These hotel people never like to talk, but I got some good stuff out of one of the clerks. It seems Johnson and the woman had a row during the last afternoon she was alive, and jawed so much that other guests complained, and it was necessary to give them a quiet cowl down. Don't know the nature of their spat, but in the evening the woman dined alone and went out in the street by herself, returning shortly after 9. Couldn't get any line on Johnson's movements, but it is safe to assume that he was hiding up in their rooms all the time, waiting for her to come in so he could kill her. Neither of the elevator boys remembers taking him up or down to the writing room on the mezzanine floor. Yes, his yarn is fishy, no one will ever believe it, but it was probably the best he could think up on short notice. When we've put him over the bumps, I think he'll come across all right. Chapter 3. The above conversation took place early on the Wednesday evening. Before noon the following day, Inspector of Detectives James Dineen went to the Criminal Court building in response to an urgent call from the district attorney. He found that official in a most unhappy mood. "Say, Inspector, this Hotel Monolith mystery is getting all balled up," he complained with bitterness. "Captain Mahoney, of the 47th Street Station, has pinched another man and seems to have built up a fine case against him. What do you think about it?" The inspector grinned. "It's got me winging too," he admitted, "and what makes things worse is that I have just put a third bird in a cell, and I'd bet a lot of money that he is the guilty man." "What? Another?" gasped the district attorney. "Correct," replied Dineen. "Ever heard of the Beaumont Detective Agency, a snide concern run by one Buckingham Beaumont, real name Isidore Polinsky? Well, Beaumont blew into headquarters at daybreak with a yarn that sounded good. The wife of one J.H. Brotherton of Toledo, Ohio, ran away some weeks ago, and Izzy was hired to locate her. Found the dame and her paramour at the Monolith, registered as Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Yep, Johnson's really an alias. Guy in real life is James Willoughby, a rich loafer of Toledo. When Beaumont ran them down, he notified Brotherton by wire, and he took the first train east. The surprising thing is that he immediately paid off the detectives, saying he would attend to the rest himself, wouldn't listen to arguments that he would need corroborative evidence if he meant to sue for a divorce. Beaumont is a wise guy, though, and he had Brotherton shadowed. At 10:10, the night of the murder, the wronged husband was seen to slip quietly into the Monolith. Presumption is that he stole up to the room and killed his erring wife. We pinched him, of course, found him at the Astor. And he said he'd never have been dragged into the case if he had paid Beaumont the blackmailing sum he demanded. Guess that part of his story is true. Quizzed about the tragedy, he admits going to the hotel, but says that when he found the door unlocked and entered the room, the place was empty, so he figured that the couple had gone to some show, and went outside to wait for them. There is one very strong point against him, a point that will send him to the electric chair. In his pocket we found a revolver, loaded, but with one used cartridge, and of the same caliber as the one that killed the woman. He says he fired the cartridge, and a lot of others, at some shooting gallery over on the east side, but he couldn't remember the location. I've had Brotherton in my office, grilling him all the morning, and was convinced that it is a dead open and shut case against him. In fact, I was just about to send him to court when you called me up. The district attorney gasped and sank back into his chair. I don't know what to do, he finally confessed. To tell the truth, it looks to me as if all of these three men are guilty, but it is also equally clear that if one of them is the murderer, the others are innocent. I don't know who to hold or who to set free. Haven't you any suggestions to make? The only thing to do is to let matters drift, was the reply. We'll keep all of them in jail until things clear a little. But we can't, protested the district attorney. They'll be suing out writs of habeas corpus, with a chance of going free when a hearing is held. These birds haven't a Chinaman's chance of getting out of jail, declared the inspector with emphasis. Because why? Because we have other charges against them. I understand now why Henderson ran away as he did. Wasn't afraid of the murder charge, but didn't want to attract police attention. You see, we identified him this morning. Henderson is Dwight Harrison, the fugitive cashier of a national bank in Osoto, Iowa. Left the bank's depositors in mourning and without funds some weeks ago. I'm keeping his identity a secret until we decide we don't want to try him on that murder indictment. Then, as for Willoughby, alias Johnson, he can't deny that he ran away with a woman in Ohio and brought her to New York. The Man-White Slave Act covers his case. Brotherton has trouble ahead, too. He carried a revolver without a permit, so is liable under the Sullivan law. Yes, they'll all stay with us for a while. In the meantime, I'll get everybody busy and see what we can dig up. Chapter 4. As they say in the movies, the scene shifts to 1 week later. Inspector Deneen, in his office, received word that Tom Halloran wanted to see him and promptly ordered that he be admitted. Halloran was on the retired list of police captains, and Deneen, in his younger days, had served under the veteran and always respected and admired him. So he greeted his caller cordially, and then looked inquiringly at the young man in civilian clothes who accompanied him. "My nephew, Neil Mooney," explained Halloran. "A harness bull in the 47th Street station. Brightest youngster in town, Jimmy. You need him on your staff. He's a real, honest-to-God detective." The inspector shook his head. "Sorry, my staff is full, Cap," he replied. "I'd make an exception to oblige you if I could. But it isn't possible. I'd be panned by the commissioner if I let personal friendship sway me." "But Jimmy," protested Halloran, "I'm not asking you to do me a favor. I'm doing you the favor. Listen now. Have your bright boys solved that Hotel Monolith murder case?" "Not yet," admitted the inspector, "but we are working hard on it." "Your worries are over on that particular case," declared Halloran, his face one broad smile. "This bright young nephew of mine has cleaned it up. Then, turning to his companion, he commanded, "Tell him all about it, Neil. I know Jimmy. He'll be glad to listen to you." "Well, Inspector," diffidently began the young man, "I've always been ambitious to become a detective, and with that end in view, I have tried to cultivate a memory for faces. Until I went on vacation a week ago, my beat took in the Hotel Monolith. Had the trick from 4 p.m. to midnight. I saw the newspaper pictures of this Mrs. Johnson, and they looked familiar, although I couldn't place her at first. I puzzled over the matter for a while, and then I remembered. From the street, one can look into the hotel dining room, and I had seen this Mrs. Johnson eating there on several occasions. For she nearly always had a window table, and, as I tried to recall more about her, the fact struck me that she always wore a display of jewels. They looked as if they were worth a lot, but after her murder, there was no mention of them. "None of my men ever got onto that fact," interrupted the inspector. "It wasn't their fault, just my good luck," was Mooney's generous response. Had they known as much as I did? Undoubtedly the idea would have struck them that some clever crook had seen the jewels while she sat in the dining room, just as I had seen them. So I decided to test the theory that a criminal had forced his way into the room, been surprised by the unfortunate lady while at work, and had killed her to make a getaway. Of course, this was only an idea of mine, based on the assumption that all three of the men under arrest had told absolutely true stories. From the brief glances I had secured at this jewelry, I was aware that several of the pieces were odd and unusual designs, and I sketched them out roughly from memory. He reached in his pocket and produced a few sheets of scratch paper with rudely drawn designs. Of course, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but I spent my vacation going around to the various hangouts where crooks congregate, coffee houses and saloons during the day, dances at night. Last evening I dropped into the gathering of the Jolly Merrymakers and spotted a woman who was wearing this piece of jewelry, indicating one of the designs. Well, I kept her under close observation and found that her steady was that wop second-story worker, scar-faced Pietro. The rest was easy. I trailed him to his home, down in Hell's Kitchen, forced my way in when he had gone to sleep, knocked him out after a fight, found the jewels hidden in the bed, and when Pietro saw I had the goods, he came across. The wop had spotted the dame, just as I figured it, slipped into her room when he thought she was at the theatre, and when she came back unexpectedly, shot her down, pocketed the jewels and walked out. All of which goes to prove that these men now under arrest are innocent, and told the exact truth when they were questioned. "Now, Jimmy, where does Sherlock Holmes get off?" gloated Halloran. "Hasn't the boy here got it all over him? The most marvellous piece of brainwork I ever heard of," was the inspector's reply. "Forget what I said a while ago, Captain. Do we want him at headquarters?" "I'll say we do. Young man, there's a great future for you in this department. Shake." Chapter 5. That same evening, after dusk, one of the benches in Central Park was occupied by a couple apparently much interested in each other. The young man was talking, the girl listening. "And then the inspector took me in to see the chief," the speaker went on, "and the chief said all kinds of nice things. Made me a lieutenant of detectives on the spot. It's wonderful, but Nora, I hated to do what I did. Never could have done it. Only you made me promise. But all the time I wanted to tell them that the credit didn't belong to me, but to Nora Riley." "Don't be stupid, Neil," retorted the girl. "I didn't do anything bright. Just played in luck. It was luck that I happened to be made on that floor in the hotel. It was luck that I made a hit with that poor, lonely woman, and that she showed me her jewels and talked about them. Then, more luck. You and I happened to drop into that dance, and when I saw a girl wearing one of Mrs. Johnson's gems, why, I just gave you the tip, and the hard work that followed was all done by my Neil." "But it wasn't fair for me to take the credit," protested Mooney. "Why not? You and I are going to be one, and what helps you helps me. The only way to get ahead in this world is to make people think you are smart. If you'd done as you wanted to, and told the inspector that accident had been responsible for the solution of this crime, he would have mumbled thanks and left you to yarn away your life as a harness bull. But look what my way has accomplished. You're famous overnight, and in a position to do something and be somebody. But I'm afraid, confessed Mooney. They're sending me to headquarters to associate as an equal with a crowd of big, worthwhile men. How can I ever expect to make good? The girl bent over and patted her sweetheart on the shoulder. See here, Neil, she said gently. What did these big men do on the Monolith mystery? I'll tell you. The district attorney fussed. The chief fumed. The inspector barked out orders, and a score of frightened detectives ran around in circles. Perhaps it isn't modest to say it, but the whole bunch was outclassed by one little Irish chambermaid and one big Irish policeman. I'm not afraid you'll fall down, dear. You've got the brains, they'll give you the chance, and you're bound to make good. With you to help me, Nora, replied the young man as he put his arm around her. With you to advise, I'm sure I'll be a captain someday. Captain nothing, responded the girl laughingly. The stars tell me I will be Mrs. Inspector Mooney before I'm an old woman. End of the Monolith Hotel Mystery by Lloyd Lonergan.
Nevada Gas by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. Hugo Candless stood in the middle of the squash court, bending his big body at the waist, holding the little black ball delicately between left thumb and forefinger. He dropped it near the service line and flicked at it with the long-handled racket. The black ball hit the front wall a little less than halfway up, floated back in a high, lazy curve, skimmed just below the white ceiling and the lights behind wire protectors. It slid languidly down the back wall, never touching it enough to bounce out. George Dial made a careless swing at it, wanged the end of his racket against the cement back wall. The ball fell dead. He said, "That's the story, Chief. 12-14. You're just too good for me." George Dial was tall, dark, handsome, Hollywoodish. He was brown and lean, and had a hard, outdoor look. Everything about him was hard except his full, soft lips and his large, cow-like eyes. "I always was too good for you," Hugo Candless chortled. He leaned far back from his thick waist and laughed with his mouth wide open. Sweat glistened on his chest and belly. He was naked except for blue shorts, white wool socks, and heavy sneakers with crepe soles. He had gray hair and a broad moon face with a small nose and mouth, sharp, twinkly eyes. "Want another lickin'?" he asked. "Not unless I have to." Hugo Candless scowled. "Okay," he said shortly. He stuck his racket under his arm and got an oilskin pouch out of his shorts, took a cigarette and a match from it. He lit the cigarette with a flourish and threw the match into the middle of the court, where somebody else would have to pick it up. He threw the door of the squash court open and paraded down the corridor to the locker room with his chest out. Dial walked behind him silently, cat-like, soft-footed, with a lithe grace. They went to the showers. Candless sang in the showers, covered his big body with thick suds, showered dead cold after the hot, and liked it. He rubbed himself dry with immense leisure, took another towel and stalked out of the shower room, yelling for the attendant to bring ice and ginger ale. A black man in a stiff white coat came hurrying with a tray. Candless signed the check with a flourish, unlocked his big double locker, and planked a bottle of Johnny Walker on the round green table that stood in the locker aisle. The attendant mixed drinks carefully. Two of them said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Candless," and went away palming a quarter. George Dial, already fully dressed in smart gray flannels, came around the corner and lifted one of the drinks. "Through for the day, Chief?" He looked at the ceiling light through his drink with tight eyes. "Guess so," Candless said largely. "Guess I'll go home and give the little woman a treat." He gave Dial a swift, sidewise glance from his little eyes. "Mind if I don't ride home with you?" Dial asked carelessly. "With me it's okay. "It's tough on Naomi," Candless said unpleasantly. Dial made a soft sound with his lips, shrugged, said, "You like to burn people up, don't you, Chief?" Candless didn't answer, didn't look at him. Dial stood silent with his drink and watched the big man put on monogrammed satin underclothes, purple socks with gray clocks, a monogrammed silk shirt, a suit of tiny black and white checks that made him look as big as a barn. By the time he got to his purple tie, he was yelling for the black manto, "Come and mix another drink." Dial refused the second drink, nodded, went away softly along the matting between the tall green lockers. Candless finished dressing, drank his second highball, locked his liquor away, and put a fat brown cigar in his mouth. He had the black man light the cigar for him. He went off with a strut and several loud greetings here and there. It seemed very quiet in the locker room after he went out. There were a few snickers. It was raining outside the Delmar Club. The liveried doorman helped Hugo Candless on with his belted white slicker and went out for his car. When he had it in front of the canopy, he held an umbrella over Hugo across the strip of wooden matting to the curb. The car was a royal blue Lincoln limousine with buff striping. The license number was 5-6. The chauffeur, in a black slicker turned up high around his ears, didn't look around. The doorman opened the door, and Hugo Candless got in and sank heavily on the back seat. "Night, Sam. Tell him to go on home." The doorman touched his cap, shut the door, and relayed the orders to the driver, who nodded without turning his head. The car moved off in the rain. The rain came down slantingly, and at the intersection sudden gusts blew it, rattling against the glass of the limousine. The street corners were clotted with people trying to get across Sunset without being splashed. Hugo Candless grinned out at them, pityingly. The car went out Sunset, through Sherman, then swung towards the hills. It began to go very fast. It was on a boulevard where traffic was thin now. It was very hot in the car. The windows were all shut, and the glass partition behind the driver's seat was shut all the way across. The smoke of Hugo's cigar was heavy and choking in the tonneau of the limousine. Candless scowled and reached out to lower a window. The window lever didn't work. He tried the other side. That didn't work either. He began to get mad. He grabbed for the little telephone dingus to bawl his driver out. There wasn't any little telephone dingus. The car turned sharply and began to go up a long straight hill with eucalyptus trees on one side and no houses. Candless felt something cold touch his spine, all the way up and down his spine. He bent forward and banged on the glass with his fist. The driver didn't turn his head. The car went very fast up the long, dark hill road. Hugo Candless grabbed viciously for the door handle. The doors didn't have any handles either side. A sick, incredulous grin broke over Hugo's broad moon face. The driver bent over to the right and reached for something with his gloved hand. There was a sudden sharp hissing noise. Hugo Candless began to smell the odor of almonds. Very faint at first, very faint and rather pleasant. The hissing noise went on. The smell of almonds got bitter and harsh and very deadly. Hugo Candless dropped his cigar and banged with all his strength on the glass of the nearest window. The glass didn't break. The car was up in the hills now, beyond even the infrequent street lights of the residential sections. Candless dropped back on the seat and lifted his foot to kick hard at the glass partition in front of him. The kick was never finished. His eyes no longer saw. His face twisted into a snarl, and his head went back against the cushions, crushed down against his thick shoulders. His soft white felt hat was shapeless on his big square skull. The driver looked back quickly, showing a lean, hawk-like face for a brief instant. Then he bent to his right again, and the hissing noise stopped. He pulled over to the side of the deserted road, stopped the car, switched off all the lights. The rain made a dull noise pounding on the roof. The driver got out in the rain and opened the rear door of the car, then backed away from it quickly, holding his nose. He stood a little way off for a while and looked up and down the road. In the back of the limousine, Hugo Candless didn't move. Chapter 2. Francine lay sat in a low red chair beside a small table on which there was an alabaster bowl. Smoke from the cigarette she had just discarded into the bowl floated up and made patterns in the still, warm air. Her hands were clasped behind her head, and her smoke-blue eyes were lazy, inviting. She had dark auburn hair set in loose waves. There were bluish shadows in the troughs of the waves. George Dial leaned over and kissed her on the lips, hard. His own lips were hot when he kissed her, and he shivered. The girl didn't move. She smiled up at him lazily when he straightened again. In a thick, clogged voice, Dial said, "Listen, Francie, when do you ditch this gambler and let me set you up?" Francine Lay shrugged, without taking her hands from behind her head. "He's a square gambler, George," she drawled. "That's something nowadays, and you don't have enough money. I can get it." "How?" Her voice was low and husky. It moved George Dial like a cello. "From Candless. I've got plenty on that bird." "As for instance?" Francine Lay suggested lazily. Dial grinned softly down at her. He widened his eyes in a deliberately innocent expression. Francine Lay thought the whites of his eyes were tinged ever so faintly with some color that was not white. Dial flourished an unlighted cigarette. "Plenty, like he sold out a tough boy from Reno last year. The tough boy's half-brother was under a murder rap here, and Candless took 25 grand to get him off. He made a deal with the DA on another case and let the tough boy's brother go up." "And what did the tough boy do about all that?" Francine Lay asked gently. "Nothing yet. He thinks it was on the up and up, I guess. You can't always win." "But he might do plenty if he knew," Francine Lay said, nodding. "Who was the tough boy, Georgie?" Dial lowered his voice and leaned down over her again. "I'm a sap to tell you that. A man named Zappardy. I've never met him." "And never want to if you've got sense, Georgie." "No thanks. I'm not walking myself into any jam like that with you." Dial smiled lightly, showing even teeth in a dark, smooth face. "Leave it to me, Francie. Just forget the whole thing except how I'm nuts about you." "Buy us a drink," the girl said. The room was a living room in a hotel apartment. It was all red and white, with embassy decorations, too stiff. The white walls had red designs painted on them. The white Venetian blinds were framed in white box drapes. There was a half-round red rug with a white border in front of the gas fire. There was a kidney-shaped white desk against one wall, between the windows. Dial went over to the desk and poured scotch into 2 glasses, added ice and charged water, carried the glasses back across the room to where a thin wisp of smoke still plumed upward from the alabaster bowl. "Ditch the gambler," Dial said, handing her a glass. "He's the one who'll get you in a jam." She sipped the drink, nodded. Dial took the glass out of her hand, sipped from the same place on the rim, leaned over holding both glasses, and kissed her on the lips again. There were red curtains over a door to a short hallway. They were parted a few inches, and a man's face appeared in the opening. Cool gray eyes stared in thoughtfully at the kiss. The curtains fell together again without sound. After a moment, a door shut loudly, and steps came along the hallway. Johnny DeRuse came through the curtains into the room. By that time, Dial was lighting his cigarette. Johnny DeRuse was tall, lean, quiet, dressed in dark clothes dashingly cut. His cool gray eyes had fine laughter wrinkles at the corners. His thin mouth was delicate but not soft, and his long chin had a cleft in it. Dial stared at him, made a vague motion with his hand. DeRuse walked over to the desk without speaking, poured some whiskey into a glass and drank it straight. He stood a moment with his back to the room, tapping on the edge of the desk. Then he turned around, smiled faintly, said, "Lo, people," in a gentle, rather drawling voice, and went out of the room through an inner door. He was in a big, over-decorated bedroom with twin beds. He went to a closet and got a tan calfskin suitcase out of it, opened it on the nearest bed. He began to rob the drawers of a highboy and put things in the suitcase, arranging them carefully, without haste. He whistled quietly through his teeth while he was doing it. When the suitcase was packed, he snapped it shut and lit a cigarette. He stood for a moment in the middle of the room without moving. His gray eyes looked at the wall without seeing it. After a little while, he went back into the closet and came out with a small gun in a soft leather harness with 2 short straps. He pulled up the left leg of his trousers and strapped the holster on his leg. Then he picked up the suitcase and went back to the living room. Francine Lay's eyes narrowed swiftly when she saw the suitcase. "Going someplace?" she asked in her low, husky voice. "Uh-huh. Where's Dial?" "He had to leave." "That's too bad," Derouze said softly. He put the suitcase down on the floor and stood beside it, moving his cool gray eyes over the girl's face, up and down her slim body, from her ankles to her auburn head. "That's too bad," he said. "I like to see him around. I'm kind of dull for you." "Maybe you are, Johnny." He bent to the suitcase but straightened without touching it and said casually, "Remember Mops Parisi? I saw him in town today." Her eyes widened and then almost shut. Her teeth clicked lightly. The line of her jawbone stood out very distinctly for a moment. Derouze kept moving his glance up and down her face and body. "Going to do anything about it?" she asked. "I thought of taking a trip," Derouze said. "I'm not so scrappy as I was once." "A powder," Francine Lay said softly. "Where do we go?" "Not a powder, a trip," Derouze said tonelessly. "And not we, me. I'm going alone." She sat still, watching his face, not moving a muscle. Derouze reached inside his coat and got out a long wallet that opened like a book. He tossed a tight sheaf of bills into the girl's lap, put the wallet away. She didn't touch the bills. "That'll hold you for longer than you'll need to find a new playmate," he said without expression. "I wouldn't say I won't send you more if you need it." She stood up slowly and the sheaf of bills slid down her skirt to the floor. She held her arms straight down at the sides, the hands clenched so that the tendons on the backs of them were sharp. Her eyes were as dull as slate. "That means we're through, Johnny?" He lifted his suitcase. She stepped in front of him swiftly with 2 long steps. She put a hand against his coat. He stood quite still, smiling gently with his eyes, but not with his lips. The perfume of Shalimar twitched at his nostrils. "You know what you are, Johnny." Her husky voice was almost a lisp. He waited. "A pigeon, Johnny, a pigeon." He nodded slightly. "Check. I called Copper on Mops Parisi. I don't like the snatch racket, baby. I'd call Copper on it any day. I might even get myself hurt blocking it. That's old stuff." "Through?" "You called Copper on Mops Parisi, and you don't think he knows it, but maybe he does. So you're running away from him." "That's a laugh, Johnny. I'm kidding you. That's not why you're leaving me. Maybe I'm just tired of you, baby." She put her head back and laughed sharply, almost with a wild note. Derouze didn't budge. "You're not a tough boy, Johnny. You're soft. George Dial is harder than you are. God, how soft you are, Johnny." She stepped back, staring at his face. Some flicker of almost unbearable emotion came and went in her eyes. "You're such a handsome pup, Johnny. God, but you're handsome. It's too bad you're soft." Derouze said gently without moving. "Not soft, baby, just a bit sentimental. I like to clock the ponies and play 7-card stud and mess around with little red cubes with white spots on them. I like games of chance, including women, but when I lose, I don't get sore and I don't chisel. I just move on to the next table. Be seeing you." He stooped, hefted the suitcase, and walked around her. He went across the room and through the red curtains without looking back. Francine Lay stared with stiff eyes at the floor. Chapter 3. Standing under the scalloped glass canopy of the side entrance to the Chatterton, Derouze looked up and down Irolo, towards the flashing lights of Wilshire and towards the dark, quiet end of the side street. The rain fell softly, slantingly. A light drop blew in under the canopy and hit the red end of his cigarette with a sputter. He hefted the suitcase and went along Irolo towards his sedan. It was parked almost at the next corner, a shiny black Packard with a little discreet chromium here and there. He stopped and opened the door, and a gun came up swiftly from inside the car. The gun prodded against his chest. A voice said sharply, "Hold it, the mit's high, sweets." Derouze saw the man dimly inside the car, a lean hawk-like face on which some reflected light fell without making it distinct. He felt a gun hard against his chest, hurting his breastbone. Quick steps came up behind him and another gun prodded his back. "Satisfied?" another voice inquired. Derues dropped the suitcase, lifted his hands and put them against the top of the car. "Okay," he said wearily. "What is it, a heist?" A snarling laugh came from the man in the car. A hand smacked Derues' hips from behind. "Back up, slow." Derues backed up, holding his hands very high in the air. "Not so high, punk," the man behind said dangerously. "Just shoulder high." Derues lowered them. The man in the car got out, straightened. He put his gun against Derues' chest again, put out a long arm and unbuttoned Derues' overcoat. Derues leaned backwards. The hand belonging to the long arm explored his pockets, his armpits. A .38 in a spring holster ceased to make weight under his arm. "Got one, Chuck. Anything your side?" "Nothing on the hip." The man in front stepped away and picked up the suitcase. "March Sweets. We'll ride in our heap." They went farther along Irolo. A big Lincoln limousine loomed up, a blue car with a lighter stripe. The hawk-faced man opened the rear door. "In." Derues got in listlessly, spitting his cigarette end into the wet darkness as he stooped under the roof of the car. A faint smell assailed his nose, a smell that might have been overripe peaches or almonds. He got into the car. "In beside him, Chuck." "Listen, let's all ride up front. I can handle." "Nix. In beside him, Chuck," the hawk-faced one snapped. Chuck growled, got into the back seat beside Derues. The other man slammed the door hard. His lean face showed through the closed window in a sardonic grin. Then he went around to the driver's seat and started the car, tooled it away from the curb. Derues wrinkled his nose, sniffing at the queer smell. They spun at the corner, went east on 8th to Normandy, north on Normandy across Wilshire, across other streets, up over a steep hill and down the other side to Melrose. The big Lincoln slid through the light rain without a whisper. Chuck sat in the corner, held his gun on his knee, scowled. Streetlights showed a square, arrogant red face, a face that was not at ease. The back of the driver's head was motionless beyond the glass partition. They passed Sunset and Hollywood, turned east on Franklin, swung north to Los Feliz and down Los Feliz towards the riverbed. Cars coming up the hill threw sudden brief glares of white light into the interior of the Lincoln. Derues tensed, waited. At the next pair of lights that shot squarely into the car, he bent over swiftly and jerked up the left leg of his trousers. He was back against the cushions before the blinding light was gone. Chuck hadn't moved, hadn't noticed movement. Down at the bottom of the hill, at the intersection of Riverside Drive, a whole phalanx of cars surged towards them as a light changed. Derues waited, timed the impact of the headlights. His body stooped briefly, his hand swooped down, snatched the small gun from the leg holster. He leaned back once more, the gun against the bulk of his left thigh, concealed behind it from where Chuck sat. The Lincoln shot over onto Riverside and past the entrance to Griffith Park. "Where are we going, punk?" Derues asked casually. "Save it," Chuck snarled. "You'll find out." "Not a stick up, huh?" "Save it," Chuck snarled again. "Mops Parisi's boys?" Derues asked thinly, slowly. The red-faced gunman jerked, lifted the gun off his knee. "I said, save it." Derues said, "Sorry, punk." He turned the gun over his thigh, lined it swiftly, squeezed the trigger left-handed. The gun made a small flat sound, almost an unimportant sound. Chuck yelled and his hand jerked wildly. The gun kicked out of it and fell on the floor of the car. His left hand raced for his right shoulder. Derues shifted the little Mauser to his right hand and put it deep into Chuck's side. "Steady, boy, steady. Keep your hands out of trouble. Now kick that cannon over this way fast." Chuck kicked the big automatic along the floor of the car. Derues reached down for it swiftly, got it. The lean-faced driver jerked a look back and the car swerved, then straightened again. Derues hefted the big gun. The Mauser was too light for a sap. He slammed Chuck hard on the side of the head. Chuck groaned, sagged forward, clawing. "The gas!" he bleated. "The gas, he'll turn on the gas." Derues hit him again, harder. Chuck was a tumbled heap on the floor of the car. The Lincoln swung off Riverside, over a short bridge and a bridle path, down a narrow dirt road that split a golf course. It went into darkness and among trees. It went fast, rocketed from side to side, as if the driver wanted it to do just that. Derues steadied himself, felt for the door handle. There wasn't any door handle. His lips curled and he smashed at a window with the gun. The heavy glass was like a wall of stone. The hawk-faced man leaned over and there was a hissing sound. Then there was a sudden, sharp increase of intensity of the smell of almonds. Derues tore a handkerchief out of his pocket and pressed it to his nose. The driver had straightened again now and was driving hunched over, trying to keep his head down. Derues held the muzzle of the big gun close to the glass partition behind the driver's head, who ducked sidewise. He squeezed lead 4 times quickly, shutting his eyes and turning his head away, like a nervous woman. No glass flew. When he looked again, there was a jagged round hole in the glass, and the windshield in a line with... It was starred, but not broken. He slammed the gun at the edges of the hole and managed to knock a piece of glass loose. He was getting the gas now through the handkerchief. His head felt like a balloon. His vision waved and wandered. The hawk-faced driver, crouched, wrenched the door open at his side, swung the wheel of the car the opposite way and jumped clear. The car tore over a low embankment, looped a little and smacked sidewise against a tree. The body twisted enough for one of the rear doors to spring open. Derues went through the door in a headlong dive. Soft earth smacked him, knocked some of the wind out of him. Then his lungs breathed clean air. He rolled up on his stomach and elbows, kept his head down, his gun hand up. The hawk-faced man was on his knees a dozen yards away. Derues watched him drag a gun out of his pocket and lift it. Chuck's gun pulsed and roared in Derues' hand until it was empty. The hawk-faced man folded down slowly, and his body merged with the dark shadows and the wet ground. Cars went by distantly on Riverside Drive. Rain dripped off the trees. The Griffith Park beacon turned in the thick sky. The rest was darkness and silence. Derues took a deep breath and got up on his feet. He dropped the empty gun, took a small flash out of his overcoat pocket and pulled his overcoat up against his nose and mouth, pressing the thick cloth hard against his face. He went to the car, switched off the lights and threw the beam of the flash into the driver's compartment. He leaned in quickly and turned a petcock on a copper cylinder like a fire extinguisher. The hissing noise of the gas stopped. He went over to the hawk-faced man. He was dead. There was some loose money, currency and silver in his pockets, cigarettes, a folder of matches from the Club Egypt, no wallet, a couple of extra clips of cartridges, Derues' 38. Derues put the last back where it belonged and straightened from the sprawled body. He looked across the darkness of the Los Angeles riverbed towards the lights of Glendale. In the middle distance, a green neon sign far from any other light winked on and off. Club Egypt. Derues smiled quietly to himself and went back to the Lincoln. He dragged Chuck's body out onto the wet ground. Chuck's red face was blue now, under the beam of the small flash. His open eyes held an empty stare. His chest didn't move. Derues put the flash down and went through some more pockets. He found the usual things a man carries, including a wallet showing a driver's license issued to Charles Legrand, Hotel Metropole, Los Angeles. He found more Club Egypt matches and a tabbed hotel key marked 809, Hotel Metropole. He put the key in his pocket, slammed the sprung door of the Lincoln, got in under the wheel. The motor caught. He backed the car away from the tree with a wrench of broken fender metal, swung it around slowly over the soft earth, and got it back again on the road. When he reached Riverside again, he turned the lights on and drove back to Hollywood. He put the car under some pepper trees in front of a big brick apartment house on Kenmore, half a block north of Hollywood Boulevard, locked the ignition, and lifted out his suitcase. Light from the entrance of the apartment house rested on the front license plate as he walked away. He wondered why gunmen would use a car with plate numbers reading 5-6, almost a privileged number. In a drugstore, he phoned for a taxi. The taxi took him back to the Chatterton. Chapter 4. The apartment was empty. The smell of Shalimar and cigarette smoke lingered on the warm air, as if someone had been there not long before. Derues pushed into the bedroom, looked at clothes in 2 closets, articles on a dresser, then went back to the red and white living room and mixed himself a stiff highball. He put the night latch on the outside door and carried his drink into the bedroom, stripped off his muddy clothes, and put on another suit of somber material but dandified cut. He sipped his drink while he knotted a black 4 in hand in the opening of a soft white linen shirt. He swabbed the barrel of the little Mauser, reassembled it, and added a shell to the small clip, slipped the gun back into the leg holster. Then he washed his hands and took his drink to the telephone. The first number he called was the Chronicle. He asked for the city room, Werner. A drawly voice dripped over the wire. Werner talking. Go ahead, kid. Me. DeRuse said, This is John DeRuse, Claude. Look up California License 5-6 on your list for me. Must be a bloody politician, the drawly voice said, and went away. DeRuse sat motionless, looking at a fluted white pillar in the corner. It had a red and white bowl of red and white artificial roses on top of it. He wrinkled his nose at it disgustedly. Werner's voice came back on the wire. 1930 Lincoln limousine registered to Hugo Candless, Casa de Oro Apartments, 2942 Clearwater Street, West Hollywood. DeRuse said in a tone that meant nothing, That's the mouthpiece, isn't it? Yeah, the big lip. Mr. Take the witness. Werner's voice came down lower. Speaking to you, Johnny, and not for publication, a big crooked tub of guts that's not even smart. Just been around long enough to know who's for sale. Story in it? Hell no, DeRuse said softly. He just sideswiped me and didn't stop. He hung up and finished his drink, stood up to mix another. Then he swept a telephone directory onto the white desk and looked up the number of the Casa de Oro. He dialed it. A switchboard operator told him Mr. Hugo Candless was out of town. Give me his apartment, DeRuse said. A woman's cool voice answered the phone. Yes, this is Mrs. Hugo Candless speaking. What is it, please? DeRuse said, I'm a client of Mr. Candless, very anxious to get hold of him. Can you help me? I'm very sorry, the cool, almost lazy voice told him. My husband was called out of town quite suddenly. I don't even know where he went, though I expect to hear from him later this evening. He left his club. What club was that? DeRuse asked casually. The Delmar Club. I say he left there without coming home. If there is any message, DeRuse said, Thank you, Mrs. Candless. Perhaps I may call you again later. He hung up, smiled slowly and grimly, sipped his fresh drink, and looked up the number of the Hotel Metropole. He called it and asked for Mr. Charles Legrand in room 809. 609, the operator said casually. I'll connect you. A moment later, there is no answer. DeRuse thanked her, took the tabbed key out of his pocket, looked at the number on it. The number was 809. Chapter 5. Sam, the doorman at the Delmar Club, leaned against the buff stone of the entrance and watched the traffic swish by on Sunset Boulevard. The headlights hurt his eyes. He was tired, and he wanted to go home. He wanted a smoke and a big slug of gin. He wished the rain would stop. It was dead inside the club when it rained. He straightened away from the wall and walked the length of the sidewalk canopy a couple of times, slapping together his big black hands in big white gloves. He tried to whistle the Skater's Waltz, couldn't get within a block of the tune, whistled Low Down Lady instead. That didn't have any tune. DeRuse came around the corner from Hudson Street and stood beside him near the wall. Hugo Candless inside? He asked, not looking at Sam. Sam clicked his teeth disapprovingly. He ain't. Been in? Ask at the desk side, please, mister. DeRuse took gloved hands out of his pocket and began to roll a $5 bill around his left forefinger. What do they know that you don't know? Sam grinned slowly, watched the bill being wound tightly around the gloved finger. That's a fact, boss. Yeah, he was in. Comes most every day. What time he leave? He leave 'bout 6:30, I reckon. Drive his blue Lincoln limousine? Schwa. Only he don't drive it hisself. What for you ask? It was raining then, DeRuse said calmly. Raining pretty hard, maybe it wasn't the Lincoln. "'Twas too, the Lincoln," Sam protested. "Ain't I tucked him in? He never rides nothing else." "License 5-6?" DeRuse bored on relentlessly. "That's it," Sam chortled. "Just like a councilman's number, that number is." "Know the driver?" "Sure," Sam began, and then stopped cold. He raked a black jaw with a white finger the size of a banana. "Well, I'll be a big black slob if he ain't got hisself a new driver again. I ain't no et man sure'na." DeRuse poked the rolled bill into Sam's big white paw. Sam grabbed it, but his large eyes suddenly got suspicious. "Say, for what you ask all of them questions, Mr. Man?" DeRuse said, "I paid my way, didn't I?" He went back around the corner to Hudson and got into his black Packard sedan. He drove it out onto Sunset, then west on Sunset, almost to Beverly Hills, then turned towards the foothills and began to peer at the signs on street corners. Clearwater Street ran along the flank of a hill and had a view of the entire city. The Casa de Oro, at the corner of Parkinson, was a tricky block of high-class bungalow apartments surrounded by an adobe wall with red tiles on top. It had a lobby in a separate building, a big private garage on Parkinson, opposite one length of the wall. DeRuse parked across the street from the garage and sat looking through the wide window into a glassed-in office where an attendant in spotless white coveralls sat with his feet on the desk, reading a magazine and spit over his shoulder at an invisible cuspidor. DeRuse got out of the Packard, crossed the street farther up, came back and slipped into the garage without the attendant seeing him. The cars were in 4 rows. 2 rows backed against the white walls, 2 against each other in the middle. There were plenty of vacant stalls, but plenty of cars had gone to bed also. They were mostly big, expensive closed models, with 2 or 3 flashy open jobs. There was only one limousine. It had license number 5-6. It was a well-kept car, bright and shiny, royal blue with a buff trimming. DeRuse took a glove off and rested his hand on the radiator shell. Quite cold. He felt the tires, looked at his fingers. A little fine, dry dust adhered to the skin. There was no mud in the treads, just bone-dry dust. He went back along the row of dark car bodies and leaned in the open door of the little office. After a moment, the attendant looked up, almost with a start. "Seen the canless chauffeur around?" DeRuse asked him. The man shook his head and spit deftly into a copper spittoon. "Not since I came on, 3 o'clock. Didn't he go down to the club for the old man?" "Nope, I guess not. The big hack ain't been out. He always takes that." "Where does he hang his hat?" "Who, Maddock? They got servants' quarters in back of the jungle, but I think I heard him say he parks at some hotel. Let's see." A brow got furrowed. "The Metropole?" DeRuse suggested. The garage man thought it over while DeRuse stared at the point of his chin. "Yeah, I think that's it. I ain't just positive, though. Maddock don't open up much." DeRuse thanked him and crossed the street and got into the Packard again. He drove downtown. It was 25 minutes past 9 when he got to the corner of 7th and Spring, where the Metropole was. It was an old hotel that had once been exclusive and was now steering a shaky course between a receivership and a bad name at headquarters. It had too much oily dark wood paneling, too many chipped gilt mirrors. Too much smoke hung below its low-beamed lobby ceiling, and too many grifters bummed around in its worn leather rockers. The blonde who looked after the big horseshoe cigar counter wasn't young anymore, and her eyes were cynical from standing off cheap dates. DeRuse leaned on the glass and pushed his hat back on his crisp black hair. "Camels, honey," he said in his low-pitched gambler's voice. The girl smacked the pack in front of him, rang up 15 cents and slipped the dime change under his elbow with a faint smile. Her eyes said they liked him. She leaned opposite him and put her head near enough so that he could smell the perfume in her hair. "Tell me something," DeRuse said. "What?" she asked softly. "Find out who lives in 809 without telling any answers to the clerk." The blonde looked disappointed. "Why don't you ask him yourself, mister?" "I'm too shy," DeRuse said. "Yes, you are." She went to her telephone and talked into it with languid grace, came back to DeRuse. "Name of Maddock. Mean anything?" "Guess not," DeRuse said. "Thanks a lot. How do you like it in this nice hotel? Who said it was a nice hotel? Derues smiled, touched his hat, strolled away. Her eyes looked after him sadly. She leaned her sharp elbows on the counter and cupped her chin in her hands to stare after him. Derues crossed the lobby and went up 3 steps and got into an open cage elevator that started with a lurch. 8, he said, and leaned against the cage with his hands in his pockets. 8 was as high as the metropole went. Derues followed a long corridor that smelled of varnish. A turn at the end brought him face to face with 809. He knocked on the dark wood panel. Nobody answered. He bent over, looked through an empty keyhole, knocked again. Then he took the tabbed key out of his pocket and unlocked the door and went in. Windows were shut in 2 walls. The air reeked of whiskey. Lights were on in the ceiling. There was a wide brass bed, a dark bureau, a couple of brown leather rockers, a stiff-looking desk with a flat brown quart of 4 roses on it, nearly empty. Without a cap, Derues sniffed it and set his hips against the edge of the desk, let his eyes prowl the room. His glance traversed from the dark bureau across the bed and the wall with the door in it to another door behind which light showed. He crossed to that and opened it. The man lay on his face on the yellowish-brown wood-stone floor of the bathroom. Blood on the floor looked sticky and black. 2 soggy patches on the back of the man's head were the points from which rivulets of dark red had run down the side of his neck to the floor. The blood had stopped flowing a long time ago. Derues slipped a glove off and stooped to hold 2 fingers against the place where an artery would beat. He shook his head and put his hand back into his glove. He left the bathroom, shut the door, and went to open one of the windows. He leaned out, breathing clean, rain-wet air, looking down along slants of thin rain into the dark slit of an alley. After a little while he shut the window again, switched off the light in the bathroom, took a Do Not Disturb sign out of the top bureau drawer, doused the ceiling lights and went out. He hung the sign on the knob and went back along the corridor to the elevators and left the Hotel Metropole. Chapter 6. Francine lay hummed low down in her throat as she went along the silent corridor of the Chatterton. She hummed unsteadily without knowing what she was humming, and her left hand with its cherry-red fingernails held a green velvet cape from slipping down off her shoulders. There was a wrapped bottle under her other arm. She unlocked the door, pushed it open, and stopped with a quick frown. She stood still, remembering, trying to remember. She was still a little tight. She had left the lights on, that was it. They were off now. Could be the maid service, of course. She went on in, fumbled through the red curtains into the living room. The glow from the heater prowled across the red and white rug and touched shiny black things with a ruddy gleam. The shiny black things were shoes. They didn't move. Francine Lay said, "Oh, oh," in a sick voice. The hand holding the cape almost tore into her neck with its long, beautifully molded nails. Something clicked, and light glowed in a lamp beside an easy chair. Derues sat in the chair, looking at her woodenly. He had his coat and hat on, his eyes shrouded, far away, filled with a remote brooding. He said, "Been out, Francie?" She sat down slowly on the edge of a half-round settee, put the bottle down beside her. "I got tight," she said. "Thought I'd better eat. Then I thought I'd get tight again." She patted the bottle. Derues said, "I think your friend Dial's boss has been snatched." He said it casually, as if it was of no importance to him. Francine Lay opened her mouth slowly, and as she opened it, all the prettiness went out of her face. Her face became a blank, haggard mask on which rouge burned violently. Her mouth looked as if it wanted to scream. After a while it closed again and her face got pretty again, and her voice from far off said, "Would it do any good to say I don't know what you're talking about?" Derues didn't change his wooden expression. He said, "When I went down to the street from here, a couple of hoods jumped me. One of them was stashed in the car. Of course they could have spotted me somewhere else, followed me here." "They did," Francine Lay said breathlessly. "They did, Johnny." His long chin moved an inch. "They piled me into a big Lincoln, a limousine. It was quite a car. It had heavy glass that didn't break easily and no door handles, and it was all shut up tight. In the front seat, it had a tank of Nevada gas, cyanide, which the guy driving could turn into the back part without getting it himself. They took me out Griffith Parkway, towards the Club Egypt. That's that joint on county land, near the airport. He paused, rubbed the end of one eyebrow, went on. They overlooked the Mauser I sometimes wear on my leg. The driver crashed the car and I got loose. He spread his hands and looked down at them. A faint metallic smile showed at the corners of his lips. Francine Lay said, "I didn't have anything to do with it, Johnny." Her voice was as dead as the summer before last. Derues said, "The guy that rode in the car before I did probably didn't have a gun. He was Hugo Candless. The car was a ringer for his car. Same model, same paint job, same plates, but it wasn't his car. Somebody took a lot of trouble. Candless left the Delmar Club in the wrong car about 6:30. His wife says he's out of town. I talked to her an hour ago. His car hasn't been out of the garage since noon. Maybe his wife knows he's snatched by now, maybe not." Francine Lay's nails clawed at her skirt. Her lips shook. Derues went on calmly, tonelessly. "Somebody gunned the Candless chauffeur in a downtown hotel tonight or this afternoon. The cops haven't found it yet. Somebody took a lot of trouble, Francie. You wouldn't want to be in on that kind of a setup, would you, precious?" Francine Lay bent her head forward and stared at the floor. She said thickly, "I need a drink. What I had is dying in me. I feel awful." Derues stood up and went to the white desk. He drained a bottle into a glass and brought it across to her. He stood in front of her, holding the glass out of her reach. "I only get tough once in a while, baby. But when I get tough, I'm not so easy to stop, if I say it myself. If you know anything about all this, now would be a good time to spill it." He handed her the glass. She gulped the whiskey and a little more light came into her smoke-blue eyes. She said slowly, "I don't know anything about it, Johnny, not in the way you mean. But George Dial made me a love nest proposition tonight, and he told me he could get money out of Candless by threatening to spill a dirty trick Candless played on some tough boy from Reno. Damn clever, these greasers," Derues said. "Reno's my town, baby. I know all the tough boys in Reno. Who was it?" "Somebody named Zappardy." Derues said very softly, "Zappardy is the name of the man who runs the Club Egypt." Francine Lay stood up suddenly and grabbed his arm. "Stay out of it, Johnny. For Christ's sake, can't you stay out of it for just this once?" Derues shook his head, smiled delicately, lingeringly at her. Then he lifted her hand off his arm and stepped back. "I had a ride in their gas car, baby, and I didn't like it. I smelled their Nevada gas. I left my lead in somebody's gun punk. That makes me call copper or get jammed up with the law. If somebody's snatched and I call copper, there'll be another kidnap victim bumped off, more likely than not. Zappardy's a tough boy from Reno, and that could tie in with what Dial told you. And if Mops Parisi is playing with Zappardy, that could make a reason to pull me into it. Parisi loathes my guts." "You don't have to be a one-man riot squad, Johnny," Francine Lay said desperately. He kept on smiling with tight lips and solemn eyes. "There'll be two of us, baby. Get yourself a long coat. It's still raining a little." She goggled at him. Her outstretched hand, the one that had been on his arm, spread its fingers stiffly, bent back from the palm, straining back. Her voice was hollow with fear. "Me, Johnny? Oh, please not," Derues said gently. "Get that coat, honey. Make yourself look nice. It might be the last time we'll go out together." She staggered past him. He touched her arm softly, held it a moment, said almost in a whisper, "You didn't put the finger on me, did you, Francie?" She looked back stonily at the pain in his eyes, made a hoarse sound under her breath and jerked her arm loose, went quickly into the bedroom. After a moment, the pain went out of Derues's eyes, and the metallic smile came back to the corners of his lips. Chapter 7. Derues half closed his eyes and watched the croupier's fingers as they slid back across the table and rested on the edge. They were round, plump, tapering fingers, graceful fingers. Derues raised his head and looked at the croupier's face. He was a bald-headed man of no particular age, with quiet blue eyes. He had no hair on his head at all, not a single hair. Derues looked down at the croupier's hands again. The right hand turned a little on the edge of the table. The buttons on the sleeve of the croupier's brown velvet coat, cut like a dinner coat, rested on the edge of the table. Derues smiled his thin metallic smile. He had 3 blue chips on the red. On that play, the ball stopped at black 2. The croupier paid off 2 of the 4 other men who were playing. Derues pushed 5 blue chips forward and settled them on the red diamond. Then he turned his head to the left and watched a huskily built blond young man put 3 red chips on the 0. Derues licked his lips and turned his head farther, looked towards the side of the rather small room. Francine Lay was sitting on a couch back to the wall with her head leaning against it. "I think I've got it, baby," Derues said to her. "I think I've got it." Francine Lay blinked and lifted her head away from the wall. She reached for a drink on a low round table in front of her. She sipped the drink, looked at the floor, didn't answer. Derues looked back at the blond man. The 3 other men had made bets. The croupier looked impatient and at the same time watchful. Derues said, "How come you always hit 0 when I hit red and 00 when I hit black?" The blond young man smiled, shrugged. Said nothing. Derues put his hand down on the layout and said very softly, "I asked you a question, mister." "Maybe I'm Jesse Livermore," the blond young man grunted. "I like to sell short." "What is this, slow motion?" one of the other men snapped. "Make your plays, please, gentlemen," the croupier said. Derues looked at him, said, "Let it go." The croupier spun the wheel left-handed, flicked the ball with the same hand the opposite way. His right hand rested on the edge of the table. The ball stopped at black 28 next to 0. The blond man laughed. "Close," he said. "Close." Derues checked his chips, stacked them carefully. "I'm down 6 grand, he said. "It's a little raw, but I guess there's money in it. Who runs this clip joint?" The croupier smiled slowly and stared straight into Derues' eyes. He asked quietly, "Did you say clip joint?" Derues nodded. He didn't bother to answer. "I thought you said clip joint," the croupier said, and moved 1 foot, put weight on it. 3 of the men who had been playing picked their chips up quickly and went over to a small bar in the corner of the room. They ordered drinks and leaned their backs against the wall by the bar, watching Derues and the croupier. The blond man stayed put and smiled sarcastically at Derues. "Tisk, tisk," he said thoughtfully. "Your manners." Francine Lay finished her drink and leaned her head back against the wall again. Her eyes came down and watched Derues furtively, under the long lashes. A paneled door opened after a moment, and a very big man with a black mustache and very rough black eyebrows came in. The croupier moved his eyes to him, then to Derues, pointing with his glance. "Yes, I thought you said clip joint," he repeated tonelessly. The big man drifted to Derues' elbow, touched him with his own elbow. "Out," he said impassively. The blond man grinned and put his hands in the pockets of his dark gray suit. The big man didn't look at him. Derues glanced across the layout at the croupier and said, "I'll take back my 6 grand and call it a day." "Out," the big man said wearily, jabbing his elbow into Derues' side. The bald-headed croupier smiled politely. "You," the big man said to Derues, "ain't going to get tough, are you?" Derues looked at him with sarcastic surprise. "Well, well, the bouncer," he said softly. "Take him, Nicky." The blond man took his right hand out of his pocket and swung it. The sap looked black and shiny under the bright lights. It hit the big man on the back of the head with a soft thud. The big man clawed at Derues, who stepped away from him quickly and took a gun out from under his arm. The big man clawed at the edge of the roulette table and fell heavily on the floor. Francine Lay stood up and made a strangled sound in her throat. The blond man skipped sidewise, whirled, and looked at the bartender. The bartender put his hands on top of the bar. The 3 men who had been playing roulette looked very interested, but they didn't move. Derues said, "The middle button on his right sleeve, Nicky. I think it's copper." "Yeah." The blond man drifted around the end of the table, putting the sap back in his pocket. He went close to the croupier and took hold of the middle of 3 buttons on his right cuff, jerked it hard. At the second jerk, it came away, and a thin wire followed it out of the sleeve. "Correct," the blond man said casually, letting the croupier's arm drop. "I'll take my $6,000 now," Derues said. "Then we'll go talk to your boss." The croupier nodded slowly and reached for the rack of chips beside the roulette table. The big man on the floor didn't move. The blond man put his right hand behind his hip and took a .45 automatic out from inside his waistband at the back. He swung it in his hand, smiling pleasantly around the room. Chapter 8. They went along a balcony that looked down over the dining room and the dance floor. The lisp of hot jazz came up to them from the lithe swaying bodies of a high-yaller band. With the lisp of jazz came the smell of food and cigarette smoke and perspiration. The balcony was high and the scene down below had a patterned look, like an overhead camera shot. The bald-headed croupier opened a door in the corner of the balcony and went through without looking back. The blond man Derues had called Nicky went after him. Then Derues and Francine lay. There was a short hall with a frosted light in the ceiling. The door at the end of that looked like painted metal. The croupier put a plump finger on the small push button at the side, rang it in a certain way. There was a buzzing noise like the sound of an electric door release. The croupier pushed on the edge and opened it. Inside was a cheerful room, half den and half office. There was a grate fire and a green leather davenport at right angles to it, facing the door. A man sitting on the davenport put a newspaper down and looked up, and his face suddenly got livid. He was a small man with a tight round head, a tight round dark face. He had little lightless black eyes like buttons of jet. There was a big flat desk in the middle of the room, and a very tall man stood at the end of it with a cocktail shaker in his hands. His head turned slowly, and he looked over his shoulder at the 4 people who came into the room, while his hands continued to agitate the cocktail shaker in gentle rhythm. He had a cavernous face with sunken eyes, loose grayish skin, and close-cropped reddish hair without shine or parting. A thin, crisscross scar like a German Menser scar showed on his left cheek. The tall man put the cocktail shaker down and turned his body around and stared at the croupier. The man on the davenport didn't move. There was a crouched tensity in his not moving. The croupier said, "I think it's a stick-up, but I couldn't help myself. They sapped Big George." The blond man smiled gaily and took his .45 out of his pocket. He pointed it at the floor. "He thinks it's a stick-up," he said. "Wouldn't that positively slay you?" Derues shut the heavy door. Francine Lay moved away from him, towards the side of the room away from the fire. He didn't look at her. The man on the davenport looked at her, looked at everybody. Derues said quietly, "The tall one is Zappardi. The little one is Mops Parisi." The blond man stepped to one side, leaving the croupier alone in the middle of the room. The .45 covered the man on the davenport. "Sure, I'm Zappardi," the tall man said. He looked at Derues curiously for a moment. Then he turned his back and picked the cocktail shaker up again, took out the plug and filled a shallow glass. He drained the glass, wiped his lips with a sheer lawn handkerchief, and tucked the handkerchief back into his breast pocket very carefully, so that 3 points showed. Derues smiled his thin metallic smile and touched one end of his left eyebrow with his forefinger. His right hand was in his jacket pocket. "Nicky and I put on a little act," he said. "That was so the boys outside would have something to talk about if the going got too noisy when we came in to see you." "It sounds interesting," Zappardi agreed. "What did you want to see me about?" "About that gas car you take people for rides in," Derues said. The man on the davenport made a very sudden movement, and his hand jumped off his leg as if something had stung it. The blond man said, "No, or yes if you'd rather, Mr. Parisi. It's all a matter of taste." Parisi became motionless again. His hand dropped back to his short, thick thigh. Zappardi widened his deep eyes a little. "Gas car?" His tone was of mild puzzlement. Derues went forward into the middle of the room near the croupier. He stood balanced on the balls of his feet. His gray eyes had a sleepy glitter, but his face was drawn and tired, not young. He said, Maybe somebody just tossed it in your lap, Zapperty, but I don't think so. I'm talking about the blue Lincoln, license 5A6, with the tank of Nevada gas in front. You know Zapperty, the stuff they use on killers in our state. Zapperty swallowed, and his large Adam's apple moved in and out. He puffed his lips, then drew them back against his teeth, then puffed them again. The man on the davenport laughed out loud, seemed to be enjoying himself. A voice that came from no one in the room said sharply, "Just drop that gat, Blondie. The rest of you grab air." Derues looked up towards an opened panel in the wall beyond the desk. A gun showed in the opening and a hand, but no body or face. Light from the room lit up the hand and the gun. The gun seemed to point directly at Francine Lay. Derues said, "Okay," quickly, and lifted his hands empty. The blond man said, "That'll be Big George, all rested and ready to go." He opened his hand and let the .45 thud to the floor in front of him. Parisi stood up very swiftly from the davenport and took a gun from under his arm. Zapperty took a revolver out of the desk drawer, leveled it. He spoke towards the panel, "Get out and stay out." The panel clicked shut. Zapperty jerked his head at the bald-headed croupier, who had not seemed to move a muscle since he came into the room. "Back on the job, Louis. Keep the chin up." The croupier nodded and turned and went out of the room, closing the door carefully behind him. Francine Lay laughed foolishly. Her hand went up and pulled the collar of her wrap close around her throat, as if it was cold in the room. But there were no windows, and it was very warm from the fire. Parisi made a whistling sound with his lips and teeth and went quickly to Derues and stuck the gun he was holding in Derues' face, pushing his head back. He felt in Derues' pockets with his left hand, took the Colt, felt under his arms, circled around him, touched his hips, came to the front again. He stepped back a little and hit Derues on the cheek with the flat of one gun. Derues stood perfectly still except that his head jerked a little when the hard metal hit his face. Parisi hit him again the same place. Blood began to run down Derues' cheek from the cheekbone lazily. His head sagged a little and his knees gave way. He went down slowly, leaned with his left hand on the floor, shaking his head. His body was crouched, his legs doubled under him. His right hand dangled loosely beside his left foot. Zapperty said, "All right, Mops, don't get blood-hungry. We want words out of these people." Francine Lay laughed again rather foolishly. She swayed along the wall, holding one hand up against it. Parisi breathed hard and backed away from Derues with a happy smile on his round, swart face. "I've been waiting a long time for this," he said. When he was about 6 feet from Derues, something small and darkly glistening seemed to slide out of the left leg of Derues' trousers into his hand. There was a sharp snapping explosion. A tiny orange-green flame down on the floor. Parisi's head jerked back. A round hole appeared under his chin. It got large and red almost instantly. His hands opened laxly and the two guns fell out of them. His body began to sway. He fell heavily. Zapperty said, "Holy Christ!" and jerked up his revolver. Francine Lay screamed flatly and hurled herself at him, clawing, kicking, shrilling. The revolver went off twice with a heavy crash. 2 slugs plunked into a wall. Plaster rattled. Francine Lay slid down to the floor, on her hands and knees. A long, slim leg sprawled out from under her dress. The blond man down on one knee with his. .45 in his hand again rasped, "She got the bastard's gun!" Zapperty stood with his hands empty, a terrible expression on his face. There was a long red scratch on the back of his right hand. His revolver lay on the floor beside Francine Lay. His horrified eyes looked down at it unbelievingly. Parisi coughed once on the floor and after that was still. Derues got up on his feet. The little Mauser looked like a toy in his hand. His voice seemed to come from far away, saying, "Watch that panel, Nicky." There was no sound outside the room, no sound anywhere. Zapperty stood at the end of the desk, frozen, ghastly. Derues bent down and touched Francine Lay's shoulder. "All right, baby?" She drew her legs under her and got up, stood looking down at Parisi. Her body shook with a nervous chill. "I'm sorry, baby," Derues said softly beside her. "I guess I had a wrong idea about you." He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and moistened it with his lips, then rubbed his left cheek lightly and looked at blood on the handkerchief. Nicky said, I guess Big George went to sleep again. I was a sap not to blast at him. Derues nodded a little and said, Yeah, the whole play was lousy. Where's your hat and coat, Mr. Zappardy? We'd like to have you go riding with us. Chapter 9. In the shadows under the pepper trees, Derues said, There it is, Nicky. Over there. Nobody's bothered it. Better take a look around. The blond man got out from under the wheel of the Packard and went off under the trees. He stood a little while on the same side of the street as the Packard. Then he slipped across to where the big Lincoln was parked in front of the brick apartment house on North Kenmore. Derues leaned forward across the back of the front seat and pinched Francine Lay's cheek. You're going home now, baby, with this bus. I'll see you later. Johnny, she clutched at his arm. What are you going to do? For Pete's sake, can't you stop having fun for tonight? Not yet, baby. Mr. Zappardy wants to tell us things. I figure a little ride in that gas car will pep him up. Anyway, I need it for evidence. He looked sidewise at Zappardy in the corner of the back seat. Zappardy made a harsh sound in his throat and stared in front of him with a shadowed face. Nicky came back across the road, stood with one foot on the running board. No keys, he said. Go 'em? Derues said, Sure. He took keys out of his pocket and handed them to Nicky. Nicky went around to Zappardy's side of the car and opened the door. Out, mister. Zappardy got out stiffly, stood in the soft, slanting rain, his mouth working. Derues got out after him. Take it away, baby. Francine Lay slid along the seat under the steering wheel of the Packard and pushed the starter. The motor caught with a soft whir. So long, baby, Derues said gently. Get my slippers warmed for me, and do me a big favor, honey. Don't phone anyone. The Packard went off along the dark street, under the big pepper trees. Derues watched it turn a corner. He prodded Zappardy with his elbow. Let's go. You're going to ride in the back of your gas car. We can't feed you much gas on account of the hole in the glass, but you'll like the smell of it. We'll go off in the country somewhere. We've got all night to play with you. I guess you know this is a snatch, Zappardy said harshly. Don't I love to think it, Derues purred. They went across the street, 3 men walking together without haste. Nicky opened the good rear door of the Lincoln. Zappardy got into it. Nicky banged the door shut, got under the wheel and fitted the ignition key in the lock. Derues got in beside him and sat with his legs straddling the tank of gas. The whole car still smelled of the gas. Nicky started the car, turned it in the middle of the block and drove north to Franklin, back over Los Feliz towards Glendale. After a little while, Zappardy leaned forward and banged on the glass. Derues put his ear to the hole in the glass behind Nicky's head. Zappardy's harsh voice said, Stonehouse, Castle Road in the La Crescenta flood area. Geez, but he's a softy, Nicky grunted, his eyes on the road ahead. Derues nodded, said thoughtfully, There's more to it than that. With Parisi dead, he'd clam up unless he figured he had an out. Nicky said, Me, I'd rather take a beating and keep my chin buttoned. Light me a pill, Johnny. Derues lit 2 cigarettes and passed one to the blond man. He glanced back at Zappardy's long body in the corner of the car. Passing light touched up his taut face, made the shadows on it look very deep. The big car slid noiselessly through Glendale and up the grade towards Montrose. From Montrose over to the Sunland Highway and across that into the almost deserted flood area of La Crescenta. They found Castle Road and followed it towards the mountains. In a few minutes they came to the stone house. It stood back from the road, across a wide space which might once have been lawn but which was now packed sand, small stones and a few large boulders. The road made a square turn just before they came to it. Beyond it the road ended in a clean edge of concrete chewed off by the flood of New Year's Day, 1934. Beyond this edge was the main wash of the flood. Bushes grew in it, and there were many huge stones. On the very edge a tree grew with half its roots in the air, 8 feet above the bed of the wash. Nicky stopped the car and turned off the lights and took a big nickeled flash out of the car pocket. He handed it to Derues. Derues got out of the car and stood for a moment with his hand on the open door, holding the flash. He took a gun out of his overcoat pocket and held it down at his side. Looks like a stall, he said. I don't think there's anything stirring here. He glanced in at Zappardy, smiled sharply, and walked off across the ridges of sand, towards the house. The front door stood half open, wedged that way by sand. Derues went towards the corner of the house, keeping out of line with the door as well as he could. He went along the side wall, looking at boarded-up windows behind which there was no trace of light. At the back of the house was what had been a chicken house. A piece of rusted junk in a squashed garage was all that remained of the family sedan. The back door was nailed up like the windows. Derues stood silent in the rain, wondering why the front door was open. Then he remembered that there had been another flood a few months before, not such a bad one. There might have been enough water to break open the door on the side towards the mountains. 2 stucco houses, both abandoned, loomed on the adjoining lots. Farther away from the wash, on a bit of higher ground, there was a lighted window. It was the only light anywhere in the range of Derues's vision. He went back to the front of the house and slipped through the open door, stood inside it and listened. After quite a long time, he snapped the flash on. The house didn't smell like a house. It smelled like out of doors. There was nothing in the front room but sand, a few pieces of smashed furniture, some marks on the walls, above the dark line of the floodwater where pictures had hung. Derues went through a short hall into a kitchen that had a hole in the floor where the sink had been and a rusty gas stove stuck in the hole. From the kitchen, he went into a bedroom. He had not heard any whisper of sound in the house so far. The bedroom was square and dark. A carpet stiff with old mud was plastered to the floor. There was a metal bed with a rusted spring and a water-stained mattress over part of the spring. Feet stuck out from under the bed. They were large feet in walnut-brown brogues with purple socks above them. The socks had gray clocks down the sides. Above the socks were trousers of black and white check. Derues stood very still and played the flash down on the feet. He made a soft sucking sound with his lips. He stood like that for a couple of minutes without moving at all. Then he stood the flash on the floor, on its end, so that the light it shot against the ceiling was reflected down to make dim light all over the room. He took hold of the mattress and pulled it off the bed. He reached down and touched one of the hands of the man who was under the bed. The hand was ice cold. He took hold of the ankles and pulled, but the man was large and heavy. It was easier to move the bed from over him. Chapter 10. Zappardi leaned his head back against the upholstery and shut his eyes and turned his head away a little. His eyes were shut very tight, and he tried to turn his head far enough so that the light from the big flash wouldn't shine through his eyelids. Nicky held the flash close to his face and snapped it on, off again, monotonously, in a kind of rhythm. Derues stood with one foot on the running board by the open door and looked off through the rain. On the edge of the murky horizon, an airplane beacon flashed weakly. Nicky said carelessly, "You never know what'll get a guy. I saw one break once because a cop held his fingernail against the dimple in his chin." Derues laughed under his breath. "This one is tough," he said. "You'll have to think of something better than a flashlight." Nicky snapped the flash on, off. "I could," he said, "but I don't want to get my hands dirty." After a little while, Zappardi raised his hands in front of him and let them fall slowly and began to talk. He talked in a low, monotonous voice, keeping his eyes shut against the flash. Parisi worked the snatch. I didn't know anything about it until it was done. Parisi muscled in on me about a month ago with a couple of tough boys to back him up. He had found out somehow that Canlis beat me out of 25 grand to defend my half-brother on a murder rap, then sold the kid out. I didn't tell Parisi that. I didn't know he knew until tonight. He came into the club about 7 or a little after and said, "We've got a friend of yours, Hugo Canlis. It's a 100 grand job, a quick turnover. All you have to do is help spread the payoff across the tables here, get it mixed up with a bunch of other money. You have to do that because we give you a cut, and because the caper is right up your alley if anything goes sour. That's about all." Parisi sat around then and chewed his fingers and waited for his boys. He got pretty jumpy when they didn't show. He went out once to make a phone call from a beer parlor. Derues drew on a cigarette he held cupped inside a hand. He said, "Who fingered the job, and how did you know Canlis was up here?" Zappardi said, "Mops told me, but I didn't know he was dead." Nicky laughed and snapped the flash several times quickly. Derues said, "Hold it steady for a minute." Nicky held the beam steady on Zappardi's white face. Zappardi moved his lips in and out. He opened his eyes once. They were blind eyes, like the eyes of a dead fish. Nicky said, "It's damn cold up here. What do we do with his nibs?" Derues said, "We'll take him into the house and tie him to Candless. They can keep each other warm. We'll come up again in the morning and see if he's got any fresh ideas." Zappardi shuddered. The gleam of something like a tear showed in the corner of his nearest eye. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, I planned the whole thing. The gas car was my idea. I didn't want the money. I wanted Candless, and I wanted him dead. My kid brother was hanged in Quentin a week ago Friday." There was a little silence. Nicky said something under his breath. Derues didn't move or make a sound. Zappardi went on. "Maddock, the Candless driver, was in on it. He hated Candless. He was supposed to drive the ringer car to make everything look good and then take a powder. But he lapped up too much corn getting set for the job, and Parisi got leery of him. Had him knocked off. Another boy drove the car. It was raining, and that helped." Derues said, "Better, but still not all of it, Zappardi." Zappardi shrugged quickly, slightly opened his eyes against the flash, almost grinned. "What the hell do you want? Jam on both sides?" Derues said, "I want a finger put on the bird that had me grabbed. Let it go. I'll do it myself." He took his foot off the running board and snapped his butt away into the darkness. He slammed the car door shut, got in the front. Nicky put the flash away and slid around under the wheel, started the engine. Derues said, "Somewhere where I can phone for a cab, Nicky. Then you take this riding for another hour and then call Francie. I'll have a word for you there." The blond man shook his head slowly from side to side. "You're a good pal, Johnny, and I like you. But this has gone far enough this way. I'm taking it down to headquarters. Don't forget I've got a private dick license under my old shirts at home." Derues said, "Give me an hour, Nicky, just an hour." The car slid down the hill and crossed the Sunland Highway, started down another hill towards Montrose. After a while, Nicky said, "Check." Chapter 11. It was 12 minutes past 1 by the stamping clock on the end of the desk in the lobby of the Casa de Oro. The lobby was antique Spanish, with black and red Indian rugs, nail-studded chairs with leather cushions and leather tassels on the corners of the cushions. The gray-green olive wood doors were fitted with clumsy wrought iron strap hinges. A thin, dapper clerk with a waxed blonde mustache and a blonde pompadour leaned on the desk and looked at the clock and yawned, tapping his teeth with the backs of his bright fingernails. The door opened from the street, and Derues came in. He took off his hat and shook it, put it on again, and yanked the brim down. His eyes looked slowly around the deserted lobby, and he went to the desk, slapped a gloved palm on it. "What's the number of the Hugo Candless bungalow?" he asked. The clerk looked annoyed. He glanced at the clock, at Derues's face, back at the clock. He smiled superciliously, spoke with a slight accent. 12C, do you wish to be announced at this hour?" Derues said no. He turned away from the desk and went towards a large door with a diamond of glass in it. It looked like the door of a very high-class privy. As he put his hand out to the door, a bell rang sharply behind him. Derues looked back over his shoulder, turned and went back to the desk. The clerk took his hand away from the bell rather quickly. His voice was cold, sarcastic, insolent, saying, "It's not that kind of apartment house, if you please." 2 patches above Derues's cheekbones got a dusky red. He leaned across the counter and took hold of the braided lapel of the clerk's jacket, pulled the man's chest against the edge of the desk. "What was that crack, Nance?" The clerk paled, but managed to bang his bell again with a flailing hand. A pudgy man in a baggy suit and a sealed brown toupee came around the corner of the desk, put out a plump finger and said, "Hey." Derues let the clerk go. He looked expressionlessly at cigar ash on the front of the pudgy man's coat. The pudgy man said, "I'm the house man. You gotta see me if you want to get tough." Derues said, "You speak my language. Come over in the corner." They went over in the corner and sat down beside a palm. The pudgy man yawned amiably and lifted the edge of his toupee and scratched under it. "I'm Kuvelik," he said. "Times I could bop that Swiss myself. What's the beef?" Derues said, "Are you a guy that can stay clammed?" "No, I like to talk. It's all the fun I get around this dude ranch." Kuvelik got half of a cigar out of a pocket and burned his nose lighting it. Derues said, "This is one time you stay clammed." He reached inside his coat, got his wallet out, took out 2 tens. He rolled them around his forefinger, then slipped them off in a tube and tucked the tube into the outside pocket of the pudgy man's coat. Kuvelik blinked, but didn't say anything. Derues said, "There's a man in the candleless apartment named George Dial. His car's outside, and that's where he would be. I want to see him, and I don't want to send a name in. You can take me in and stay with me." The pudgy man said cautiously, "It's kind of late. Maybe he's in bed." "If he is, he's in the wrong bed," Derues said. "He ought to get up." The pudgy man stood up. "I don't like what I'm thinking, but I like your tens," he said. "I'll go in and see if they're up. You stay put." Derues nodded. Kuvelik went along the wall and slipped through a door in the corner. The clumsy square butt of a hip holster showed under the back of his coat as he walked. The clerk looked after him, then looked contemptuously towards Derues and got out a nail file. 10 minutes went by, 15. Kuvelik didn't come back. Derues stood up suddenly, scowled, and marched towards the door in the corner. The clerk at the desk stiffened, and his eyes went to the telephone on the desk, but he didn't touch it. Derues went through the door and found himself under a roofed gallery. Rain dripped softly off the slanting tiles of the roof. He went along a patio, the middle of which was an oblong pool framed in a mosaic of gaily colored tiles. At the end of that, other patios branched off. There was a window light at the far end of the one to the left. He went towards it, at a venture, and when he came close to it, made out the number 12C on the door. He went up 2 flat steps and punched a bell that rang in the distance. Nothing happened. In a little while he rang again, then tried the door. It was locked. Somewhere inside he thought he heard a faint, muffled thumping sound. He stood in the rain a moment, then went around the corner of the bungalow, down a narrow, very wet passage to the back. He tried the service door, locked also. Derues swore, took his gun out from under his arm, held his hat against the glass panel of the service door, and smashed the pane with the butt of the gun. Glass fell tinkling lightly inside. He put the gun away, straightened his hat on his head, and reached in through the broken pane to unlock the door. The kitchen was large and bright with black and yellow tiling, looked as if it was used mostly for mixing drinks. 2 bottles of Haig and Haig, a bottle of Hennessy, 3 or 4 kinds of fancy cordial bottles stood on the tiled drainboard. A short hall with a closed door led to the living room. There was a grand piano in the corner with a lamp lit beside it. Another lamp on a low table with drinks and glasses. A wood fire was dying on the hearth. The thumping noise got louder. Derues went across the living room and through a door framed in a valance into another hallway, thence into a beautifully paneled bedroom. The thumping noise came from a closet. Derues opened the door of the closet and saw a man. He was sitting on the floor with his back in a forest of dresses on hangers. A towel was tied around his face. Another held his ankles together. His wrists were tied behind him. He was a very bald man, as bald as the croupier at the Club Egypt. Derues stared down at him harshly, then suddenly grinned, bent, and cut him loose. The man spit a washcloth out of his mouth, swore hoarsely, and dived into the clothes at the back of the closet. He came up with something furry clutched in his hand, straightened it out, and put it on his hairless head. That made him Kuvelik, the house dick. He got up, still swearing, and backed away from Derues, with a stiff, alert grin on his fat face. His right hand shot to his hip holster. Derues spread his hands, said, "Tell it," and sat down in a small chintz-covered slipper chair. Kuvelik stared at him quietly for a moment, then took his hand away from his gun. "There's lights," he said, "so I pushed the buzzer. A tall, dark guy opens. I seen him around here a lot. That's Dial. I say to him, there's a guy outside in the lobby, wants to see him, hush hush, won't give a name." "That made you a sap," Derues commented dryly. "Not yet, but soon." Kuvelik grinned, and spit a shred of cloth out of his mouth. I describe you. That makes me a sap. He smiled kind of funny and asks me to come in him minute I go in past him, and he shuts the door and sticks a gun in my kidney. He says, "Did you say he wore all dark clothes?" I say, "Yes, and what's that gat for?" He says, "Does he have gray eyes and sort of crinkly black hair, and is he hard around the teeth?" I say, "Yes, you bastard, and what's the gat for?" He says, "For this," and lets me have it on the back of the head. I go down, groggy, but not out. Then the canless broad comes out from a doorway, and they tie me up and shove me in the closet, and that's that. I hear them fussing around for a little while, and then I hear silence. That's all until you ring the bell. Derues smiled lazily, pleasantly. His whole body was lax in the chair. His manner had become indolent and unhurried. "They faded," he said softly. "They got tipped off. I don't think that was very bright." Kuvelik said, "I'm an old Wells Fargo dick and I can stand a shock. What they been up to?" "What kind of woman is Mrs. Candless?" "Dark, a looker, sex-hungry as the fellow says, kind of worn and tight. They get a new chauffeur every 3 months. There's a couple guys in the casa she likes too. I guess there's this gigolo that bopped me." Derues looked at his watch, nodded, leaned forward to get up. "I guess it's about time for some law. Got any friends downtown you'd like to give a snatch story to?" A voice said, "Not quite yet." George Dial came quickly into the room from the hallway and stood quietly inside it with a long, thin, silenced automatic in his hand. His eyes were bright and mad, but his lemon-colored finger was very steady on the trigger of the small gun. "We didn't fade," he said. "We weren't quite ready. But it might not have been a bad idea for you two." Kuvelik's pudgy hands swept for his hip holster. The small automatic with the black tube on it made 2 flat, dull sounds. A puff of dust jumped from the front of Kuvelik's coat. His hands jerked sharply away from the sides, and his small eyes snapped very wide open, like seeds bursting from a pod. He fell heavily on his side against the wall, lay quite still on his left side, with his eyes half open and his back against the wall. His toupee was tipped over rakishly. Derues looked at him swiftly, looked back at Dial. No emotion showed in his face, not even excitement. He said, "You're a crazy fool, Dial. That kills your last chance. You could have bluffed it out, but that's not your only mistake." Dial said calmly, "No. I see that now. I shouldn't have sent the boys after you. I did that just for the hell of it. That comes of not being a professional." Derues nodded slightly, looked at Dial almost with friendliness. "Just for the fun of it, who tipped you off the game had gone smash?" "Francie, and she took her damn time about it," Dial said savagely. "I'm leaving, so I won't be able to thank her for a while." "Not ever," Derues said. "You won't get out of the state. You won't ever touch a nickel of the big boy's money. Not you or your sidekicks or your woman. The cops are getting the story right now." Dial said, "We'll get clear. We have enough to tour on, Johnny. So long." Dial's face tightened and his hand jerked up with the gun in it. Derues half closed his eyes, braced himself for the shock. The little gun didn't go off. There was a rustle behind Dial, and a tall, dark woman in a gray fur coat slid into the room. A small hat was balanced on dark hair knotted on the nape of her neck. She was pretty, in a thin, haggard sort of way. The lip rouge on her mouth was as black as soot. There was no color in her cheeks. She had a cool, lazy voice that didn't match with her taut expression. "Who is Francie?" she asked coldly. Derues opened his eyes wide and his body got stiff in the chair, and his right hand began to slide up towards his chest. "Francie is my girlfriend," he said. "Mr. Dial has been trying to get her away from me, but that's all right. He's a handsome lad and ought to be able to pick his spots." The tall woman's face suddenly became dark and wild and furious. She grabbed fiercely at Dial's arm, the one that held the gun. Derues snatched for his shoulder holster, got his .38 loose, but it wasn't his gun that went off. It wasn't the silenced automatic in Dial's hand. It was a huge Frontier Colt with an 8-inch barrel and a boom like an exploding bomb. It went off from the floor from beside Kuvelik's right hip, where Kuvelik's plump hand held it. It went off just once. Dial was thrown back against the wall as if by a giant hand. His head crashed against the wall, and instantly his darkly handsome face was a mask of blood. He fell laxly down the wall, and the little automatic with the black tube on it fell in front of him. The dark woman dived for it, down on her hands and knees in front of Dial's sprawled body. She got it, began to bring it up. Her face was convulsed. Her lips were drawn back over thin, wolfish teeth that shimmered. Kuvalik's voice said, "I'm a tough guy. I used to be a Wells Fargo dick." His great cannon slammed again. A shrill scream was torn from the woman's lips. Her body was flung against Dial's. Her eyes opened and shut, opened and shut. Her face got white and vacant, shoulder shot. "She's okay," Kuvalik said, and got up on his feet. He jerked open his coat and patted his chest. "Bulletproof vest," he said proudly. "But I thought I'd better lie quiet for a while, or he'd popped me in the face." Chapter 12. Francine lay yawned and stretched out a long green pajama-clad leg, and looked at a slim green slipper on her bare foot. She yawned again, got up and walked nervously across the room to the kidney-shaped desk. She poured a drink, drank it quickly with a sharp, nervous shudder. Her face was drawn and tired, her eyes hollow. There were dark smudges under her eyes. She looked at the tiny watch on her wrist. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Still with her wrist up, she whirled at a sound, put her back to the desk and began to breathe very quickly, pantingly. Derues came in through the red curtains. He stopped and looked at her without expression, then slowly took off his hat and overcoat and dropped them on a chair. He took off his suit coat and his tan shoulder harness and walked over to the drinks. He sniffed at a glass, filled it a third full of whiskey, put it down in a gulp. "So you had to tip the louse off," he said somberly, looking down into the empty glass he held. Francine Lay said, "Yes, I had to phone him." "What happened?" "You had to phone the louse," Derues said in exactly the same tone. "You knew damn well he was mixed up in it. You'd rather he got loose, even if he cooled me off doing it." "You're all right, Johnny?" she asked softly, tiredly. Derues didn't speak, didn't look at her. He put the glass down slowly and poured some more whiskey into it, added charged water, looked around for some ice. Not finding any, he began to sip the drink with his eyes on the white top of the desk. Francine Lay said, "There isn't a guy in the world that doesn't rate a start on you, Johnny. It wouldn't do him any good, but he'd have to have it if I knew him." Derues said slowly, "That's swell, only I'm not quite that good. I'd be a stiff right now except for a comic hotel dick that wears a buntline special and a bulletproof vest to work." After a little while, Francine Lay said, "Do you want me to blow?" Derues looked at her quickly, looked away again. He put his glass down and walked away from the desk. Over his shoulder he said, "Not so long as you keep on telling me the truth." He sat down in a deep chair and leaned his elbows on the arms of it, cupped his face in his hands. Francine Lay watched him for a moment, then went over and sat on an arm of the chair. She pulled his head back gently until it was against the back of the chair. She began to stroke his forehead. Derues closed his eyes. His body became loose and relaxed. His voice began to sound sleepy. "You saved my life over at the Club Egypt, maybe. I guess that gave you the right to let Handsome have a shot at me." Francine Lay stroked his head without speaking. "Handsome is dead," Derues went on. "The peeper shot his face off." Francine Lay's hand stopped. In a moment it began again, stroking his head. "The candless Frau was in on it. Seems she's a hot number. She wanted Hugo's dough, and she wanted all the men in the world except Hugo. Thank heaven she didn't get bumped. She talked plenty. So did Zappardy." "Yes, honey," Francine Lay said quietly. Derues yawned. "Canlis is dead. He was dead before we started. They never wanted him anything else but dead. Parisi didn't care one way or the other, as long as he got paid." Francine Lay said, "Yes, honey." "Tell you the rest in the morning," Derues said thickly. "I guess Nicky and I are all square with the law. Let's go to Reno, get married. I'm sick of this tomcat life. Get me 'nother drink, baby." Francine Lay didn't move except to draw her fingers softly and soothingly across his forehead and back over his temples. De Roos moved lower in the chair. His head rolled to one side. "Yes, honey." "Don't call me honey," De Roos said thickly. "Just call me Pigeon." When he was quite asleep, she got off the arm of the chair and went and sat down near him. She sat very still and watched him, her face cupped in her long, delicate hands with the cherry-colored nails. End of Nevada Gas by Raymond Chandler.
The Prisoner Speaks. A complete mystery novelette by J. Frederic Thorne. Chapter 1. In the case of the state of Washington against Samuel Smith, charged with the murder of his wife, Hattie Smith, the prosecution has introduced witnesses who swore that the defendant, Samuel Smith, was violently jealous of his wife and on numerous occasions had been heard to threaten to kill each one of several men whom he believed or imagined to have paid too great attention to the said Hattie Smith, described as a beautiful woman by all who knew her. No direct evidence was adduced to show that he had included his wife in these threats or coupled her name with those of the men named. This inference, however, was skillfully presented to the jury in the opening address of the prosecuting attorney. The latter further strengthened this idea by his questioning of the witnesses. Statements were elicited from more than one that the belief of the community was, as one expressed it, that Hattie Smith had better watch her step, or that husband of hers will kill her one of these days during one of his fits of rage. Nor had it been shown that anyone actually had seen or heard Smith threaten or quarrel with his wife. But again, the impression that he had done so was conveyed by the questions asked and the answers elicited by the prosecuting attorney, who displayed great cleverness and legal ability in his handling of the case. In more than one instance, he succeeded in making very substantial mountains of solid threat out of what were, in themselves, molehills of evidence. So favorable was the impression he made, by his masterly performance of his duties, that before the case came to an end, he was mentioned as a possible candidate for the governorship in the campaign then pending. While the evidence tending to show Smith's guilt was entirely circumstantial, it was damning in its weight and directness. In the particularity of all those incriminating details that hammer home a belief which often is fully as strong as that supported by the testimony of eyewitnesses. To secure a conviction for murder, the law requires as a primal factor the proof of the corpus delicti, that is, the body of the offense, the fact that a human being has been murdered. This essential fact being established and evidence submitted sufficient to secure an indictment, the next step is to connect, or attempt to connect, the defendant with the crime proven. Circumstantial evidence, to secure conviction, must exclude every other hypothesis except that of guilt. Time, place, motive, and means are established, or sought to be established. All of these requirements have been met by the prosecuting attorney. The evidence adduced by the state had set up as facts the following answers to these statutory demands. As motive, an unreasoning and unfounded jealousy and suspicion, leading to ungovernable rage beyond all restraint. The opportunity and place for committing the crime without arousing an alarm or even immediate suspicion was provided by the fact that Samuel Smith and his wife lived in a house on the very fringe of the outskirts of the town of L, some distance from the main route of travel, and with the house of the nearest neighbor fully a quarter of a mile away. The time, as nearly as it could be determined by the prosecution, was sometime between the hour of 7:15 p.m. of November 11th and the hour of 1:30 a.m. of November 13th, the first named being the hour when the deceased was known to have been seen alive the last time, and the latter the time when her dead body was discovered. Chapter 2. The method and the proof of probable circumstance may be summed up from the evidence presented as follows. On the evening of November 11th, at or about 7:15 p.m., Samuel Smith and his wife Hattie were seen walking along the railroad track, going toward that part of town in which they lived, by several citizens who saw and recognized them. They appeared to be in earnest conversation. While no one overheard any of the words that passed between them, Samuel Smith was seen making very violent gestures, waving his hands and arms like he was mad, and making motions as if he was hitting something. At the same time, Hattie Smith seemed, according to each of several versions of her attitude and appearance, to be depressed, frightened, nervous, and acting like she was crying. No one could be found who actually had seen either of the Smiths enter their house that evening, together or separately. But the windows of the Smith residence were observed to be lighted as late as 2 a.m. of the morning of the 12th, by a neighbor who was up at that hour to attend to her baby, who was ill. Owing to the comparatively isolated location of their house, the Smiths still burned oil lamps. One of these during the investigation was found to be burned dry, possibly or probably on the night of the 11th-12th. The item of the lighted window, therefore, had considerable or no significance, as one chose to regard it. As far as could be ascertained, no one had seen either Samuel or Hattie Smith at any time on the 12th day of the month. On the forenoon of the 13th, at 11:30, the chairman of the Foreign Mission Society of St. Luke's Church, a Mrs. Charles Garford, who knew Mrs. Smith by sight but not personally, called at the Smith residence for the purpose of soliciting a contribution to the missionary fund. If explanation of her subsequent actions is necessary, it is to be found in the earned reputation possessed by Mrs. Garford for being a woman of determined purpose and persistence in the work of solicitation for the benefit of various and varied funds, religious and sociological, educational and reformatory, charitable, and, it was said by the unregenerate, uncharitable. When Mrs. Garford issued forth for the purpose of collecting, she collected, or, to use her own words, knew the reason why. Mrs. Garford rang the bell of the Smith residence vigorously. She never used the apologetically light pressure of the unsure petitioner, but always the determined and maintained push that demands, rather than requests, immediate response and admission. Repeated and prolonged efforts to bring someone to the front door failed. Thereupon Mrs. Garford, with that rigidity of body and precision of step that bespoke her augmented rather than lessened intent not to accept subterfuge, as an adequate means of escape, proceeded around the house to the kitchen door, which she found to be partly open. Accepting this as evidence that Mrs. Smith was at home and as confirmation of her suspicions that the silence was on purpose, Mrs. Garford, after knocking once or twice on this rear door, entered the kitchen. Here, unwashed dishes on the sink drainboard aroused that measure of righteous indignation that is expressed only by the good housekeeper, who does not have to do her own work, and added both suspicion and determination. From the kitchen, Mrs. Garford pursued her way into the dining room in search of the mistress of the house and prospective contributor to the evangelization of the heathen of foreign lands. That she was an emissary and representative of divine providence, Mrs. Garford would have been quick to acknowledge, but that she was personifying grim-mooded fate would not have occurred to her. Between the dining room and living room of the Smith house were large double doors, of the kind known as folding, though they never are known to perform that movement or sometimes any other, despite either force or persuasion. These doors were concealed, as is the custom in well-appointed houses in such towns as L, with curtains called portières, of heavy material and ornate design, being convinced so beyond all doubt or question that any idea to the contrary never entered her mind, that both her mission and missions justified the invasion of another woman's home to any required limit, especially when that woman selfishly attempted to avoid the visitation, or so one would gather from Mrs. Garford's statements. She was about to draw aside these curtains and enter the front room when the toe of her shoe struck something that her psychic sensibilities at once told her, she said, was a human body. Mrs. Garford had almost stepped on the body of Harriet Smith, fully clothed, lying on the floor of the living room, with the head resting on the small brass running rail of the folding doors, which were open for a space of about 9 inches, just wide enough to permit the head to lie between them. The condition of the body, especially that of the head, was such that it required only the momentary glance which Mrs. Garford gave it to show that Mrs. Smith was dead and had been killed by someone who had indulged in a veritable frenzy of murder. Omitting the gruesome details described by the coroner's physician in his testimony, it was evident that the weapon used had been both sharp and heavy. Possibly, it was at first assumed, an axe. With some such weapon, the head had been cut and battered out of all human semblance, and the trunk and limbs hacked and bruised in a score of places. Either the woman put up a strong and prolonged resistance, or, as seemed far more likely, the murderer had not been content with killing his victim, but indulged his anger or hatred to the limit of disfiguration. The physician's expressed opinion was that death had been practically instantaneous from some one of the numerous head wounds, and that life had been extinct about 36 hours, with the possibility that the period between the murder and the finding of the body might have been longer or shorter by 3 or 4 hours either way. Chapter 3. It was only after the house and neighborhood had been searched repeatedly that the weapon which had been used was discovered. This difficulty and delay had been due, as imposed the purloined letter, to the object sought being concealed by its very obviousness. Credit must be given to the prosecuting attorney, who personally was assisting the sheriff and local police in their investigations, for finding the heavy artillery saber. It hung in plain view above the mantelpiece of the living room, immediately under a crayon portrait of Harriet Smith, even this work of art not being able to destroy her reputation for fascinating beauty. The prosecuting attorney had been gazing fixedly at this portrait of the murdered woman, with an expression on his face that might have been inspired by a feeling of the stern retributive justice he was called upon to enforce, or possibly only of sorrow that such an awful tragedy should snuff out the life of so charming a woman. Whatever his personal emotion, it gave way to his official keenness of observation when his eye fell upon the ornament that had reverted to its original purpose, the destruction of human life. This reversion was not apparent, however, as there was nothing in its appearance, as it rested in its usual place upon the wall, to indicate that it had been disturbed since it first had been hung from the picture molding. Justice may be blind, but the prosecuting attorney, as her advocate, was not, even to the possession, it would seem, of a power of penetration not given to ordinary mortals. When the sheriff attempted to pull the blade from its scabbard, it stuck for a moment, and then came free with a jerk. It was at once apparent that the resistance was due to the blood with which it was thickly covered. It was evident that no attempt to remove this had been made by the murderer. He had been either too callous or too hurried to do more than return the saber to its scabbard and replace it upon the wall. A closer examination also disclosed the fact that the sword was not, as is usual, dull according to army regulations, but had been sharpened to a keen cutting edge. It was the marked curve of this blade, peculiar to old-style artillery sabers, that had been responsible for the first assumption that the wounds had been made with an axe. The prosecuting attorney also was responsible for the further discovery, in a closet on the second floor, of a pair of low canvas shoes and a pair of heavy cotton work gloves. The ownership of these articles was acknowledged by Samuel Smith, the accused, when confronted with them during the trial. All 4 of these pieces of wearing apparel had been so literally soaked with blood that comment was made, by one of the deputy sheriffs, that he must have dabbled them in it. During the trial, it was stated by the prosecution, and not contradicted by the defense, that these had been worn by the murderer. The rubber-soled shoes to enable him to creep upon his victim silently, the gloves to prevent telltale finger marks. The failure to destroy these damning pieces of evidence was ascribed to carelessness and misplaced confidence on the part of the prisoner in being able to prove an alibi. Nothing further was deemed necessary by the officials to warrant the arrest of Samuel Smith on the charge of having murdered his wife. This arrest accordingly was made on the afternoon of the 14th of November, when the accused was found on the edge of town farthest from his home, but walking toward it. When apprehended, Smith had not been advised of the charge laid against him until after he had been lodged in jail. While offering no resistance, he had earnestly protested against his arrest. He proclaimed both innocence and ignorance of any crime or misdemeanor that would justify it, and demanded that the accusation against him be stated immediately. Through some official misunderstanding or oversight, it was not, in fact, until that evening, after dark, that he was told the reason for his arrest. It was then that the prosecuting attorney, having discovered the omission, hastened to the jail to explain in person. Stifling his natural horror of the deed and abhorrence of the perpetrator of it, the prosecuting attorney had displayed great consideration and humanity in choosing his words, and in his manner of speaking when he told Samuel Smith that his crime had been discovered, the body and incriminating evidence found. Indeed, he had been quite severely criticized by a number of the townspeople for being so mealy-mouthed in confronting that Molochian monster with his heinous homicide. The quotations being from the account published in the weekly newspaper of L. The prisoner had added considerably to the resentment felt against him by his manner of receiving the news and his attitude and actions during the interview in jail with the prosecutor. At first, he did not seem to realize the portent of the prosecuting attorney's opening remarks, and, the latter said in describing the incident, pretended not to comprehend that his wife was actually dead. When disgusted with the man's pretensions of ignorance, the attorney had bluntly stated the bald fact of the mutilated condition in which the body of Harriet Smith had been found. The prisoner had simulated overpowering shock. He staggered to the cell cot on which he fell, or sat, with his head in his hands. He remained in this attitude, silent, for over a minute, until the representative of the law impatiently ordered him to cease his mummery. Then he sprang to his feet with a single, sharp, inarticulate exclamation, and would have attacked the prosecuting attorney if it had not been for the fortunate presence of the deputy sheriff, who restrained him by force. Subsequent to this one outburst, Smith had assumed and maintained that attitude of cool aloofness, apparently almost of indifference, in which he had obstinately persisted until the very end of the trial. Later, in interviews with the police, newspaper men, and one or two privileged citizens, including the rector of St. Luke's, Smith talked freely of the affair and seemed, if anything, anxious to discuss every possible detail of the case. It was as if he was an interested onlooker, rather than the mortal most vitally concerned in the murder and the proceedings that were the outcome of that crime. While Smith asserted his innocence and total ignorance of everything or circumstance connected with the tragedy, except as it had been told to him, he displayed what was deemed to be a morbid, if not ghoulish, curiosity in even the most minute descriptions of every detail connected with it. He questioned and cross-questioned everyone with whom he was allowed to talk, asking them to tell him of the discovery of his wife's body, the wounds, the weapon, how it and the bloody shoes and gloves happened to be found, what was said and by whom, the exact position of the furniture in the living room when Mrs. Garter and later the officers entered. The failure to observe footprints on the ground outside the house before all chance of identifying them had been obliterated by the crowd of human flies attracted by the smell of blood and the actions of everyone connected, however remotely, with the investigation and his own indictment. Unlike most men in his predicament, Smith was not only willing but eager to talk of the crime in all its phases and consequences, not accepting his own danger of conviction and execution as the possible or probable last act of the tragedy. For this freedom of speech and openly displayed curiosity, he was even more severely criticized than those more natural prisoners who take refuge in sullen silence. Hyena, cold-blooded snake, degenerate, Bluebeard, ignoring the lack of plurality of wives and crimes, and bloodthirsty butcher were some of the mildest of the epithets applied to the accused by the indignant residents of L. The feeling of the community, which extended to the surrounding countryside, ran so high against this occupant of the county jail, which formed the basement of the courthouse, that more than once lynching was suggested. On one occasion, nearly put into effect. On the occasion alluded to, it had only been by the fearless observance of his duty in upholding the majesty and fairness of the law, assumed in the absence of the sheriff by the prosecuting attorney, that the prisoner escaped summary and extra-legal execution by the mob. Suddenly appearing before the jail, this mob had demanded that the man be turned over to them, with threats of storming the jail if any resistance was made to their entry and seizure of this creature who had so outraged the quiet orderliness and morality of the town's existence. As good fortune would have it, for the honor of the county and the impartial administration of justice, the prosecuting attorney happened to arrive at the jail in time to appeal to the respect for law and its orderly processes of those citizens assembled. When the mob refused to heed his exhortations to disperse, accompanied by his solemn promise that he would see that justice was done in full measure, he followed this appeal by a threat to shoot the first man who attempted to mount the courthouse steps. It is probable that it was more the fear that he would carry out his threat, rather than respect for the law or confidence in his promise of justice being enforced, that finally prevailed upon the assemblage and induced them to relinquish their purpose. The prosecuting attorney was known to be a man who would face any danger for the accomplishment of a purpose he had in mind, or to fulfill any threat or promise he made. Chapter 4. Smith's story, which was received with the sneering incredulity its weakness and implausibility deserved, briefly stated, was as follows. On the evening of November 11th, when he had been seen walking along the railroad track with his wife, he was telling her of a fishing trip he once had taken up the North Fork. His gestures had been those of explaining how he had hooked so large a trout that he had been forced to use a club to finally land it. His wife, he said, had been neither frightened nor crying, as her actions had been interpreted to indicate, but, on the contrary, she had been laughing at what she conceived to be the extravagance and exaggeration of his account. He had told her the story at that time because he had arranged to start that same evening of the 11th for another fishing trip to the same part of the river. He did, in fact, according to his statement, leave his home less than an hour later, that is, about 8 p.m., in order that he might reach the desired location in time to start fishing by dawn of the 12th, as he succeeded in doing. He fished, he claimed, all that day and all day of the 13th. He started home on the morning of the 14th, reaching L about 2 p.m., the time he was arrested. He accounted for his empty hands when he returned by saying that he had stopped fishing when he did, having intended to stay at least another day, due to the fact that, while wading waist-deep in the river, he had slipped on a smooth stone, fallen, and lost hold of his rod, which had been carried away by the stream. The creel of fish he already had caught, his hat, book of flies, and other tackle also had been lost at the same time, owing to his unexpected immersion. He had nearly lost his life as well, by reason of the swiftness of the stream and the depth of the pool into which he had stumbled. Certain dark stains on his corduroy coat and trousers he explained by stating that they were not only months old, but had been made by the blood of fish and game. Under other circumstances, this might have been easily credible, since Smith was known to be an ardent sportsman. But the prosecuting attorney reported that, having sent the garments to a chemist for examination of the stains, they were found to have been due to human blood. To the essentials outlined in the foregoing resume, there was added a large number of contributory details against Smith. None of these minor incidents was incriminating in itself, but, taken as a whole, they added considerable weight to the case for the state as assembled and presented by the prosecuting attorney. They included depositions, affidavits, and testimony as to actions, words, and looks used by Smith on different occasions, extending over a period of several years previous to the tragedy. This history covered, in fact, almost the entire time that Smith and his wife had lived in L, and even reverted to their residence in another state. These details, while without direct connection with the crime, were skillfully introduced by the prosecution to show that the accused was a man of violent temper, easily aroused, that he was of a suspicious as well as jealous disposition, that he was prone to imagine injuries and insults where none existed or was intended, and that he had small regard for life, animal or human. It is true that the testimony offered as being proof of the qualities or faults in the character of the prisoner might, with equal reason and justice, be brought against any man of normal impulses and disposition wrenched, as they were, out of the context of the years during which the alleged incidents occurred. It is more than probable that out of the life of any one of us there could be taken disconnected circumstances, actions and speeches that, placed in series, and bound together by implication, would convict us of being potential if not actual criminals, or demonstrate that we should be placed in close confinement as hopelessly insane. In life, as in literature, context often supplies the basis, or the belief of illusion created. The only unusual feature of the trial that made its progress especially different from scores or hundreds of other trials for murder was the unique and astonishing refusal of the accused to accept legal counsel for the conduct of his defense upon so serious a charge. Despite the urgings of the court and the insistence of the prosecuting attorney, the latter making his protests on the basis of his proclaimed desire that all the rights of the defendant should be fully conserved. Safeguarded, Smith insisted upon and finally succeeded in establishing his right to conduct his own case without aid from anyone, and so did conduct it. This characteristic expression of strong individuality, or it may have been, belief in the righteousness of his cause as he himself saw it, was not only the cause of widespread adverse comment, but also was made the occasion, by the prosecution, for further hammering home of the idea of the prisoner's obstinacy and erraticism. The prosecuting attorney, as a good lawyer, did not fail to make capital of the additional fact that the accused declined to cross-examine the state's witnesses or call to the stand witnesses of his own, nor of the further innovation of the defense also allowing the entire case for the state to be presented to the jury without so much as a single objection made, exception taken, or comment on any of the proceedings during the days that the trial consumed until the last. Not even during the selection of the jury did Smith avail himself of his legal constitutional rights of examination or challenge. He gave every evidence of entire indifference to the personnel of the body of men who had in their hands the decision as to his innocence or guilt, his freedom or his execution. With perfunctory nods or formal expressions of acceptance, he permitted the prosecuting attorney to practically choose his own jury, displaying a lack of interest in their personalities or possible prejudices that could not have been greater had he been no more than a mere spectator in the courtroom. When the prosecuting attorney closed the case for the state with a truly masterly summing up, it was felt by many who were in attendance at the trial that the jury would render a verdict of murder in the first degree without leaving their seats, or at least that they might as well do so, except for the formality of retiring for wholly unnecessary deliberation and casting of a ballot. Chapter 5. This then was the situation when Samuel Smith, his manner cool, his bearing confident, his voice low-pitched but vibrant with feeling, his attitude that of deep respect for the court and deference to the jury, rose to his feet, saying, "May it please your honor, foreman and gentlemen of the jury, it has been said that the man who pleads his own case has a fool for a client. I presume that the converse is equally true, that the client has his equal in that respect for a counselor. Possibly, long experience in courts has proven the correctness of that opinion. Right or wrong, wise or foolish, I have willfully taken whatever risk is involved in the double disqualification for proper presentation of my claims before you. When the court offered to appoint an attorney to defend me, I declined for several reasons. I did not have enough money to employ a good lawyer. Emphatically, I did not want to risk my life with one of lesser ability. However earnest and industrious, any but the best might place me in additional jeopardy through his inexperience or incompetence. Nor was I willing to accept counsel paid by the state, with the inadequate fee allowed under such circumstances. Even a good lawyer could not feel that deep and abiding interest which I conceive my defense both deserves and needs. Not seeking the burden in the face of the cumulative evidence that has been presented against me, and poorly paid, he would have been apt, however conscientious he might be, to go through with this trial in a perfunctory manner. That risk would be too great for me to assume. My circumstance is perilous enough as it is. I must avoid every possible weakness. I must compel every element of strength. I say this with all due respect to his honor, the court, and the legal profession which he enlightens and advances as a member, and for which I have the highest admiration and most profound regard. I have studied for the law myself, but, possibly fortunately for any clients I might have had, I failed to pass the necessary examination for admission to the bar. Therefore, if I am guilty of technical errors in the conduct of my defense, or overstep the bounds of my rights or propriety, I trust that his honor will bear with and correct me, insofar as his position on the bench permits. I hope also that you gentlemen will be lenient in your judgment of my mistakes due to ignorance. Other consideration, except that for truth and justice, I neither ask nor desire. No one can know this case better than I, because no one else has or can have the same vital interest in understanding its essentials or the significance of its details. I am not, as a lawyer would be, interested in winning it for the protection of my client, my own reputation, and my earned fees. I literally am pleading for both my life and my liberty, and more. I am fighting for the vindication of my honor and standing amongst my fellowmen. I am accused, gentlemen of the jury, of a most horrible crime, a crime for which, were I guilty, mere hanging would be wholly inadequate punishment. Had I committed this abhorrent act, then the ancient rack and wheel, or tearing asunder by wild horses, would be more nearly fitting as expiation. But no expiation is possible in this world for such a deed. Nothing the law can inflict, nothing that I could suffer, would serve to lighten the darkness of such a crime by the depth of a shadow. I say this soberly and with full realization of what it means should you gentlemen believe me guilty and so render your verdict. I say to you seriously that, were I in your place, and believe me guilty of this crime, I would, the law permitting, wreak some such terrible vengeance upon so base and despicable a wretch as the man who had so stained his hands and soul. I am not guilty. I thank God I can look you in the face and say that. I am not guilty as charged, and expect to prove my innocence to you beyond the peradventure of a doubt. You have heard the testimony of the witnesses for the prosecution. I am not blaming them for what they have said. I consider them honest men and women, laboring under a most awful and mistaken conception of the truth. I think they testified according to their understanding and belief, but I know that misunderstanding to be contrary to the facts. I know that belief is based on their inability to know those facts. The facts have not been presented to them, either before or during this trial. The facts have not been laid before you, gentlemen of the jury. Even I do not know all of them, much as I know. Only one man does. I mean that he shall tell. I shall not, however, cross-examine these well-meaning but deluded witnesses who have done their best and worst to convict me. I am not sufficiently skillful in the ways and art of the clever advocate to do so successfully. I have no desire to impugn their motives or question their intent. There is a marked distinction, which I want to preserve, between discrediting the testimony and discrediting the witness. I shall allow their testimony to stand without other question than that with which I challenge the entirety of the indictment against me. You will have noticed also, since your attention has been called to it by the learned counsellor for the state, that I took no exceptions, in either the technical legal sense or the literal, to anything that was said by any of these witnesses, or by the prosecuting attorney. Statements have been made in the guise of evidence that I do not think are admissible according to legal procedure. But I do not care to argue that point, or take any advantage of it. The truth shall prevail. I have no intention or desire to appeal this case to a higher court, either state or federal. If you find me guilty as charged, the only court to which I shall carry my appeal is that higher one, before which we all must appear sooner or later to answer for our conduct here below. I have, in fact, no longer any incentive to live or cling to this existence. Merely to die would be a welcome release from the abyss of sorrow in which I am steeped. My wife made life a joy and a blessing. Without her to share it, the balance is of neither worth nor moment. But, for her sake rather than for my own, I am not content to go hence by a shameful route and branded as a criminal. Before that higher court, I shall have no fear of a possible verdict of guilty, for there only the truth shall be known. I am not afraid of the truth, nor am I afraid of that same truth in this court, but only of its being undiscovered or misunderstood. I cannot know what impression has been made upon your minds by the testimony to which you have listened. Being men of common sense and actuated by emotions common to all of us, I cannot see how, at this time, you can be anything but most violently prejudiced against me. Everything so far has been conceived, planned and presented with the sole idea of creating such a prejudice in your minds. Understand me clearly. I am not criticizing or blaming the prosecuting attorney for anything he has done or said here in this courtroom. Both you and I must presume that he is an honorable man and performing his sworn duty as he sees that duty. We have heard no word or evidence to the contrary. He, we should have every reason to suppose, honestly and impartially believes me guilty of the crime of murder as charged. If that were not so, he could not, as an upright man and a trusted officer of the law, have brought that charge against me. If he did not so believe in my guilt, to the exclusion of every other reasonable hypothesis, any reputable attorney, any decent man, would have refused to conduct this case on behalf, and in the name, of the people whose public servant he is. I have, as I said, been placed before you in the most unfavorable light possible. I have been made to appear as a being less than human and more brutish than the brutes. I have been painted in colors that would make a wolf blush, and a hyena hide his head in shame, that would cause a snake to shun my society and a tiger to shudder at my ferocity. Yet I not only hope, I expect to change all this, to remove this prejudice now in your minds, to wash away this stain that reveals me in such loathsome guise. I intend to convince you of my innocence, and show you that I have been most abominably and cruelly misjudged and misnamed, whether by accident or design remains to be seen. And I shall do this, not by an array of witnesses in rebuttal of those who already have appeared upon the stand, but by a single one upon whose testimony, reluctant though it will be, I shall rest my defense. Nor is this witness even a friend of mine, rather he is my dearest enemy. His fondest wish would be my undoing. If to desire a man's death were enough, I should be rotting in my grave long before this charge had been brought against me, and you would never have been called to the solemn duty of judging me. Your Honour, I respectfully pray that Randolph Raggan be sworn and placed upon the stand as a witness in this case. Chapter 6. When the witness called by the defence had been sworn and taken his seat on the stand, not without a murmur of surprise and questioning comment rippling over the crowd that packed the room, and after the usual preliminary questions, Smith proceeded to examine him as follows. You are too well known, Mr. Raggan, to make it necessary for me to put the usual questions regarding your identity, place of residence and occupation, except for the purposes of court record. The jury is tired, as we all are, and will appreciate, I hope, my desire to shorten the remaining part of their labours as much as possible. To that end, I promise to be brief, to limit my questions to essential points only, and, if at all possible, to omit any summing up for the defense upon the completion of your examination. If you will be equally brief and to the point in replying to my questions, I do not think that this case need take many more minutes. Did you, Mr. Ragan, know the deceased Harriet Smith? Yes. How well, to what degree did your acquaintance or friendship extend? Very slight. A casual acquaintance only. You had spoken to her? Yes. How many times? Oh, once or twice, possibly 3 or 4 at the most. On what subject or subjects? I cannot remember. Nothing more than the ordinary civilities of chance meetings. Where were these meetings? On the street, in stores, where I might meet anyone. You never met? Talked with her alone? Never. You are positive? Absolutely. Did you ever call at the home of Harriet Smith to talk with her? No. Or for any other purpose? No. Have you ever been inside the Smith residence, except in your official capacity, at the time of the investigation of the murder of Harriet Smith? No. When and where did you last see the deceased? I saw her body at the undertake. Never mind that. When did you last see her alive? Alive? Let me see. I cannot say with any degree of certainty. I do not recall having seen her for several weeks, possibly a month or more, prior to her death. You are sure that you did not talk with her at any time immediately preceding or on the date of November 11th? I did not. Did you at any time carry on a correspondence with the deceased Harriet Smith, wife of Samuel Smith, the defendant in this case? No. Did you ever receive letters from her? No. Not a single letter? No. Did you ever write letters to her? No. Not even one? Not even one. Your eyesight is good, Mr. Ragan? Yes, reasonably so. You do not have to use glasses to read? No. Nor to distinguish and identify ordinary objects at the normal distance for reasonably good eyesight? No. I enjoy normal vision. I show you these notes that I have been making. Can you, at this distance, distinguish the handwriting sufficiently to recognize it, if you were familiar with its individual characteristics? What are you driving at? Never mind what I am driving at just now. Answer my question, please. Can you see this writing clearly? I suppose so, yes. Good. I now show you a letter written in an even larger and more distinct hand. Can you see the writing? Yes, I can see the writing. Do you recognize it? How do you mean, recognize it? Is it the handwriting of anyone you know? Possibly. I cannot be sure. Are your eyes troubling you at this moment, Mr. Ragan? No. What of it? Of course they are not. I am relieved to hear that your sight is not suddenly impaired, that they have not suffered any sudden shock. I thought, but, to save time and so not weary the jury unduly, I now step closer to you and hold this letter as near to you as I can without placing it within your reach. Now, can you recognize the handwriting sufficiently to tell the jury who, in your opinion, might have written this letter? It looks familiar. How familiar? Whose handwriting with which you are familiar does it resemble? It looks like my own. Ah, now we are progressing. Did you, Randolph Ragan, write this letter which I hold in my hand? I don't know. You do not know whether you wrote a letter in a hand that looks like your own? In a hand of markedly individual characteristics such as yours? I could not say that I did or did not write it, not without reading it. It might be a forgery. You are right, Mr. Ragan. It might be a forgery, but it is not, as I think you will acknowledge sooner or later. To prove a forgery, as to prove a murder, it generally is necessary to prove a motive for the crime. And I cannot conceive of anyone having any motive to forge the contents of this letter. So again I ask you, did you write this letter? It isn't signed with my name. Your eyesight, Mr. Ragan, is truly remarkable. I have not shown you the end of this letter, purposely did not do so, and yet you are able to say that it is not signed with your name. How do you know that it is not? Supposing your assertion is correct. I didn't sign it. Oh. So you recognize this letter, this particular and individual letter, with sufficient certainty to remember that you refrained from signing it? Nothing of the sort. You are twisting my meaning. If I am, it is without intent, and I beg your pardon. But you have not replied to my question. Some of your questions are so involved that I cannot answer them. I don't know what you are driving at. That is the second time I have earned the same rebuke from you, Mr. Ragan. If you do not know what I am driving, though I think you do only too well for your own peace of mind, I will make it most clear very soon. Meanwhile, I ask you again, do you recognize this letter as having been written by you and recall the circumstance with sufficient clarity to remember that you did not sign it? I don't remember anything at all about it. Then why did you declare, without having seen the ending, that it was without signature? I guessed it wasn't. On what previous knowledge did you base that? Guess. I wouldn't be such a fool as to sign that kind of a letter. Another step ahead. You wouldn't be such a fool as to sign such a letter as this, you say. How do you know what kind of a letter it is? I can see. I can read part of it from here. So, we are getting on. A little more, and the end of our long journey should be in sight. Will you kindly repeat to the jury that portion of the letter that you can read? No. You refuse? Of course I refuse. Why? You have not proved that I wrote that letter. That is for the jury to decide, not for you or me, Mr. Ragan. But, if you did not write it, why should you refuse to read it aloud? Such portion or portions as you can decipher. The jury would receive a wrong impression. Because you read it, or because you wrote it. Because they would think I wrote it. Why should they think you wrote it if you swear that you did not do so? You do swear that you did not write it, don't you? No.
What? Which fact is it that you are denying?
Both. You deny having written the letter and deny also that denial. I am afraid, Mr. Ragan, that the jury will fail to understand just what you are intending to swear to. Come, for the sake of the jury and brevity, I will go back to first principles and reword my question. Did you, Randolph Ragan, write this letter that I intend to offer in evidence, and which I again show you? I refuse to answer. On what grounds? Insufficient identification. Then it is at least possible that you might have written this letter. Otherwise you would have no hesitancy in denying its authorship. Anything is possible. You are right, Mr. Ragan, though I had thought, previous to this case, that there were certain things beyond human possibilities. Such a letter as this, for instance, such a sequel as followed the writing of this letter, for another. But I will proceed to my next question. Why do you refuse to repeat aloud in this courtroom the part of this letter which you are able to read? Because it would have a tendency to incriminate and degrade me. The letter, or the reading of it. But, never mind. I will not force the issue. I am more interested, and I am sure the gentlemen of the jury are likewise, to have you identify the handwriting of this letter as being yours. Is it, or is it not? I said before that it looks like mine. Sufficiently like your handwriting that, if it should be a forgery, as you previously suggested, it would be a very clever one? Yes. I see that you have your fountain pen in your pocket, Mr. Ragan. May I look at it? Thank you. Your Honor, I offer this pen belonging to Randolph Ragan in evidence. This pen is your personal property, Mr. Ragan? It is. I now ask you if this letter in question is or is not written in the same color of ink, a peculiar and unusual shade of green, as that contained in this pen. I suppose so. Something like it. Something like it is not sufficiently definite, Mr. Ragan. You do not happen to be colorblind, do you? No. I told you before there is nothing the matter with my eyes. Thank you. That is one thing I wanted to establish. Then here, I will make several marks on the margin of this letter, using the pen that is your property. Are these marks and the body of the letter written with the same color of ink? Yes. It is a peculiar shade of ink, isn't it? I don't know that it is. There must be plenty like it. Do you know of anyone who uses the same color of ink? habitually, as I will be able to show, if necessary, that you have? No. Then, if the letter is written in a hand that is a facsimile of your own, and with ink that is the same as that which you use, and which no one else that you know uses habitually, and the pen was a heavy stub as this belonging to you, and you recognize the contents sufficiently to guess that you would not be such a fool as to sign a letter of this kind. If these are the facts which they appear to be, will you kindly tell the jury, basing your opinion on your wealth of experience in similar cases, who could have written this letter if you did not? I told you I don't know anything about it. You are conducting this examination, not I. Indeed, I had an impression exactly to the contrary, as to who was conducting this case, Mr. Ragan. But, if you persist in denying all knowledge of this letter or its author, I now will offer it in evidence and, with the court's permission, read it to the jury, allowing them to decide who wrote it. This letter, gentlemen of the jury, reads, in part, as, but before I read it, I will ask the indulgence of the court to allow me to take the stand for a few moments, that I may state, under oath, how this letter came into my possession and some of the attendant circumstances. I am endeavoring to avoid the calling of other witnesses, though I am prepared to do so, to substantiate my testimony, if His Honour so directs. I would request, Your Honour, that Randolph Ragan be instructed not to leave this courtroom, as I shall recall him to the stand when I have made my statement regarding this letter. This letter was handed to me by Mrs. Charles Garford. She has made affidavit that she found it on the floor of the living room of my home at the time she discovered the body of my wife, that it was partly hidden by the dress of the deceased, and that she, Mrs. Garford, thought the deceased had it in her hand when she was killed. Mrs. Garford asserts that she had allowed her curiosity to overcome her discretion to such an extent that she carried the letter home with her and read it, and then was too frightened at first to bring it to the attention of the authorities, as she should have done, as from my standpoint, it is very fortunate that she did not do. Viewing her action from the strictly technical point of the law, there can be, of course, no excuse for this suppression of vitally important evidence on the part of Mrs. Garford. But for the ultimate ends of justice, she could not have done better. She should not have taken the letter in the first place. Having taken and read it, she should have, as a matter of duty and right, turned it over to the prosecuting attorney. But again I repeat that her technical error in act and judgment was, possibly, the result of that divine guidance upon which the just administration of the law so often must depend. God moves in a mysterious way His wonders to perform. When I was arrested and indicted for the murder of my wife, the wife whom I loved and love more than I do my hopes for present or future salvation, Mrs. Garford was moved by her conscience, she told me, to go to the rector of her church and to him confess what she both had done and refrained from doing. Again I will state that if necessary, I will have both Mrs. Garford and the Reverend Mr. Swade come upon this stand and repeat under oath, in their own words, the facts that I now am stating as these two persons told them to me. Moved by his advice, Mrs. Garford consented to visit me in the county jail in company with the rector. There Mrs. Garford told me her story and, rightly or wrongly, gave me this letter which I have retained in my possession ever since. Mrs. Garford recognized the handwriting, knew the author, as did the Reverend Mr. Swade, because they were intimately acquainted with both. The man who wrote this letter is one of the vestrymen of St. Luke's Church, and in that capacity had written many times to each of them, without failing, those times, to sign his letters. I now will read this letter, which, though without signature, as correctly stated by Mr. Ragan, is directed on this envelope which contained it, to Mrs. Harriet Smith. There is no other address given, simply the name, Mrs. Harriet Smith, the woman who was so brutally murdered, my wife. It is probable, though that can be only pure supposition, that it was delivered by hand, either that of the one who wrote it or a messenger of his. I have not been able to discover who carried it on its fateful mission. That it was written, sent and received is enough. Enough to prevent the guilty man from escaping the consequences of this and his subsequent acts. A grave lapse from his habitual caution, one of those errors which even the keenest minds make, to their undoing. I also will state under oath, Your Honour and Gentlemen of the jury, that I have positive knowledge of the fact that this letter, while the last, was by no means the first, written to my wife by the same man. It was, in fact, only one of many that I saw with my own eyes in the possession of my wife. Great stress has been laid in this trial upon what has been called my ungovernable temper and my threats to do great bodily harm, to kill men who I conceived to be paying unwelcome attentions to my wife. In so far as that refers to one man, it is true. I did threaten to kill him if he continued his insulting persecution. That man was Randolph Raggan. Had I seen this last letter before I left town on the night of the 11th of November, it is possible, even probable, that I now would be undergoing trial for his murder, instead of for the murder of the woman he so vilely wronged in thought and act. It has been alleged that the fishing trip which I took was a subterfuge, a blind. In one sense it was. I had brooded over the letters received by my wife from this man until my temper was getting beyond my control. I went away, ostensibly to fish, but really to wrestle with myself, to have a quiet place in which to take stock of myself and the situation, to decide upon what I should do. Consider, gentlemen, the conflicting emotions that you would have felt had you been in my place. It is a serious matter to deliberately ponder the killing of a man. Sometimes, as in this instance, not because of the man, nor because of yourself or the penalty you may suffer, but because of the effect on innocent others. I will not inflict upon you the wearisome rounds of the conflict I fought with myself, the countless pros and cons of the silent argument there in the woods by the river. A soul in torment is not a sight for the eyes of others. Enough that I won the battle, that I started back home determined to find some other means short of killing to put an end to the persecutions of Randolph Raggan. I knew and know that my wife was a good woman, pure-minded almost to the point of innocence, more faithful to me and my interests than I could be myself. She bitterly resented the approaches of this man, his attempts to supplant me in her affections. But even I was not able to appreciate the full worth and strength of Harriet Smith's nobility and purity, qualities which, gentlemen, cost her life, a price which I am sure she paid willingly rather than one with which she could have bought her safety. I might dwell upon this theme for hours, contrasting the whiteness of the woman with the blackness of the man. But I must hasten to my conclusion, trusting to your own sentiments for that understanding which any words of mine would fail to convey. I imagine, gentlemen of the jury, that, knowing I was to be out of town for several days, and I have reason for my belief that he did know it, this man went to my house with the hope and intention of accomplishing one of two things, or both, the final accomplishment of his evil desires, or the recovery of the letters which he had written to my wife, and which he knew she had kept. In the latter purpose he succeeded partially, but not entirely. Not entirely because by some intervention of providential justice he overlooked or was prevented by some means from securing this one, and the most important of all those letters. I say the most important. I had read the others before I left home. They contained no threats. This one undoubtedly was delivered the evening of the 11th, and that delivery closely followed by the writer in person. No one now alive, except the man himself, can know all the circumstances that preceded and took place during that clandestine call. But that he murdered my wife, arranged the evidence that he planned would convict me of his own crime, and has done everything in his power since then to sacrifice my life on the same satanic altar upon which he slew her. Of this I am as sure as if I had been his shadow. This, then, gentlemen of the jury, is the letter in which Randolph Raggan has written his own indictment in advance of his final crime. Most beautiful of women, it begins, and that is the only worthy statement in it. I have learned that S is to be away on a fishing trip for several days. When such an opportunity is offered us, why throw it away needlessly for the sake of the idle conventions of a society to which you are superior and which I despise? You cannot doubt my overpowering love for you, my passionate devotion beside which that of S is cold, pale, and perfunctory. To such a woman as you, my queen, a husband is a drag and a worse than useless encumbrance. You deserve a lover with the fire that I bring to the altar of your worship. There is much more in this same strain, gentlemen, but with your permission, and since you will have the opportunity of reading it for yourselves. It is with relief that I will skip to that portion of the letter where the passion is of a different, though no more lovely kind. The concluding paragraph reads, I have reason to believe that you have not destroyed my previous letters to you, according to my request and instructions. When I called this evening, I warn you that unless you return them to me, or allow me to destroy them then and there, I will take whatever measures are necessary. You might as well be a good girl and make up your mind not to cause me any trouble in getting either of the things I want and am coming after. I am in the habit of having my own way, and this time I mean to do so at any cost. So be prepared. Tonight I am going to take the best thing in this world, or you are going to get the worst. I now ask, Your Honor, that the previous witness, the only one except myself that I have called to testify in my defense, be recalled. Chapter 7. The defendant's closing remarks, in the case of the state of Washington against Samuel Smith, never were heard. As at that moment, the almost breathless quiet of the courtroom was shattered by the loud explosion of a revolver shot, and prosecuting attorney Randolph Ragan took the stand before a higher court to answer for his crimes. End of The Prisoner Speaks by J. Frederic Thorne. Souvenirs by Herman Landon, author of Built for Weight. Detective Story Magazine, January 13th, 1920. With a sardonic smile creasing his face, the Honorable Tristan Shelby, mayor of Owana City, thrust the pistol against his temple. The steel felt cold to his feverishly burning flesh and sent a series of icy vibrations through his body. His eyes moved to the softly ticking clock on the mantel shelf, and he noticed that it lacked only a few minutes of 8. On the stroke of the hour, he would press the trigger. He gave a short, hoarse chuckle as he formed the decision, marveling at the composure and indifference with which he found himself awaiting the end. To die, he reflected grimly, was not nearly so hard as he had supposed, and it required less courage than to face defeat, disgrace, and ruin. It was as simple an ordeal as the snuffing out of a candle and a swift plunge into the ensuing darkness. As he counted the seconds, his past life paraded in rapid review before his inner vision. His lips tightened as he recalled the wild and tempestuous years he had spent in the far west when, as a soldier of fortune and irresponsible vagabond, he had drunk the cup of life down to the last bitter dregs. There was one scene, blacker and more sordid than the others, that caused him to wince as it flashed across the screen of his recollections. He had tried to forget it, to live it down, but he had succeeded only partially. Pelton Cosgrove, corrupt political boss of Owana City, had not permitted him to forget. "Damn him," he muttered, clutching the pistol more tightly. Scene by scene, the picture of his life passed on before his narrowing eyes. The frenzied period of his youth had been followed by years of atonement and reparation, during which his old self had been all but obliterated. Driven onward by a powerful ambition and aided by abounding physical and mental energies, he had climbed high in the political life of Owana City, the hustling manufacturing town that he had chosen as the scene of his regeneration. Already he was being mentioned for the governorship, from which the path pointed straight to the United States Senate. He shrugged, realizing that the black shadow of Pelton Cosgrove had always stood in the way of his ambitions. His dreams and hopes had been ground to dust under the ruthless iron heel of the corrupt boss, until finally he had been compelled to choose between the alternatives of ruin and death. He had chosen what to him seemed the lesser evil of the two. The minute hand of the clock moved at a snail's pace, while his thoughts raced on. The steadiness with which he held the pistol amazed him, yet there was something awesome in the thought that in a few moments he would be a crumpled heap of inert matter. In the morning, life would go on as before, but he would no longer be a part of it, and his niche in the world would soon be filled. He wondered what Olive Armstrong would think, but he quickly banished the question from his mind. What the others would think did not matter greatly. The suicide of the Honourable Tristan Shelby would naturally create a sensation, and for a time there would be all sorts of wild speculations and surmises. It was even possible that some of them would guess his secret and divine his motive. However that might be, he knew that a suicide is usually looked upon as a coward and a quitter. Coward, quitter. He spoke the two words aloud, wondering why the sound of his voice grated unpleasantly on his senses. Until this moment, he had thought of suicide only as a convenient means of escape from an intolerable situation. The two short words, reviving a slumbering instinct in his consciousness, brought him up with a jerk. Coward, quitter, he repeated. The clock was doling out 8 dulcet strokes, but he scarcely heard them. As the seconds sped by, the reawakening instinct became more clamorous and insistent, instilling a new spirit in his being. In the old days, he had gambled furiously and recklessly, often staking his future on the turn of a card or the caprices of a wheel, but he had always given himself a gambler's chance. Now, he reflected, he was tossing his life away without allowing himself the slightest chance. A new light dawned in his steely eyes as he glanced at the clock. A few minutes more or less don't matter, he told himself. I'll make one more appeal to Dame Chance. Taking a coin from his pocket, he regarded it speculatively and with a trace of veneration, as if the little metal piece were symbolic of fate. If heads, I go and beard old Cosgrove in his lair. If tails, I blow my brains out. Here goes. He smiled as he flipped the coin and watched it spin through the air. After numerous tiny revolutions, it fell to the table with a little thud, and he bent over and gazed at it anxiously. Heads, he declared. Shelby rose with a resolute air, put the pistol in his hip pocket, and donned hat and coat, meanwhile rehearsing in his mind the ensuing scene with Cosgrove. As he passed down the stairs, he encountered his housekeeper, a buxom person with an ineradicable grin on her rubicund face. Being in too great a hurry to listen to her well-meant pleasantries, he brusquely announced that he was going out and might not be back until late. 20 minutes later, he was ringing the doorbell of Pelton Cosgrove's pretentious stone mansion in the fashionable quarter of the city. Mr. Cosgrove is busy just now, sir, announced the stony-faced butler who responded to his ring. If you will wait, I will, announced Shelby shortly, guessing that the boss was in conference with a henchman. The servant ushered him into a parlour adjoining the den in which Cosgrove received visitors and transacted business. In a few minutes, the inner door opened, and a lubberly, sleek-faced individual stepped out of the sanctum of the boss. He glanced diffidently at Shelby as the butler hurried forward with his hat and stick. Evidently, his conference with Cosgrove had been of a private and delicate nature. Shelby nodded curtly, for he had never liked Masterson, president of the Board of Aldermen, and one of Cosgrove's most intimate associates. Without waiting for the butler to announce him, he stepped to the door, pushed it open, and unceremoniously entered. "Hello, Cosgrove," was his bluff greeting. The big man seated at a flat-top desk looked up from a stack of documents. There were heavy pouches under his sharp, deep-set eyes. The immense dome of his head was quite bald, and the flesh hung in flaccid layers about his jowls. A huge diamond flashed and glittered in his somewhat florid cravat, and his clothes were of gaudy hue and sportive design. Chewing a long black cigar, he looked at his visitor with an air of peevish impatience. "Ah, you, Shelby," he remarked indifferently, lowering his eyes to the papers on the desk. "Want anything in particular?" The mayor drew up a chair and sat down on the opposite side of the desk. There was a metallic glint in his eyes, and his clean-cut jaw jutted out belligerently, but the boss pretended absorption in the papers before him and was unaware of these signs of aggressiveness on the part of his visitor. "I received your note asking me to support the traction grab," announced Shelby levelly. "Just a matter of form," grumbled the boss, running his eyes over a typewritten page. "It's a rather raw deal, and the boys in the council will feel better about it if you get yourself interviewed and tell the public that the thing is on the square. You've got quite a pull among the psalm singers, you know, and your say-so goes a long way." Shelby's strong and rugged features darkened ominously. "As I understand the situation," he remarked, "it is proposed to make the traction company a present of several acres of municipal property in the southeastern outskirts of the city." "You got it doped out just about right," said the boss. "The land is no good to the city. It's nothing but a swamp, but the company will improve it and build a powerhouse on it. It will be a good thing for the town, and everybody ought to be satisfied. But some of these confounded reformers are already setting up a howl. That's why we want you to okay the proposition." A thin smile parted the mayor's lips. "The property ought to be worth at least $1 million to the traction company," he pointed out, "and yet the city isn't going to get a cent for it." Cosgrove looked up, a surly expression in his eyes. "Say," he demanded raspingly, "what are you driving at? Seems to me you're singing a new tune tonight. What's the idea?" Shelby drew up his wiry, athletic figure and regarded the boss fixedly. "I will tell you," he said quietly. "I held an executive session with my soul tonight. For several years, first as an alderman and later as mayor, I've danced to your piping, Cosgrove. Because you've had me where you wanted me, I've done things that make me ashamed to look the janitors and scrub women at the city hall in the face. It started innocently enough, with me humoring you in minor matters that involved little more than my self-respect, but you've been getting more hoggish all the time, asking me to do things that are downright criminal. It's got to stop. So that's it." The boss leaned his bulky form against the back of the chair, inserted his thumbs in the armpits of his vest, and regarded the mayor sneeringly. "That's the way you feel about it, is it?" "Exactly. Long ago, while you and I knew each other out west, I made the resolution that if the time ever came when I couldn't live my life the way I wanted to live it, I would jump off. I mean to stick to that resolution. You've been leading me around by the leash long enough, Cosgrove. Already I have done some things that would interest the grand jury, and if matters go on as they have been going, I will soon face exposure and ruin. As you know, I've got a lot of ambition in my makeup. I am either going to succeed or die. If I fail, life won't mean anything to me. An hour ago I had made up my mind that I'd reached the end of the rope. I meant to put a bullet through my head and sidestep the grand smash that's bound to come if you continue persecuting me. Maybe it was foolish, but that's the way I felt about it. However, the old gambling instinct urged me to give myself one more chance, and that's why I am here." Quite a pretty speech. Cosgrove's face creased into a leer. "I suppose the idea is that if I don't promise to let up on you, you'll go home and drill a hole through your head." "I think not. I've gotten over that fool notion in the last hour. I'm going to fight you, Cosgrove, fight you to a finish. Get that? Unless you promise on oath that you will stop bothering me, I'll go to the district attorney and turn state's evidence against you." An ugly sneer formed about Cosgrove's lips. "Haven't you forgotten something, Shelby? What about the pretty Miss Armstrong? Won't she throw a fit when she learns what kind of man her fiancé is?" "Leave her out of it," snapped Shelby, his face reddening. I don't mind telling you, though, that my inability to face her as a disgraced and ruined man was the main reason why I was tempted to kill myself a while ago. Don't you dare to mention her name again. All right then, but here's another thing you seem to have forgotten. If you squeal, I'll squeal too, and I can squeal a darn sight louder than you. You haven't forgotten that little mix-up you were in out west, eh, Shelby? No, I haven't, declared the younger man evenly. You haven't let me forget it. You've been holding that incident over my head for several years, making me do your dirty work by threatening to tell the police that I am. He checked himself abruptly and looked quickly about the room. Don't get nervous, admonished Cosgrove. The walls are pretty thick and nobody's listening. Yep, I guess the police would sit up and take notice if I told them that you're Dick Saylor, the guy that croaked a saloon keeper in Oklahoma about 9 years ago. Shelby winced a little, and his momentary confusion seemed to inspire the boss with fresh confidence. It would make a pretty story in the papers, he went on in gloating accents. The Honorable Tristan Shelby, mayor of Awana City, shown up as a murderer. Great little sensation, eh? If you're lucky, you'll be let off with a stretch in the pen. Otherwise, it will be the electric chair for yours. Pleasant prospect, eh? The other's face was white and tense. I was drunk when I did that killing, he muttered, and I acted partly in self-defense. Anyhow, the saloon keeper was a cur. He had been insulting a woman when I interfered. He got only what was coming to him. Oh, sure, but will the jury believe it? I've tried to live it down, continued Shelby. You know I've been going it straight ever since I came out of the West, and if there was a spark of human feeling in you, you would give me a chance. Very pretty, said Cosgrove, chuckling sarcastically. Now we'll chuck the fine speeches and get down to business. You can't afford to have me drop as much as a hint that you're Dick Saylor. The sensation would kill you deader than a doornail. See this telephone? I want you to call up the Morning Star and dictate an interview to the effect that the traction bill is on the square and a good thing for the town. The mayor drew himself up. His mouth was a thin, tight line, and something blazed in the narrow slits of his eyes. Suppose I refuse? Cosgrove consulted his watch ostentatiously. It's now 9:30, he remarked. Unless you call up the Star within 10 minutes, I'll hand you over to the police. After that, you can turn all the state's evidence you want to. I guess my word is as good as a murderer's any old time. You rat, exclaimed Shelby loathingly. In order to graft a few dirty dollars from the Traction Trust, you would ruin a man's life. You're about as low as they come, Cosgrove. The boss grinned complacently and placed the watch before him on the desk. Fine talk don't go with me. You'll either give that interview to the Star or go to jail. I don't care which you do, as a matter of fact. I've got to have a man in the mayor's chair that'll listen to reason and common sense. Blood surged hotly to Shelby's head. His wrath was fanned by the smug grin on Cosgrove's face and the self-satisfied twinkle in the cunning eyes. His clenched fist itched, but, remembering the disagreeable predicaments into which his quick temper and fiery impulsiveness had led him in the past, he strove hard for self-control. Half the time's up, announced the boss, glancing significantly at the telephone. Better decide, quick. Shelby gritted his teeth and squared his jaw. The traction bill was the most barefaced fraud at which Cosgrove had ever asked his connivance, and by endorsing it, he would alienate his most influential supporters and incur the contempt of his friends. As for Olive Armstrong, he would never again be able to meet the calm, searching gaze of her sky-blue eyes. I have already decided, he declared evenly. I won't support your rotten traction bill. I'll see myself in Hades first. You got only half a minute more, placidly remarked the boss, chewing his cigar. The younger man sat rigid and tight-lipped, restraining an insane impulse to leap at the throat of the boss. The watch on the table was loudly ticking off the seconds. Cosgrove's face, its little purplish splotches accentuated by the droplight above his head, wore a maddening grin. Presently the boss rose, sauntered about the room, then stopped abruptly at the door. With a quick motion, he turned the key in the lock and put it in his pocket. "The time's up," he declared with a raucous chuckle. "I'll now call up the police and tell them to come to my house and arrest the Honourable Tristan Shelby, alias Dick Saylor, on a charge of murder." Shelby did not move a muscle. For a moment, as Cosgrove's chubby hand moved toward the telephone, he was conscious of nothing but a sense of impending crash. While the boss had no documentary evidence, the fact that Tristan Shelby and Dick Saylor were identical could easily be established once the police had been given a hint to that effect. The mayor saw the fat, slimy hand grip the instrument and lift it from the desk. Now Cosgrove had removed the hook and was waiting for the operator to answer his signal. Things swam before Shelby's eyes. His only clear thought was that all in life that mattered was trembling in the balance. In the next instant, his senses galvanized by the impulse of self-preservation, he had leaped to his feet. Instinctively, his hand darted to his hip pocket and snatched out the pistol. "Stop!" he cried in a voice of desperate determination, at the same moment pointing the weapon straight at Cosgrove's head. An ashen tint spread slowly over the lumpy countenance of the boss, and a sagging of the jowls and a widening of the piggy eyes hinted at his consternation. "Put it down," ordered Shelby, indicating the instrument with a flourish of the pistol. Cosgrove removed the receiver from his ear. For an instant he seemed about to obey, but the mayor detected a crafty gleam in the bleary eyes. And then, with a quickness astounding in a man of his bulk, the boss dodged aside, tautening the long cord attached to the telephone, balanced it for an instant, and hurled the instrument at Shelby with savage force. In the same moment, a scream sounded. Shelby had an uncanny sensation that it had not come from Cosgrove's lips, but had burst out of nowhere. He had no time to think, for a second later, a roar, long drawn out and thunderously loud, split the brief interval of silence. The telephone crashed to the floor, and the hulky figure of the boss dropped like a dead weight over the arms of the chair. Shelby stood rigidly still, gazing absently at the wisp of smoke that fluttered at the muzzle of his pistol. Moving as one in a dream, he crossed to the other side of the desk, mechanically picked up the telephone, and restored it to its place. With the dazed expression of one emerging from a dream, he stared at the form sprawling across the chair. Cosgrove lay with head slanting downward, and a crimson stream trickling from a wound near the temple was forming zigzagging streaks across his bald head. "Dead," muttered the mayor. "I've killed him." Yet he had no recollection of pressing the trigger or even aiming the pistol. His muscles, rather than his mind, must have acted when he fired the shot. Perhaps his fingers had contracted in an involuntary spasm as the instrument was flung at him. However that might be, there could be no doubt that the boss had died by his hand. The barrel of his pistol was yet warm, and a faint curl of smoke was still issuing from the muzzle. He tossed the revolver on the desk and peered down at the gaping lips and lifelessly staring eyes of the dead man. A slowly advancing tinge of greyness was suffusing the flabby features, now gradually congealing into an expression of rigidity that sent a shiver of horror down Shelby's spine. The house was very still. Evidently the shot, which to Shelby's ear had sounded like a prolonged roar of cannon, had not penetrated the walls. For the moment at least he was safe, but he knew that his security could not last long. His head felt a little dazed, and he was unable to think clearly. But he wondered whether he would be able to explain convincingly that the shooting had been unintentional. It would be difficult to do that, he reflected, without revealing his relations to the dead man and exposing that episode of his past which had hung like a shadow over his life. No, he decided grimly, explanations would be worse than useless. It was with a shock that the seriousness of his predicament came to him. If he should be arrested, it would be impossible for him to establish a satisfactory alibi, for his housekeeper had seen him leave the house a little after 8. and Masterson and the butler knew that he had been alone with Cosgrove. The police, no doubt, would unearth a mass of clues pointing to him as the slayer, and against such evidence his standing and reputation would avail but little. His senses reeled, and the only idea that stood out clearly from the jumble of his thoughts and emotions was that he must flee. It was a galling thought, for it meant that he must surrender all that he had gained and be forced to begin life over again in another place and under another name. His flight would be accepted by his friends as conclusive proof of his guilt. His enemies would gloat over his disgrace. Olive Armstrong would. Shelby did not finish the thought. Deep in his consciousness there awoke the same rebellious instinct that had stayed his hand when he had been on the point of blowing out his brains. "Don't be a quitter," said a whispering voice. "Why don't you give yourself a gambler's chance?" A despairing smile curled his lips. He doubted whether he had even a ghost of a chance. In the morning the finger of suspicion would be pointed at him, which meant that his early past would be revealed in all its sordidness. What was worse still, he must decide and act quickly, for in a short while it would be too late. If he had only a few hours in which to consider the situation coolly and plan a course of action, perhaps he would find a way out. Once the body was discovered, he knew, it would take the police only a short time to ascertain his guilt. Without doubt, Barney Logan himself would take charge of the case, and Logan was one of the astutest and most subtle-witted detectives Shelby had ever known. His mind sometimes worked in strange channels, but it always worked swiftly and surely. Unlike the majority of his kind, when at work on a case he always viewed the obvious solution with suspicion, preferring to rely on such obscure clues as the average detective usually overlooks or ignores. To Logan's mind, the mere fact that a mass of clues pointed to the guilt of a certain individual was almost conclusive proof that the individual was innocent, and results had more than once vindicated his theory. Shelby's figure straightened as these thoughts surged through his aching mind. An idea, a daring and spectacular one, was slowly taking shape in his brain. The old reckless gleam returned to his eyes as he considered its possibilities, finally deciding that he could lose nothing by taking a long and desperate chance. "It's crazy, but it's my only hope," he told himself. "I'll stake my life on Barney Logan." He chuckled musingly as he went about his strange task. First, he examined the pistol, noting that the chamber contained one exploded shell and that his fingerprints were clearly impressed on the metal. Then he tossed it carelessly on the floor. Next, he took pains to distribute the imprints of his fingers on the smooth mahogany surface of the desk and on the oak panel door. He drew out his handkerchief, glanced at the embroidered monogram in one corner, and dropped it beside the chair. Noticing that there was a thin layer of dust on a spot of uncovered floor space in one corner of the room, he planted his foot on it squarely, producing a clear-cut design. Finally, he removed one of his golden cuff shields, engraved with the initial S, and threw it down beside the dead man's feet. Not yet satisfied with the thoroughness of his scheme, he took a knife from his pocket, cut a tuft of hair from the back of his head, and entwined the strands about one of the dead man's fingers. The hair, together with the cuff shield on the floor, would indicate that a struggle had taken place between the murderer and his victim before the shot was fired. Finally, he removed the key from the dead man's pocket and unlocked the door. Tarrying for a moment, he glanced about the room. "It's crazy as the dickens, but it's my only chance," he soliloquized. His eyes strayed to the body. "Too bad, old chap, but I don't know that you didn't have it coming to you." Opening the door, he sauntered leisurely toward the vestibule. There he was met by the butler, who evidently had heard him open and close the door. "Your hat, sir," announced the servant. Shelby gazed at him curiously as he accepted the derby, for it struck him that there was something peculiar about the man's appearance. Unable to account for the impression, he lit a cigar, walked out of the house, and swung briskly down the street. "It was my one chance," he told himself again, I might have run away, of course, but I'm not a quitter. I know exactly what Barney Logan will think when he sizes up that layout. Chapter 2. Barney Logan, Inspector of the Detective Bureau, a tall, lean man with straw-colored hair, good-humored but somewhat clownish features, and a perpetual twinkle in his mild blue eyes, listened patiently while Sergeant Aspwell explained what he had discovered prior to his chief's arrival on the scene of the murder. "As near as I can make out, sir," concluded the sergeant, "Mayor Shelby was the last man to see the big boss alive. Williams, the butler, says the mayor came a little after 9 and left a few minutes before 10. About 10:30, the butler began to wonder why Cosgrove wasn't turning in at his usual time. He stepped in here to investigate and almost dropped dead from shock when he saw the body. As soon as he had recovered part of his wits, he telephoned headquarters. "You don't suppose the mayor—" "I'm not supposing anything just now, Sergeant," drawled Logan softly. True to an inborn habit of laziness, he had been late in reaching the scene of the crime. "Has the coroner been here?" he added. "He left just before you came, sir. He said the bullet seemed to have taken a slanting course through Cosgrove's head and caused instant death." "Slanting?" echoed the inspector, looking up from his contemplation of a series of finger marks on the mahogany surface of the desk. "Are you sure he said slanting?" "That's what he said, sir. He told me it was a downward slant." "That's queer." The inspector glanced at the crumpled heap sprawling across the chair. "Cosgrove and Shelby are of about the same height, aren't they?" "Just about, sir." The sergeant blinked his eyes, as if unable to catch the drift of his chief's questions. And Cosgrove must have been standing when he was shot, or he wouldn't have fallen across the chair in that particular manner. "It looks that way," conceded Aspwell, still bewildered. "If I remember right, the coroner said something like that too." "Let's have a look at the butler," instructed Logan. The sergeant left the room, returning in a few moments with the shaking and pale-faced butler in tow. Apparently Williams had been deeply shocked by the tragedy, for he spoke with great difficulty, and the muscles of his usually stony face twitched with mental anguish. He could do little more than repeat his previous statement regarding the time of Mayor Shelby's arrival and departure. He said he had heard no shot, nor had he been aware of any disturbance in the house, and he was positive that Cosgrove had had no callers after the mayor had left. In reply to a question, he stated that Shelby had seemed neither excited nor in an unusual hurry when he left the house. "But I know he's the man that did it, sir," he added shakily. "Nobody else could have done it, and I know the mayor wasn't on very good terms with Mr. Cosgrove." "That will do," said Logan, dismissing him. The butler, with head hanging low, walked out of the room. "Aspwell," said Logan, "get the mayor's house on the wire and ask the housekeeper if she can tell you anything about Mr. Shelby's movements this evening." While the sergeant proceeded to obey instructions, the inspector took out his lens and made a careful examination of the floor. In one of the corners, where a little dust had accumulated, he seemed to find something of interest. Producing a spiral tape line, he made a series of careful measurements, jotting down the results in a notebook. As he rose to his feet, Aspwell hung up the receiver. "The mayor's housekeeper says he left the house a little before 9, and she saw him come in about 10:20, he reported, regarding his superior with a dazed expression. Logan grinned. "That seems to agree with what Williams told us. What's this?" Stooping over the body, he untwisted several strands of hair woven around one of the fingers and held them to the light. Then, again producing his lens, he subjected each strand to a careful examination. "I saw that tuft of hair, sir," explained Aspwell, "but thought I'd leave it till you came. It's glossy black, same color as the mayor's," remarked Logan, as he carefully wrapped the strands in a piece of paper. "It's beginning to look bad for his honor." "I can't understand it," declared Aspwell. "Nobody would have thought that Mayor Shelby, thinking is a bad habit, Aspwell. interrupted the inspector sententiously. "We are supposed to deal in facts, not thoughts. What's junk?" He leaned over the table and glanced languidly at several articles arranged in a neat row. "Some of those things were scattered on the floor, and I picked them up," explained the sergeant. Yawning, as if the matter were of slight importance, Logan examined the articles one by one. "Very bad form for a man to leave a bunch of souvenirs behind him when he commits a murder," he remarked. "Our honorable mayor seems to be a careless cuss. Here we have a cuff button with an ornamental S on it. And here is a handkerchief with the mayor's initial embroidered in the corner. Some sport our mayor is. And finally," picking up the pistol by the handle, "we come to the most important thing in the collection, the gat the job was done with. One empty shell in the chamber, I see, and several fingerprints on the handle." "I noticed them, sir," said Aspwell. "There are some on the desk too, and as near as I could make out with the lens, they are all alike." He must have been terribly excited, leaving all those clues behind him. "I suppose he lost the cuff button in the scuffle." "Scuffle?" echoed the inspector, fixing Aspwell with his gentle blue eyes. "There must have been a scuffle," argued the sergeant. "That's how Cosgrove got those strands of hair twisted around his finger." Logan pursed his lips reflectively. "It would seem so, wouldn't it? But if there was a scuffle, it must have been one-sided, save for the hair pulling. Clothes, you'll notice, haven't been ruffled at all. Even his tie's on as straight as it can be." "Funny," acknowledged the sergeant, surveying the dead man's attire. "And here's another queer thing," pursued the inspector. "Those hairs weren't pulled out by the roots, but were cut off clean, as with a knife. I looked at them through the lens a few minutes ago." The sergeant stared, then shook his head dazedly. "I don't get it all," he mumbled. The inspector, rocking slowly on his heels, picked up the handkerchief. "This is another funny one. A handkerchief doesn't usually fall out of a man's pocket by accident. Shelby must have pulled it out. Why do you suppose he did that?" "Why, to use it, of course." Logan held the square of linen against the light. "But it hasn't been used, Aspwell. It's absolutely clean." Aspwell shrugged as if the proposition were quite beyond him. "Search me. One thing is sure as death and taxes, though. Shelby did it. All these clues." "Yes, I know, and that's just where the trouble comes in. Where there are so many clues, all pointing in the same direction, it's almost a cinch that the man they're pointing to is innocent." "You always say that," reminded the sergeant, a little impatiently. Logan grinned. "And I'm usually right too." Aspwell swallowed hard. "But this is an open and shut case against the mayor. We know he called on Cosgrove tonight. Williams found the body a short while after he left, and I've heard it whispered that they weren't any too good friends. I don't see what more evidence you want." The inspector, hands in trouser pockets and head wagging, swung about the room a couple of times. "It would be an open and shut case, but for one thing, the mayor was here tonight. There's no getting around that. But here's the ticklish point, Aspwell. Not even an idiot would spill so many clues, and the mayor is no idiot. He has his funny little ways, but he is a mighty smart man. And such a man, no matter how excited, wouldn't sprinkle so many clues over the landscape. That's what makes me think he didn't do it." The sergeant's lips opened a little, and there was a glimmer of understanding in his grey eyes. You think the mayor was framed by somebody?" he exclaimed. "You think the murderer left this bunch of clues to incriminate him?" Logan seemed to consider the idea. He stopped in front of the desk and looked across the mahogany surface at the dead man. "Maybe," he said. "I think we'll hear what the mayor himself thinks about it. Wish you'd run over and get him, Aspwell." The sergeant stared at his chief for an instant, opened his mouth as if to speak, but changed his mind and stepped briskly from the room. For several minutes after he had gone, the inspector remained standing at the desk, his indolent blue eyes flitting about the room. Then he crossed the floor and carefully ran his fingers over the opposite wall. His search proving fruitless, he turned his attention to a small upholstered couch standing nearby. His fingers explored the leathern surface inch by inch. Suddenly, a low chuckle indicated that he had found something interesting. "So that's it," he exclaimed elatedly. Then, as if another problem was still awaiting solution, he looked up toward the ceiling, contemplated the door for a few moments, then stole softly from the room. Chapter 3. A sharp rap on the door aroused Mayor Shelby from a half-stupor into which he had fallen, after vainly cudgelling his brains to find a satisfactory solution to the problem presented by the episode that had taken place in Cosgrove's house. "Gentleman downstairs wishes to see you, sir," came the housekeeper's somewhat excited voice. Shelby jerked himself erect. In another moment he was fully awake and conscious of a tingling sensation. "I'll be right down," he announced, jumping from the armchair in which he had been sitting. His mind worked with the rapidity of lightning as he hastened into the adjoining bathroom for a cold shower. He surmised that the murder had been discovered by this time, and he thought it only natural that he should be asked for an explanation. It was still possible that his ruse, based on Inspector Logan's suspicious attitude toward clues, would succeed. If it failed, he would at least have the satisfaction of knowing that he had given himself a fighting chance. His eyes gleamed aggressively as, followed by Sergeant Aspwell, he stepped into Cosgrove's den half an hour later. At the desk, regarding him with a quizzical, half-humorous expression, stood Inspector Logan. The swivel chair was vacant, the body having been removed during the sergeant's absence. The inspector's deceptively lazy eyes seemed to look through and beyond the mayor, but Shelby met the gaze unflinchingly. "These your things, Mr. Mayor?" inquired Logan, indicating the clues. Shelby glanced at the articles, muttered something under his breath, and made a skillful show of amazement. "I suppose you know that Cosgrove was murdered this evening?" continued the inspector, speaking in his customary drawling tones. "Sergeant Aspwell told me on the way over." The mayor's voice was shocked but non-committal. "And you called on Cosgrove tonight? I understand." A shrewd grin creased the inspector's features. "Sergeant Aspwell," with a wink at that dignitary, "thinks you've been framed, that the murderer got hold of these things of yours by some hook or crook, and left them on the scene of the crime to incriminate you. I don't agree with him." "No?" The mayor's tones trembled slightly. He knew he had taken a long and slender chance, but he had hoped that the ruse would give him at least a few hours' respite and time to consider the situation calmly. He detected a disquieting quality in the inspector's voice. Would he have acted more wisely if he had fled? But even now the thought of flight was repellent. "You see, Mr. Mayor," continued the inspector coolly, "no man in his senses would have left all these clues behind him. That's why Aspwell thinks somebody has been framing you. The reason I disagree with him is that a man wise enough to pull off a framing stunt wouldn't have overdone it. He would have left one or two clues and let it go at that. He wouldn't have spoiled his game by leaving so many." Shelby's eyes narrowed as he realized that he had made a blunder. The horror that had gripped him upon seeing Cosgrove's body crumple back in the chair had stunted his reason and deprived him of his wits. A reckless smile parted his lips. It was not the first time in his career that he had gambled and lost. "All right," he declared with a shrug. "I see the game is up. I took a long chance, the only chance I had, and lost. I killed Cosgrove." An inscrutable impression came into the inspector's face. "I see," he drawled. "In fact, I reasoned the thing out before you came. Knowing I am leery of clues when they come in bunches, you thought you would play a trick on me. It might have worked if you hadn't overreached. Would you mind telling me where you stood when you fired the shot?" "Right where you are standing now." "Thought so. Between us three in the fence post, I never had much use for Cosgrove, and it's my opinion that he got just what was coming to him. But a fellow has to do his duty. Aspwell, will you entertain the mayor while I step out for a moment? Both the sergeant and the mayor stared after him perplexedly as he walked from the room. The moment grew into minutes, and the minutes into a quarter of an hour. Then the door opened again, and the inspector pushed Williams, the butler, into the den. "Here's the man that killed Cosgrove," he announced. "He has just confessed." A mutter of incredulity slipped from the mayor's lips. Sergeant Aspwell stared crestfallen, first at the inspector, then at the trembling butler. The latter looked as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. "Are you crazy?" exclaimed Shelby. "Oh, no," said Inspector Logan. "The thing is plain enough. It was the slanting course taken by the bullet that gave me the solution, for it proved that the shot had been fired from an elevation. A man facing Cosgrove across this desk could not have fired it, especially if he was a man of about Cosgrove's own height." But, stuttered the mayor. "I'll give it to you in a few words," declared Logan listlessly. "You'll notice that this desk is in almost direct line with the door. You'll also notice that there is a transom above the door. The glass is heavy and almost soundproof. While Aspwell was gone, I discovered that the transom could be pried open from the outside. As a matter of fact, there were scratches on the frame, showing that a knife or chisel had been used. The fatal bullet, gentlemen, was fired through the transom. The man who fired it stood on a chair, but the chair wasn't quite high enough, proving that he was a short man, shorter than you, Mr. Mayor. So the man that fired the shot took a thick book and placed it on the chair. I noticed a while ago that there were footmarks on a dictionary in the adjoining room, and I satisfied myself that they corresponded in size with the shoes Williams wears." The mayor still seemed incredulous. "After discovering that," continued the inspector, "it wasn't hard to squeeze a confession out of Williams. He's a loyal cuss, and he was devoted to his master. Tonight he heard sounds of a heated quarrel in the den and stepped to the door to listen. It seems Cosgrove had given him strict orders not to interrupt conferences with his associates, so Williams didn't dare to enter. As the quarrel grew noisier, he climbed up on the chair and pried the transom open with his knife. Both of you were too excited to hear the noise. Well, he saw you, Mr. Mayor, threatening Cosgrove with a pistol. Williams has carried a gun for years, expecting that his master would someday get into a scrape of some sort. Frightened by what he saw, he drew it and aimed at your head, Mr. Mayor, and yanked away at the trigger. But in the same instant, Cosgrove threw the telephone at you, and you dodged, so Williams's bullet hit Cosgrove instead." Shelby blinked his eyes bewilderedly. "But I fired a shot," he exclaimed. "I know I did, for the barrel of the pistol was still warm a few minutes later." "Oh, sure, but there were two shots," explained Logan, and Shelby remembered the long, drawn-out roar that had come just before Cosgrove dropped, and reflected that the two cracks could easily have merged into one. "Your aim was deflected when Cosgrove threw the telephone at you, and your bullet went into the couch over there. Here it is." The inspector threw a leaden missile on the table. "Care to keep it for a souvenir?" Shelby fingered the bullet with an abstracted air. "Williams isn't very long on nerve," continued the inspector. "When he saw what he had done, he got panicky. Then it occurred to him that the simplest way out of the fix was to stand aside and let things take their course. I guess we'll forgive him in consideration of his loyalty to his master. Both of you are in something of a mess, though. I understand your position, Mr. Mayor. Williams told me what he heard of the conversation between you and Cosgrove, but I have a very short memory. I like a man that's willing to take a fighting chance. We've got to get you and Williams out of this mess, though." He paced the floor with long, lunging strides, then stopped abruptly. "Aspwell, there have been a lot of burglars prowling about this part of town lately." The sergeant stared for a moment, then grinned. "Yes, sir, they've been working overtime around here for some weeks, and some of them are real desperate. Handy with the gats, too. I guess we can fix up something." "Thanks, Inspector," murmured Shelby, gripping Barney Logan's husky hand. "I gambled on you and won, though not in the way I expected." "Fool's luck," said the inspector, chuckling. "But I guess we're all fools at times. Good night, Mr. Mayor." End of Souvenirs by Herman Landon. His 13th Wife by Herbert Raymond Garter. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. With Jonas Bruckner, marriage had become a habit, and a highly profitable one. Under various aliases, he had led a dozen different wives to the altar, and later followed them to the grave. In each instance, he had survived to find himself a wiser and richer man. Naturally, the statutes concerning bigamy had never troubled him. In every venture, he had been legally free of his previous bride before contracting the responsibilities resulting from another wedding. And by uncanny good fortune, the laws against murder had left him unscathed and unsuspected. Since the days of his youth, Bruckner had worshipped Bluebeard as his hero. In his teens, he had devoured newspaper accounts of the doings of such modern maniacs. Invariably, their unskillful slaying of successive spouses in order to collect insurance had ended in their intimate association with the scaffold, the electric chair, or the guillotine. Bruckner would smile in his sleeve over their clumsiness, and in choosing his vocation, resolved that he at least would never be so crude. Insurance companies, he had learned, were customarily curious, and the profession which Bruckner proposed to enter made inquisitiveness on the part of others extremely undesirable. In the first place, he determined never to give his name to any maiden or widow who carried a policy on her life. Should his prospects be insured, they must allow that protection to lapse upon the assurance that the bridegroom possessed plenty for two. Thus, he eliminated one source of suspicion as to his motives. If, however, those who ensnared his accordion-like heart happened to be wealthy, Bruckner certainly could not be blamed. Besides, he always made it a rule to state to the license clerk that he was a bachelor, casually adding that he was well-to-do and retired. This knowledge was also the bait he persistently dangled in order to catch his intended victims. The plan had been remarkably successful, to which Bruckner's worldly possessions bore mute testimony. Frequently money talks, but Bruckner's was as silent as the graves from which it had been obtained. Under each new alias he maintained a modest bank account for current expenses. None of them had been large enough to cause him any regret if he suddenly found it inconvenient to cash another check or present himself in person to claim his balance. The bulk of his fortune he kept in cash in several widely separated safe deposit vaults. To the banks where these sums were stored. He was known under various names, and was understood to be an eccentric man who travelled extensively. The names he assumed for this purpose were never employed for any other form of his activities. His long absences and semi-occasional appearances caused no comment, and had never resulted in any undue curiosity. In fact, the officials of these reserve institutions, as he termed them, were not aware of the contents of the boxes Bruckner rented. Probably they imagined that he used them for storing papers. One, however, did contain something vastly different. In it were the tools of his trade, poisons of varying natures which he picked up at intervals in infinitesimal quantities in various parts of the world. Being versatile, he liked to vary his method of operation and took a genuine pride in his work. Mad he undoubtedly was. But the man was an artist, and no manufacturer or financier or creator of beautiful things ever took more satisfaction in his accomplishments than did Bruckner. The one fly in the ointment was the fact that he could never confide to anyone just how clever he really was. To atone for this, and by way of diversion, he occasionally indulged in criminalities of a totally different nature, in fields where he might share his triumphs with others. He had a smattering of medicine and knew much chemistry, both of which he studied with sinister intent. He had played at being an amateur cracksman, and had been complimented upon his skill in opening safes. Likewise, he had participated in several notorious Black Hand outrages and was well and favorably known in those circles. That is, the personality he assumed for this purpose was known to such associates. Thus, Bruckner had broadened his knowledge of ways and means of producing death in secret and had familiarized himself with other branches of the trade, upon which he might fall back in case wife murder ever became an unhealthy occupation. Bruckner flattered himself that during the whole of his career he had never made a single mistake. Not once had he been regarded as anything but a sincere mourner at the biers of his dear departed. Never had he run afoul of coroner or police. At times he chuckled over his remarkable capabilities and congratulated himself upon his caution and truly exceptional foresight. Perhaps his success was due to the fact that he concentrated upon crime in its more subtle branches and had never been addicted to any vice, either petty or great. Nor had a pretty face ever tempted him. During the whole of his marital adventures, Bruckner had never once been in love, not even the victim of a passing infatuation. Business before pleasure was his motto, and he adhered to it strictly. Because he found the courtship stage of his engagements a trying ordeal, marriage usually followed his proposals swiftly. With grim humor, he often boasted to himself that he had no heart, and in view of this fact, he was reluctant to indulge needlessly in silly lovemaking. The women of his choice were invariably rather mature and usually unromantic. The more homely they might be, the better satisfied he was. A young and attractive wife might have admirers who would interfere with his plans. She would also be more likely to have relatives who might have too much to say, and to whom her death would be a real bereavement. Widows with children were banned. He had an aversion to stepsons and daughters about the house. Instead, this pseudo-lonely bachelor always sought a matron similarly situated, each with a tidy sum to support them and both desiring a quiet, comfortable home. There was method in his rule. Not only was he assured of privacy in the domicile about to be established, but he could not be accused of the unpardonable crime of marrying for money. Bruckner was both sensitive and proud. He valued the good opinion of the community because it was an asset in his curious business. To pick out a bride of great wealth would mean additional difficulty in collecting his inheritance after the obsequies. Such details would be bound to be annoying, and Bruckner loved simplicity in this respect. A few $1,000s, always less than his own little nest egg, and perhaps a small property upon which no other heirs had any claim, were to be readily gathered in without the formality of court proceedings or the advice of counsel. After each deal he cashed in his gains, opened a new bank account under a new name, and stored his net profits in one of his safety deposit boxes. This had been going on for years. It was true that such gradual means of accumulating wealth necessitated many marriages. None of his wives had lived more than 3 years after the wedding, but in no case did he cause a death under 12 months. He remained prudent rather than avaricious or hasty. He never sought a rapid denouement at the risk of personal safety. Moreover, his wives all died seemingly natural deaths, and were fittingly interred. Bruckner would not countenance anything so crude as to savor of murder. Also, Bruckner had a certain sentiment about proper burials. As a result, each simple ceremony was marked with unostentatious respect. While the countryside was dotted here and there with nicely cared-for graves and tastefully adequate tombstones, everything he did was done very well. Chapter 2. When analyzed, Bruckner's plan was as simple as it was practical and resultful. He would go to a small town and take a comfortable room at a cheap hotel or boarding house, frequented only by men. Without undue heraldry, he would announce that he was seeking a suitable place to end his days. After he had attained the age of 50, this sounded reasonable. So he discarded the various fantastic stories so successfully circulated during his youth. These had been ingenious but rather more risky. In fact, he now looked back with concern upon the chances he had taken in connection with his first alliance, contracted when he was 20. His initial venture had culminated admirably, however, and his 4 successive ones, covering a scant 10 years, also paid him neat profits. Now, when he was installed in a new and temporary residence, Bruckner would make it a point to scrape up a speaking acquaintance with a few substantial but humble souls in the neighborhood. He never associated with those who were prominent or overly endowed with worldly goods. He could not afford to make a permanent name for himself. He was always fading out of or into a picture. He was but a passing incident in the life of each community. To his chosen cronies, he would casually state that he was a plain man without frills. He regretted that he had not settled down and taken unto himself a life companion before he had grown too old to think of matrimony. Frequently this observation would bring forth good-natured chuckles and sly winks. Male matchmakers would pass on the word to their romance-hatching wives, and soon several no longer young hopefuls would begin to preen themselves and press Mr. Bruckner to drop in for tea. Reluctantly, he would accept and begin to judiciously sound out the situation. If all seemed well, he would guardedly hint at his state of mind, and eventually suggest a married partnership on the basis of mutual contribution to costs and common connubial convenience. If the proposition met with a favorable reception and the recipient of his attentions appeared pliable, the marriage would be solemnized at no distant date. When this portion of the program was over, Bruckner would bide his time before springing the climax of his little drama. There were several phases of the stage setting to be considered. If his newly acquired wife was not possessed of real property, and there seemed no reason for their remaining where they were, he would find some good incentive for moving to another city. The death of a middle-aged matron causes less comment in a neighborhood where she is a stranger. Such a move made, he could proceed at his leisure, without engendering gossip or unwelcome sympathy. Of course, where a wife possessed valuable lots and houses, or perhaps a little business, he must gradually make excuses to dispose of these, or else remain on the spot and wait until he could do so as sole executor. Practice had made him perfect, no matter which course he was forced to take. In any event, no sooner would the funeral be forgotten than Bruckner would move on. Invariably, those who had known him expressed their regret and felt genuinely sorry for the lonely, broken-hearted man. Once or twice a second candidate had coyly sought his attention, but such women had no chance whatever. Under no conditions would Bruckner marry twice in the same town, or even under the same name. His various ventures were widely separated as to scene. He would shake his name together with the dust of the deserted community and assume a new and equally commonplace one upon his arrival in the section selected for his next proceeding. That little matter of choice of names indicated his extreme cleverness. Never was he known by a distinctive cognomen. His surname was likely to be the most numerously mentioned in the local directory. Fortune favored Bruckner in that he was a man whose appearance made his age seem uncertain. As he pleased, he was readily able to subtract or add 10 to 20 years from the truth. Then, too, he made a careful study of personal appearance, and without resorting to artificial means of disguise, had in his box of tricks several methods of altering his looks. Little niceties of dress, a different manner of brushing the hair, and the time-worn cultivation or destruction of mustaches, beards, side whiskers, and imperials all served his purpose upon occasion. Possessed of an excellent memory, a perfect capacity for forgetting the past, and a penchant for looking into the future, Bruckner was well equipped. He was devoid of conscience, insensible to sentiment, and looked forward to the day when he might safely write his memoirs, to be published posthumously. Chapter 3. Such was the man who found himself a widower for the 12th time last fall. Upon casting up his accounts after the final ceremonies of that funeral, Bruckner, as he then elected to style himself, discovered that his total fortune amounted to some $200,000. It was safely stowed away in his safe deposit strongholds. He had remaining, under the new name of Bruckner, sufficient capital to see him through his next adventure. The surplus he did not mean to touch, as usual. Yet in the weeks that followed the death and the settlement of the estate of his most recent wife, Bruckner seriously considered the idea of remaining single. Like many another prosperous man, after years of striving, he longed for a life of indolence, broken of its monotony by such pursuits as might please him. He hated the very thought of a home. He had no wish to settle down. He had possessed a surfeit of wives that he did not want in a personal way. Bruckner had married them in the casual course of business, and this gave him a thought, in the nature of a vacation. Suppose he should seek a spouse who actually pleased him. Thus far he had not experienced such a genuine pleasure. For a man married as much as he, the situation was silly. Yet Bruckner had his doubts. If he paid court to a young and beautiful girl, one whom he really admired, he might, even after the passage of all these years, fall in love with her. That would prove fatal. He had heard of idiots, drunk with love, who told their wives everything. That would never do. In the first place, the lady might not prove sympathetic. Also, he was certain that sooner or later he would desire to kill her, from sheer force of habit or perhaps from ennui, since he no longer needed money. Such a situation would be awkward if he became devoted to her, for then he would break the heart which had been proof against Cupid's darts through all these years of many marriages. So he relinquished the thought and went to New York to rest up a bit and think the situation over. As usual, he went to a modest hotel. Yet the days he spent alone were tedious, and like a fish out of water, he longed to plunge once more into the matrimonial sea. For a time he had whiled away some of his hours in the company of a Russian who claimed to have been a watchmaker to the late Tsar. This gentleman still made timepieces, but he made them to put in bombs, and made them very well. His genius appealed to Bruckner, and the two became quite friendly, although Bruckner was slightly nervous lest the police should visit the bomb maker's place while he was present. However, he had no other company. His safe-cracking friends were all in jail, and the others were safe beyond the reach of the law, or else had been reached by it and removed from this vale of tears. So he found himself craving for action and the further exercise of his remarkable talents. Then he met Mrs. Mary Corcoran, a healthy, husky lady who was doomed to become his wife from the first moment he saw her. Mrs. Corcoran was a widow of just the proper age, not too wealthy, Bruckner thought. Although she was possessed of a trifle more than her predecessors, she owned a place by the seashore and was extremely fond of bathing. She had a little motorboat, and at the time when Bruckner entered her life, was about to open her bungalow for the season. The situation appealed to Bruckner. He needed a rest and a change of clime, and a stay by the sea would be welcome. It would do him good and build up his health while he planned how to break down hers. So he mentioned to the widow as much of his plan as was fitting for the lady to know. She proved entirely agreeable, even eager, Bruckner thought. In fact, he was rather afraid that she was in love with him. That might prove awkward, but it could not be helped. So he married her and took a solemn oath that when this adventure was over, he would never again tempt fate. The bungalow was on a little sandy point, some miles from the nearest town and the railroad station. Mrs. Bruckner, née Corcoran, taxied back and forth from the village in her motorboat when her fancy suggested such journeys or purchases required them. Bruckner spent much of his time sitting on the beach with his pipe and his thoughts, and practically lived the life of a married hermit. They got on together beautifully, and Bruckner thanked his stars that the woman did not desire him to be eternally complimenting and petting her. Her sole aim was his comfort, and never in all of his 13 marital ventures had he lived so pleasantly and contentedly. It almost seemed a shame to terminate such an ideal arrangement. In fact, it would be little short of a crime. Chapter 4. But just as he knew he would, Bruckner reverted to type. He simply could not resist the temptation to kill the woman. She did not annoy him. He had nothing against her, and he did not wish her money. Just the same, he wanted to kill her, and he wanted to do it in some new and original way. For days he thought it over, and grew more perplexed with the passage of time. He could not sleep at night, and he found himself nervous and restless. His appetite began to fail, a condition unheard of before, and even his pipe and tobacco failed to solace him. Once or twice he wondered whether it would not be wise if he went out and got drunk. He vetoed that idea, however, for he had always made it a rule to keep his head clear and his brain unfuddled. Drunken men and women, Bruckner always said, are inclined to talk too much, and he was a man of silence. Besides, the hooch lately available had, in cases, proved fatal. During all of his meditation and perplexity, Mrs. Bruckner remained in blissful ignorance of the thing which was troubling him. It was true that she seemed to suspect that something was wrong, but when she pressed for an explanation, he naturally put her off. She appeared to be alarmed about his health and was constantly urging him to go and consult a physician. He flatly refused and told her he had never been sick in his life. Of course he knew what was the matter, and also knew very well that no physician's prescription would cure his ailment. His wife made more frequent trips to the little village, and even went to New York to bring back dainty viands to tempt his appetite. Apparently her sole ambition in life was to prepare a dish that would tickle his palate, and Bruckner was not without some appreciation of her kindness and concern. At times, he almost resolved to put away his idea and let the woman live. But impatience to have it over with and to be at peace with the world mastered him at last. His intentions crystallized into action on the morning when she announced her intention of going over to Calder's Point to attend a pinochle party. Bruckner never played cards and said that he would not go. However, he even urged that she indulge in this pleasant diversion. "You stay around me too much," he pressed her tenderly. "You're wearing yourself out looking after my health. Stop worrying and have a good time while you may. I mean while you're still young and have your health," he added, realizing that he had almost made an unfortunate slip. "All right, I will, if you really don't mind," she agreed, and explained that the party would occur on the following Monday night. She proposed to take the motorboat over, leaving at 7 o'clock, remain for the night, and chug back again the following morning. Bruckner was delighted. A sudden inspiration had plunged him into an ecstasy of joy. At last, like a bolt from the blue, he had hit upon a plan to do away with the woman. It was entirely possible that the thing had been done before, but it was new with Bruckner. It could not possibly savor of design, and it would happen while she was away. He would be presumed to know nothing of the accident until the heart-rending news should be brought to him. Then he would be stunned. Bruckner was a past master at registering grief, surprise, anguish, but after the funeral he could spend the entire summer at the bungalow in undisturbed peace. He was glad that he could accomplish his purpose so early in the spring, for unlike the average man, his thoughts did not lightly turn to love in that entrancing period. The thought necessitated a visit to his friend, the clockmaker to the former Tsar. He made it and outlined his needs minutely. That is, he told the clockmaker precisely the sort of box he desired, how long and how wide it should be, and explained just how its timepiece was to be set. It was to be put up in a candy box and tied neatly with ribbon. It should weigh 5 pounds and bear the wrapping of a smart confectioner. On the day he meant to use it, Bruckner would call for the box. It must be ready, and everything must be fixed so that he would not need to unwrap it. Mrs. Bruckner was going away in her little sea taxi at 7 o'clock. He would arrive from the city an hour before. He planned to reach the bungalow via a hired launch, timing himself to get there a little late for supper, but in time to bid her goodbye. When he did so, he would thoughtfully put the candy box in his wife's motorboat, calling her attention to it, and laughingly instructing her not to nibble at its contents during the journey. He wished her to save it for the party and present it to her hostess. He hoped she would obey. The trip would take her a little more than an hour. She did not mind that, since she loved the sea and could handle her craft as well as any man. But if everything went well, Mrs. Bruckner would never land at the wharf at Calder's Point. Just about 15 minutes before she was due to reach that settlement, the little clock would tick its final tick, and Mrs. Bruckner would proceed to eternity instead of the pinochle party. The complete simplicity of the scheme appealed to him strongly. He would put the bomb near the gasoline tank. Its explosion would destroy that container, and everyone would surmise that the blowing up of the fuel store had caused the tragedy. No one but the dead woman would know about the candy box. That is, no one but the clockmaker of the Tsar. That gentleman would not be likely to speak. Secrecy was also essential to the success of his profession, and in such matters he was strictly honorable and thoroughly reliable. He need not know for whom the box was intended, and for reasons of his own, he would not inquire too deeply into the matter. Chapter 5. Everything went as planned. On Monday morning, Mr. Bruckner announced that it would be necessary for him to go to the city in connection with some business at his broker's. He promised to return as speedily as he could, but told his wife not to wait for him if he should not be home by the time she intended to leave. That was camouflage, carefully planned. He always thought of little details like that in order to turn away suspicion from the minds of his victims. Besides, he wanted to establish an alibi and have it known that he was away all day. Moreover, he always disliked to be around his victims just before the climax of his cunning. Their very confidence and trust in him always tended to annoy him, but he knew very well that he would be back on time. Otherwise, of course, he could not place the candy box in the little launch. The clockmaker was ready for him, and the box itself was a beauty, as creditable a piece of work as Bruckner had ever seen. It did not weigh too much nor too little, and while he was assured that the watch was perfect in its mechanism and timing, it did not give forth the slightest sound. The clockmaker beamed when he saw the look of admiration in Bruckner's eyes, and told him that he might trust the little bomb implicitly. "It is worthy to blow up a prime minister," enthused its author. "Unfortunately, these days kings are few and trade is far from good. The war seems to have caused an unreasoning dislike for explosives on the part of my very best customers." Bruckner condoled with the man and took his departure. He had received the professional word of the watchmaker that the bomb would not go off if he were to drop it, and that it would not explode until 8:15 precisely. That was as Bruckner wished. The detonation would be heard just as the motorboat was entering the waters about Calder's Point, and would startle those on shore waiting for his wife. In all probability, the bomb would tear her to pieces and wreck the boat completely. At least it would utterly destroy itself and the gasoline tank. That was, of course, essential, for there must be no remaining evidence, even though no clue could possibly point to him. But because the time schedule of the railroad had been changed without his knowledge, Bruckner did not arrive at the bungalow until almost 7 o'clock. It had been a narrow escape from being too late, and the incident made him nervous, yet in a way he thought it was fortunate. Mrs. Bruckner was down at the landing, dressed in her best bib and tucker, and she greeted him with a smile and an inquiry as to his health. "You look tired, my dear," she sympathized in a motherly sort of fashion. "I really hate to go away and leave you. I am tired," Bruckner confessed. "I guess I'm not as young as I used to be, and I haven't been right pert for the last few weeks. I'll soon be better, however," he added cheerfully. "Just you go on and have a good time, and don't give a thought to me." Then he produced the candy box and displayed it to her. The boatman who had brought him was gone by this time, and he had not seen the package which Bruckner had kept wrapped in a newspaper until this very moment. Now Mrs. Bruckner took it in her hands and plucked at the ribbon, but he shook his finger at her as he might do to a naughty child. "Now don't be impatient or selfish," he reproved. "Keep it until you get to the party. Then offer some to the others with my compliments." "I suppose I should do that," she agreed with him. "And now I must be going. There's a light under the coffee on the stove, and your supper's on the table. You won't mind a cold snack, will you?" "No," said Bruckner, and then the one flaw in his plan occurred to him. How could he make sure that she would put the candy box where it would certainly destroy the gasoline tank? He could not, if he left it in her possession. Of course it would kill her, but that was not enough. His plan must work out exactly as he had intended, and the only way to ensure its perfect success was to go along in the boat. That, in a way, was a risk, but Bruckner was equal to the situation. It required quick thinking, but he had a bright idea on the spot. "Well," he reproached himself, "if I didn't forget my tobacco, I guess I'd better go back as far as the station with you, and then get one of the public launches to bring me home. It won't take more than half an hour, and I'll eat supper later." So he took the candy box from his wife's hands and helped her into the boat. She went directly to the little engine and started it as he stepped aboard. The bomb would not blow up for about an hour. In 20 minutes, he would be at the station landing. When he got out, he would put the candy box by the gasoline tank and lay a tarpaulin over it, with the explanation that he did so to keep it from being wetted by the spray. Mrs. Bruckner would think nothing of his doing that, and would probably forget all about the candy until it reminded her of itself forcibly. Speedily the little boat chugged away from the wharf and cut the waves like a knife as it shot off toward the station pier. It was twilight, growing gradually darker, and lights began to twinkle from the group of cottages ahead. "Perhaps," Bruckner suggested to his wife, "I'll stay over at the post office for a while. Maybe I can get some of the men to play a game of pool and go back home about 10 o'clock. Supper being cold, it won't make any difference, and I can make some fresh." But he never made it. There was a terrific crash. The little motor launch was rent asunder. When the detonation died away, there was nothing left but a few pieces of floating wreckage, and, curiously, a red ribbon floating on the surface of the sea. Bruckner and his wife had been blown to atoms. The clockmaker had worked well, and the bomb had gone off precisely as he had planned, at the hour appointed by Bruckner himself. But the former creator of timepieces for the Tsar was not a man who read the daily papers. In preparing the bomb and setting the clock, he had not known of the fact that the daylight saving law for the season went into effect at the stroke of 2 that morning. Hence, the explosion had occurred just 1 hour earlier than Bruckner had expected it would. Chapter 6. But simultaneously with the crash that ended the lives of the Bruckners, 2 strange men appeared before their little bungalow. The visitors on the beach looked out to sea, not knowing that the criminal they sought was now beyond their reach. "Gosh!" one of them exclaimed. "That gasoline certainly made a thorough job of it. It won't even be worthwhile to send out a rescue boat." The other detective shrugged. "I'm more interested in what we're likely to find inside the house," he said. "Since nobody seems to be home, suppose we go right in." They did, and they made a thorough search, including a chemical analysis of the coffee on the stove and the cold snack on the table. It was a delicious-looking little layout of tempting morsels, but the chemist who tested it whistled loudly in amazement when his task was finished. "The old girl must have been in a hurry to finish this chap," he announced. "She's put enough poison in all this stuff to kill an elephant. Funny, too, because she always worked slowly before." "Before?" questioned his companion. "Is she one of those fiends who marry a lot of men and murder them for their insurance?" The chemist nodded. "She was tried twice and acquitted for lack of convicting proof. But we've been watching her ever since, and her mug's in the rogues gallery under the alias of Arsenic Annie." End of his 13th Wife by Herbert Raymond Garter. Mr. Fortune's Trials by H.C. Bailey. Trial 1. The Furnished Cottage. Mr. Fortune lay in a hammock. The fragrance of lilac and hawthorn was about him. Beyond the golden glow of his azaleas flowed the quiet brown water of the Medway. Warm air moved drowsily. No sound came to him but the songs of birds. He saw no fellow creature but the blurs among the strings of hops on the hillside which were women. Mr. Fortune sighed content. Cars and people and motorboats had driven him from his old beloved garden by the Thames. The new house had been bought for peace, and peace was found. Nothing ever troubled the smiling languor of that riverside. Like heaven, Mr. Fortune murmured, only quieter. And a parlour-maid stood over him with letters. He looked and groaned. "Janet, have you no conscience?" he complained. The parlour-maid stared at him and her mouth opened a little. "No, I see you haven't. Never disturb me unless I'm really busy." He looked with abhorrence at the letters. "Do you know my engagement book? A red thing, on the right of the desk." Janet pattered off. The letters were, as he feared, invitations. The engagement book was brought. He turned the pages and his face fell. "Oh, my aunt," he mourned. He found that his next day was pledged to hostesses in London. "Take the things away." He thrust book and letters into Janet's hands. "Tell Sam I shall want the car in the morning. Telephone Wimpole Street, I'm coming up tomorrow." "Don't look so worried, Janet." "It's me that's worried." He rolled out of the hammock and wandered sadly through the garden. He was going to miss the opening of his new iris, and there was no joy in life. The next thing which happened in the case was the reception given by Lady Blanche Thurtle to see her daughter's wedding presents. Charity took Reggie Fortune there, for Lady Blanche had helped, out of her husband's millions, some of the discharged criminals on which Mr. Fortune keeps a fatherly eye. She is otherwise of no importance. Reggie found among her guests hardly a creature he knew. He wandered disconsolate through the long array of presents, trying to escape, and was brought up by a woman who took more interest in them than he did. He could not get round her. He had to look at something for civility. Old silver, Japanese figures, a gold snuff box, some rococo jewellery, a pendant of emeralds in platinum, but the woman stood still. She was panting, she was flushed. She put her hand to her breast. "I beg your pardon, can I help you?" Reggie said. She frowned at him, she shook her head. "It's nothing," she said. "It is only faintness." She turned her back on him and drew away. Mr. Fortune, lingering a moment, looked plaintively around him and gave up the entertainment. But as he worked towards the dower, he was stopped by a rosy man with a good deal of collar and tie. "Just a moment, sir. I want a word with you, please." He handed Reggie a card inscribed, "Mr. John Good, International Detective Service." "Splendid," said Reggie, and gave it back. "This way, sir," said Mr. Good, and with a plump shoulder edged him away into an anteroom, shut the door, and stood in front of it. "You understand I'm in charge here. Acting for Lady Blanche Thurtle. Won't detain you a moment." "Don't mind me," Reggie smiled. "We don't want any fuss, do we?" Mr. Good smiled back. A faint tap came at the door. Mr. Good opened it to admit a flashy fellow with a schedule in his hand. He pointed to a line in it. They whispered together. Mr. Good turned on Reggie with some ferocity. "Now look here, sir. You've been under observation. You've been behaving very odd. And there is something pretty valuable missing, which was exhibited just where you were playing about. What do you say to that?" Reggie sighed. "Who put you up to it, Mr. Good?" "What do you mean, put me up to it? I'm acting for Lady Blanche, my lad. I've got her authority all right." Yes, you," said Reggie wearily. "But I'm Reginald Fortune." "What ho?" The flashy assistant chuckled. Mr. Good breathed heavily. "Meaning the Mr. Fortune, the Scotland Yard expert? Well, you know, I'll have to verify that." "Then get on with it." "Lady Blanche knows me." Mr. Good looked cunning. Pity to trouble Lady Blanche just now. There's a police station just round the corner. They'll know Mr. Fortune. You're wasting time, Reggie sighed. I don't think. Mr. Good was more cunning than ever. If you please, sir, we don't want any fuss, do we? Reggie resigned himself. In 5 minutes, the inspector on duty at the police station was giving him a respectful welcome. And what can we do for you, Mr. Fortune? Well, you might introduce me to Mr. Good, Reggie smiled. Mr. Good seemed to shrink. Mr. Good showed an anxiety to efface himself. That's all right, that's quite all right, sir. Very sorry to trouble you. But I did have to verify it, you know. And so you shall. Just take us into a private room, Inspector. The reluctant Mr. Good was propelled onwards by the inspector. The door of a bare little den closed behind them. You want to make a complaint, Mr. Fortune? No, it's Mr. Good who makes the complaint. He's in charge of the wedding presents at Lady Blanche Thurtle's, and he says I've been behaving suspiciously. The inspector snorted. And one of the presents is gone. What was it that went, Mr. Good? Emerald pendant, sir, and he thinks I've got it. Now, Mr. Fortune, sir, that's not right, you know. I never said you had it. I didn't make a charge at all. Didn't you, though? The inspector laughed. That was kind. But I'd like it cleared up, said Reggie plaintively. Search me, please. Oh, no, sir, not me. Mr. Good shrank. I don't need, I'm quite satisfied. But I'm not. Inspector, just see if I have an emerald pendant on me. It's you asking him, not me, Mr. Good cried. The inspector, grinning, made a search. Reggie gathered his possessions again. And that's that. No emeralds. Now, Mr. Good, who put you up to this? It's not put up, sir. I don't know what you mean, Mr. Good protested. There's a lot of stuff there and all sorts of people. Lady Blanche told me herself she didn't really know half of them. People come without invitations to these shows. And begging your pardon, Mr. Fortune, you were loitering about. When my attention was drawn to you— Yes, who drew it? Well, sir, there was a young fellow came up to me and said, You the detective in charge? Well, I'd have a look there if I was you. And he pointed where you were hanging about. I knew there was some good stuff there and you acted odd. And when we found the emeralds had gone, well, Mr. Fortune, what would you have done? I should have looked after that young fellow. That's the game, the inspector chuckled. How was I to know? Mr. Good was plaintive. Would you know him again? Said Reggie. Mr. Good pondered. Smart young chap, clean-shaven, he pronounced. The inspector made a scornful noise. Well, you see, there wasn't anything about him. He just slid by. With the emeralds, said the inspector. You'd better slide after him good. And Mr. Good was not anxious to stay. Mr. John Good, International Detective Service, Reggie murmured. What's the worst you know about him? He's all right, sir, said the inspector tolerantly. No vice in him. He's only a ruddy fool. My hat, he's made a nice mess for us to clear up. His young chap got clear off with those stones. Did you have any notion about it yourself, Mr. Fortune? No. It's not much in my way, said Reggie sadly. But the inspector was wrong. No one got away with the emerald pendant. When all the guests were gone, Mr. Good found it on the floor. In a day or two, Reggie made a call on the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department. He was received with a cry of joy. The Honourable Sidney Lomas pranced round the table, holding out his arms. Reginald, my innocent child, embrace me. I thank heaven for your deliverance. Not a stain upon your character, they tell me. Wonderful. You know all about it, do you? Said Mr. Fortune morosely. These little things will get about. Lomas chuckled. I wish I'd seen you at the police station. The fair young hero falsely accused, defying calumny. Where are my emeralds? Says the villain hoarsely. Search me, the noble youth cried. Search me, varlet. And his innocence was proved in the fair light of heaven. Yes, I wasn't taking any risks, said Mr. Fortune. You see, I'd had the beastly things in my pocket. The face of Lomas changed like an actor's from mirth to gravity. The devil you had! And what have you been up to, Fortune? I wish I knew. I was stuck in that show behind a woman who was having a spasm of the heart. When we moved on, I thought I felt something at my coattails. I found that emerald pendant in my pocket. I dropped the beastly thing under the table and looked about for anybody suspicious. All very ordinary people. And then Mr. John Good, of the International Detective Service, was arresting me. Queer sensation, Lomas. Ever tried it? Nobody has arrested me yet, said the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department modestly. Oh, don't despair. Well, now, there's one or two little questions. What about our Mr. Good? It did occur to me Mr. Good might have been bribed to get me into a mess. Lomas shook his head. He wouldn't take it on. We know all about Good. He's a bustling ass, but he don't touch shady jobs. No, I should say there was a jewel thief at work who saw Good watching him and slipped the stuff into your pocket. Good wasn't watching anybody. He said he looked at me because somebody told him to. I dare say, probably the chap who lifted the emeralds. Some of these fellows play a very bold game. Lomas chuckled. Some of 'em have a sense of humor too. I'm afraid you don't see the joke, Fortune. We are not amused, said Reggie gloomily. Suppose I hadn't got rid of those emeralds. Suppose they'd been found on me. What would you have said, Lomas? Oh, my dear fellow, you'd have told your story. We should have said the thief put them in your pocket. If Good was fool enough to make a charge, we should have got it dismissed. Yes. And the next time I was called as an expert witness, I should have been cross-examined about these emeralds, and the jury wouldn't trust a word I said about anything. Good Lord, you'd never dare put me in the box if there had been a charge like this against me. This little business would have made an end of Mr. Fortune. Lomas frowned. You mean somebody wants to get you out of the way? Do you suspect anyone? Well, I must have made a few enemies in my time, and more than I know. Most of them have been hanged, said Lomas grimly. I don't think the criminal population go to Lady Blanche Thurtle's. Did you see any face you knew? No criminals. No criminal name on her list. But what's that amount to? I didn't know a quarter of the people. Nor did she. Old Mr. Parvenu gave a great ball, and of all the fine guests he knew no one at all. Hang it, your theory is there was a crook in the place. Yes, but the professional crook don't bear a grudge against Mr. Fortune. We don't worry you with vulgar stealing. No, no. And I shouldn't have thought the beggars who hate me would play about to get me charged with theft. Their idea would be something with boiling oil in it. Lomas laughed. Well, I shouldn't lose sleep about that. I don't, said Mr. Fortune. Goodbye, old thing. I don't like London. Too difficult for my gentle mind. And he returned to his house of brown stone by the brown Medway and spent genial days in bringing his roses up by hand and rested from his labours in a canoe upon the lonely river. And Elise the cook and Janet the parlour-maid watched over him tenderly. It was a lazy June evening. Mr. Fortune dined in flannels. He sat before an empty plate and watched the remains of the maraschino ice melt about the strawberries. Mr. Fortune sighed. I am a coward, Janet, he said sadly, and Janet almost dropped the coffee tray. I always know when I've had enough. In a gentle melancholy, he took his cigar into the garden, and as usual the river tempted him. He sank upon the cushions of the canoe. The western sky above the woods still glowed, but the freshness of night was on the air. The steers in the lush pastures by the river came rustling to drink. The voices of men crossing a wooden bridge to the village inn died away. Mr. Fortune coaxed his canoe along in the slack water to tinder the high bank from which the hops rose in a network of green. On that side by the bridge stood an old cottage. As he came near, a man ran out, saw him, checked, and hailed him. Hallo, I say, do you know where I can get a doctor? Mr. Fortune groaned. I'm a doctor, he confessed. What's the matter? My mother's had an accident, a fall. I can't stop the bleeding. I say, would you mind? Awfully good of you. Mr. Fortune swept the canoe into the bank and tied up to an old alder root. Thanks most awfully. I'm afraid she's rather badly hurt. And we're all alone in the place. Only use it for weekends. Haven't got a servant." He hurried on, talking fast. "Lucky to get you. Mother, I've got a doctor. Come in, sir." Mr. Fortune came into a low, dark room. The man stood aside. "Here you are." Mr. Fortune was thrust forward, fell. He was on his face on rough stone. There was a slamming thud overhead. He scrambled to his feet and found himself in a cellar. Faint light came into it through an iron grating at one end. He made his way there. The bars were built into the stone walls of the cottage. He peered about him, and his eyes, growing used to the gloom, saw an old and broken stair leading up to the trap door through which he had been thrown. The cellar was a big place, dug out in the sandstone under the whole of the cottage, empty but for a chair and a jug on it. He climbed the rickety stair and thrust at the trap door. It held fast, and when he tried to use more force, the stair cracked under him. He waited, listening. He was aware of movement and a pungent smell. "Oh, my aunt," he muttered. And then a woman's voice spoke. "Goodbye, Mr. Reginald Fortune," it said, and it gave a queer, panting laugh. "Goodbye, Fortune," the man said. "Just off to sink your canoe." "Goodbye, Mr. Fortune," the woman said again. "There's water for you down there. It's hot weather, isn't it? You'll soon be thirsty. But don't drink it till you get bored. It has quite a lot of strychnine in it. Goodbye." He heard a door shut and locked. He heard a car started. It whirred away and was gone. The cellar felt very quiet. Mr. Fortune sat down on the sandstone and considered things. He knew the cottage. It belonged to a painter. It had been to let furnished. It stood alone at the end of a lane which served no other house. The nearest was half a mile away. Even if he could shout loud enough for the sound to come out of the cellar, there was no one to hear. And shouting would make him thirsty. He would not be missed that night. His servants did not wait up for him. In the morning, when they found he had not come home, there would be a search. They knew he had gone out in the canoe. The canoe would be found sunk. The river would be dragged. A day's work, several days' work, while he lay in the cellar with a jug of poisoned water to drink. Lomas would sit up and take notice. Lomas would put good men on the job. They might pick up something. They might think of trying the empty cottage. But how soon? How long could he last without water? How long hold out against the temptation of that poisoned jug? "Oh, Peter, I'm thirsty already," he muttered. Perhaps the old woman was only trying to frighten him. Perhaps the water wasn't really poisoned. He put the tip of a finger into it and touched his tongue. Bitter, yes, the old woman told the truth. Strychnine, and a good dose of it. And he would be sitting there, wild with thirst, looking at her poisoned water. The old woman must have thought a good deal about making him suffer. "Yes, I don't think I want to amuse her," said Mr. Fortune. "Better simplify things. Better not wait till the cursed water was tempting. Spill it all and be done with it." But with his hand on the jug he stopped. "Reginald, you're getting rattled," he rebuked himself. "You're funking." He examined his resources. Some cigars, a box of matches, a small penknife. He rose and wandered about the cellar. The beams and the planks above were oak. Against them, against the heavy trap-door, his little knife could do nothing. He tried the bars of the grating. They were firm, and even if he had broken them, the hole was far too small for escape. He sat down on the floor and broke up the chair. When he had a pile of wood, he cut some into chips, working fast. He carried his pile to the grating, pushed the chips through into the garden and upon them the wood. He struck a match and looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He lit his pile, coaxed it into a fire and fed it carefully. It did not burn well, for it lay in a tangle of bushes, but it made of them volumes of white smoke. In a little while, through the crackle and hissing of the fire, he heard heavy footsteps and voices. Then he put his head to the grating and shouted into the smoke. "Well now, if that ben't a queer thing," he heard a voice thick with beer. "'Tis right against the old cottage wall." Reggie shouted again. "Help! Help! Get me out! Did you hear that, Bert? Come from underground, like. Where be you, mate? Down in the cellar. Shut in the cellar. Break into the cottage and get me out. However did you go to get yourself shut down there? What be doing with a fire? Who be you, my lad?" "Mr. Fortune from Southley. Break into the cottage and lift the cellar trap. 'Tis the London gentleman from Southley, Bert. However did you get down there, sir?" "The people locked up the place while I was down here." "Well now. Lucky for you we saw your fire as we was a-coming home from alehouse." "Wasn't it lucky?" said Reggie, fuming. "But I wonder if I'm ever coming out." "Oh, us'll have you out, quick." At last they were spurred to action. A window crashed. A heavy body came down on the floor. The trap door was raised, and Reggie, carrying his jug, came carefully up the broken steps. "Bolted you down, sir?" his deliverer said curiously. "So they did." "Some mistake?" Reggie smiled. "I didn't know as there was any folks in the old cottage, didn't you? Well, thanks very much." Money passed. With some difficulty he got rid of those helpful Kentish men. They suffered from curiosity. Mr. Fortune, coming home by the road, entered through the front door. Janet, the parlour-maid, ran out into the hall at the sound and saw him with a jug in his hand. She stared. She was bewildered. "Only me, Janet," said Mr. Fortune, and came to the telephone. Janet's large eyes gazed at the jug. "I thought you went out on the river," she stammered. Mr. Fortune contemplated her agitation with paternal interest. "So I did." He switched the telephone through to the study, took his jug there and sat down to make a trunk call. He was never an early riser. He was still in his pyjamas and was shaving when a large car drew up at the brown house. 4 men got out of it. Reggie smiled. "Turned out the whole force," he murmured. A tap came at his dressing-room door. "The Honourable Sidney Lomas, sir." Janet's voice was faint with awe. "Let 'em all come," said Mr. Fortune, and wiped his face. The next moment Lomas was with him, gripping both his hands. "My dear fellow, thank God you're safe. I should never have forgiven myself if anything had happened. After that affair with the wedding presents, I shouldn't have let you come down here alone." Behind Lomas filed into the room the solid form of Superintendent Bell, Inspector Morden, dark and gaunt, and a comely youth unknown to Mr. Fortune. "Well, well, all the talents," said he. "This is very flattering." He perched on the windowsill, for chairs were scarce. "So you think it was the people behind the wedding present stunt who put me in the cellar?" "Yes. That was rather my idea. You always thought the wedding present business was serious." Lomas nodded. "I ought to have looked after you. Thank God you've come through. We'll take no more risks, Reginald. Now let's get on. Have you got any theories?" "Well, somebody's out for my blood. It's revenge, I suppose." "That's it, sir." Bell nodded. "Some fellow you brought to justice is after you, or his pals." "I can't think of anyone I've convicted who has got out of prison lately." "No, I looked into that," Lomas said. "There's no one, and the fellows you convict don't generally get out of prison. They have friends, though," Bell persisted. "This is revenge, all right." "Yes, rather subtle revenge. Did you notice? They're not so keen to kill me plain. They could have done that last night. A knife in the back in that dark cottage, a shot, and I should have gone out, but that wasn't good enough. First they tried to ruin me. Then they locked me up with a jug of poisoned water. I had to suffer before I died." "Diabolical," said Lomas. "Hate," Reggie shrugged. "Somebody's feeling very bitter against me." "And that somebody's a pal of one of the fellows you've convicted, sir," said Bell. "That's all right," Inspector Morden glowered. "But if we've got to work through all the pals of all the fellows Mr. Fortune's hanged, it's going to be a long job." Bell was watching his Mr. Fortune's grave face with reverence. "Anyone you're thinking of, sir?" he said softly. "I fancy the woman last night was the woman with a bad heart who got in my way at the wedding present show." I suppose the heart attack was faked, Lomas said. No, I don't think it was faked. Middle-aged woman, looking older than her years, good deal of grey hair, ordinary height, stout, mottled complexion, brown eyes, cultivated voice. Disease of the muscle of the heart. She uses nitrite of amyl for it. I smelt the stuff. With her a young man, average size, dark hair and complexion, rather dressy, brown tweeds with a sprig of heather in his buttonhole. Inspector Morden smiled. Not much in that, sir, is there? Well, I don't know, I'm sorry, it's all I've got, Reggie murmured apologetically. Oh, I think it was a small car they went off in. Well, somebody may have seen the car, Lomas said. There's that. Somebody may have met the people. Somebody must know who took the cottage. That's what you have to work on, Bell. If you want more men, let me know. I'll see the chief constable at Maidstone on my way back to town. Now, look here, Fortune, old man. I'm leaving you Sergeant Underwood. He thrust forward the comely youth who smiled shyly. He's your new secretary, and he's not going to let you out of his sight. But that's very embarrassing, said Mr. Fortune. I'm just going to have my bath. Under the care of Sergeant Underwood, who was firm with him but not fussy, he resumed his tranquil life, and Superintendent Bell and Inspector Morden scorned delights and lived laborious days trying to trace the lady with heart disease and her assistant. They billeted themselves in a modest lodging in Maidstone. It was not their desire to attract attention or to advertise that the Criminal Investigation Department was anxious about the safety of Mr. Fortune. They found the country people deeply interested in the affair, and telling the tale with picturesque decorations, but anxious for more information, not able to give any. Observed the two of them arriving unobtrusively on push bicycles at Mr. Fortune's gate in the gloaming. On the other side of the house, on the veranda, Mr. Fortune lay in a long chair with his first cigar after dinner. Sergeant Underwood sat by him, studying a treatise on wireless. Sergeant Underwood cocked his head, rose silently, and stood in front of Mr. Fortune, a hand in the pocket of his dinner jacket. Mr. Fortune chuckled. Don't be hasty, my child. I know that step. From the sunken Dutch garden arose the square shape of Superintendent Bell, with Inspector Morden's length in support. Enter first conspirator and second conspirator. Mr. Fortune smiled. Hallo, Bell. You look worried. Another little drink wouldn't do you any harm. Fill the cup that clears today of past regrets and future fears. Speak your minds. Mine's water, said Inspector Morden gloomily. Plain water. Nothing else while working, thank you. What a life. What a life, Reggie murmured. But Bell allowed himself to taste Mr. Fortune's 1,870 brandy. You know, sir, it's one of those cases that looks so easy till you get at 'em. Bell began to open his heart. Find the people that rented the cottage. Well, any fellow ought to be able to do that, you might say, but it isn't such a soft job. The place wasn't taken through any agents, but direct from the owner. He's up in his London studio. He advertised it to let furnished. A young woman, Mrs. John Smith by name if you please, said she'd take it for a couple of months and paid in advance, so he didn't bother about a reference. He don't remember anything about her looks. Pleasant, he says, and quite the lady, but he's pretty sure she was young. Well, that don't help us. You'd think some of the country people must have seen folks at the cottage. We can't find anybody who ever noticed 'em. You'd think the car might have caught somebody's eye. There is talk of a grey two-seater King seen in the lane some time, but no one can say when. And there's quite a lot of grey two-seaters on the road. I'm afraid you're having a lot of trouble, Bell, said Reggie pensively. It isn't the trouble, sir. It's not getting anywhere. Very well managed business, Reggie murmured. Just see that no one's about, Underwood. Sergeant Underwood wandered about behind them, and Bell went on, Oh, they're smart enough. I don't mind owning, sir, I don't like to think of them dodging clear of us now. You mean they'll try for me again? Reggie smiled. It's only too likely, Bell. So bad for the department. I'm not thinking about the department, sir. I'm thinking about you. This last time was as near as no matter. Yes, I don't want them to try again, Reggie agreed. But there it is, sir, Belle insisted. We've got nowhere. It looked as if we had a lot to go on, and it's all fizzled out. I don't know what you mean, a lot, Inspector Morden broke in. We had nothing, my way of thinking. Find an old woman with heart disease, and a young chap with a bit of heather in his buttonhole and a grey two-seater. Might as well ask us to took for a woman with 2 eyes and a nose and a boy in trousers. No, I wouldn't say that, Morden, Reggie murmured. I wouldn't say that. There are points. Are there, sir? Well, I don't see 'em. Morden was peevish. Perhaps you wouldn't mind telling us what you do, Mr. Fortune? Reggie stirred in his chair. We'll have to go through with it, he said. Well, Morden, I should go to all the chemists in Tunbridge Wells. I should ask 'em if, within the last month or 2, they've been selling to any new customers nitrite of amyl, or nitroglycerine. Nitroglycerine? That's dynamite, isn't it? Morden cried. Why, sir, do you think they're using explosives? Reggie shook his head. You've got such an imagination, Morden. No bombs. Nitroglycerin helps the heart along. But I dare say she only uses nitrite of amyl. Well, if there's a newcomer in Tunbridge Wells who's using the stuff and has a young man and a grey two-seater, I'll see what I can do about it. It beats me, said Morden angrily. If you knew all that, sir, why didn't you tell us before? My dear fellow, I did tell you. I said the lady had a heart, probably used nitrite of amyl, and the boy wore heather. And where's Tunbridge Wells in that, Mr. Fortune? Where the heather grows. The nearest place to here where there's any heather is the hills beyond Tunbridge Wells, Crowborough way. Of course, he may have got it somewhere else. They may have had a long run in that car, but if they did, he wouldn't be stopping to pick heather. Most likely they work from a base somewhere near, and most likely he picks his little flowers near home. I should try Tunbridge Wells. That's pretty neat, Mr. Fortune, Belle said reverently. If they ever were at Tunbridge Wells, they'll be off by now, Morden grumbled. We're a day or 2 after the fair. You think so? Reggie sighed. I don't think they're done with me yet, and I don't think they're afraid of me, or you either, Morden. Inspector Morden glared. Rather upset you, haven't they, sir? He said. They'll be afraid all right if we can get hold of them. I wonder, Reggie said. Days passed. Sergeant Underwood learnt much about begonias and something of the white wines of France, and one afternoon a hired car rattled up to the house with Superintendent Bell. He found Reggie among his roses exhorting a gardener. Recte's eyebrows went up. The superintendent nodded. Reggie took his arm and walked him away. I think we've got 'em, sir, Bell said, living in a furnished house in Tunbridge Wells as bold as brass. It all fits. Mother and son came there 2 months ago. Woman takes nitrite of amyl. Son drives a grey two-seater. They look like you said. She's oldish, both dark, he's dressy. Did you know them at all? Bell shook his head. Strangers to me. Decent people to look at. You'll have to come over and identify. You haven't frightened 'em? Oh no, they don't know they're watched. And if they did, they wouldn't get away. Morden's got plenty of men. What do they call themselves? We're, he started. Reggie's hands had closed on his arm. Why, sir, it didn't mean anything to me. Don't you remember? It's 15 years back. Down in the Cotswolds. Claude Weir, Bell pondered. Oh, yes. Artist, wasn't he? He was hanged for murdering a woman. Yes, I hanged him, Reggie said, and he shivered. Bell stared at him. And this is his wife and his son? That would explain it all. But they wouldn't use their own name, sir. She would, said Reggie. God bless my soul. Well, sir, I'd like to get on with it. You'd better come and have a look at them. Yes, I'll have to see them, Reggie said slowly. But I want to go over the records first. He turned to Sergeant Underwood, discreet in the background. Tell Sam I want the car at once. I'm going to town. You'll stay here. Sergeant Underwood hesitated, lingered. Beg pardon, sir. My orders are never to leave you alone. That's all right. The superintendent's coming with me. I want a man here who knows the place. Keep your eyes open. Next morning, Mr. Fortune's car drove into Tunbridge Wells and checked a moment as it turned off the main road. Inspector Morden strolled to the door. The boys out in the town walking, the old woman's in. The car rolled on and climbed and came between limes and chestnuts to houses half hidden in their leaves. Grey, old-fashioned houses. Reggie Fortune got out and rang at a door. An aged maid opened it. "Please tell Mrs. Weir that Mr. Reginald Fortune has come to see her." He was shown into a drawing-room, which looked as if it had not been used since 1860. There was movement overhead, slow, heavy steps on the stairs. A woman came in, stood still in front of the closed door and looked at him. She was as big as he. An Indian shawl, crimson and gold, was drawn about her body. It made her head seem colourless. That full, sallow face, the pile of grey hair fixed like metal. He saw her dark eyes. She was the woman of the wedding presents. "So you have come to me, Mr. Fortune," she said. "You made it necessary, madame. What have you done with my son?" "Nothing yet. I came first to you." "That was best." Her hands moved under her shawl. Reggie sprang at her, gripped her arms at the elbows. She gave a faint cry. A revolver fell out of her shawl, and he kicked it away and let her go. "Please sit down, madame." "You coward," she gasped. "No, I don't think so," Reggie said gravely, "but it's best as it is. There are half a dozen men outside who know that I am with you. If you were to kill me, there would be no escape now." "I said you were a coward." "Do you know who I am?" Reggie bowed. "The wife of Claude Weir, madame. Claude Weir's widow, Mr. Fortune. You hanged him." Her breath came quick. "Ah, you dare not deny it to me. And you've waited all these years to kill me?" She laughed. "Did you think I should forget, Mr. Fortune? I had to wait. I couldn't be sure alone. I had to teach the children what they had to do." "Yes, I thought so," Reggie murmured. "God help us all. So you've brought Tip your children to murder me. And then? You murdered their father. They're alive to punish you. Ah, you'll live happy now, won't you, you coward?" Reggie's voice was gentle. "I'm not afraid, Mrs. Weir," he said. "I know too much. But you, the police are outside your house now." "Yes, you've escaped now," she cried. "Oh, you're cunning. You're cunning. You escaped before. You're safe for a while. But what can you do? You'll send us all to prison. Very likely I shall die in prison. I can't live long anywhere. But you can't hang us. We haven't killed you. And the children will come out of prison and try again and again." "You've trained them to spend their lives on killing me? My God, were they born for that?" "Yes and yes and yes," she cried. "That frightens you, doesn't it?" "I'm thinking of them," said Reggie slowly. "You," she laughed. "You swore their father's life away." "You've told them that. You didn't tell them everything, Mrs. Weir." She was startled into a moment's silence. "It's not true," she said fiercely. "They've read it all." "Yes, and what you didn't say at the trial, have you told them that?" She stared at him. "I said nothing. The lawyers wouldn't let me." "They were wise." "What do you mean?" "Don't you remember? 15 years ago, Caroline Power was found dead on the railway line at the entry of the Cotswold Tunnel. But she had Ken killed before the train ran over her. Her head had been battered by blows with a stick. There were marks of a man's hand on her cloak. The blows had been struck by a left-handed man. There were splinters of oak in the wound. Claude Weir was left-handed. Claude Weir's hands were in the shape of the marks. Claude Weir had an oak stick from which splinters had gone, and which was stained with blood. That was my evidence. It was all a lie. She was killed by a train. Why should I tell lies? I had never heard of Claude Weir, or you, or Caroline Power. I was only there to find out the truth and see that justice was done. It was your evidence that hanged Claude. The lawyers said so. Everyone said so. Justice. You were paid to find somebody to hang. You wanted to find somebody to hang. That's how you make your living. That's how you are famous. No, I'm on the side of those who are wronged. I'm for the weak. She laughed at him. That's why I'm here now. You've tried to ruin me. You've tried to kill me. And now the police are at your door. Why should I bother to argue with you? It's no use, she said. For me, Reggie shrugged. I can protect myself, Mrs. Weir. For you, I don't know. I'm thinking of your children. She was silent. She breathed quick. Go back to the beginning. You'd been married to Claude Weir some years. You'd been poor. Then your father died and left you his money. It was after that Caroline Power came to live near you. Why did she come? No, you never knew that. But she was very friendly with Claude Weir. Don't say a word against my husband. I won't listen. Is it you that's afraid of the truth? On the day Caroline Power died, she had asked you to tea. She sent a message in the afternoon that she was not well, and you didn't go. Why did she send that message? Reggie took out a bulky pocketbook and chose from it an old letter. You know Claude Weir's handwriting. Read this. The dead man had written to Caroline Power on the morning of the murder, Dear Carlo, keep the old girl over the teacups till after dark. Then we shan't be long. Claudius is his widow, puzzled over each word. Carlo, he called her Carlo, she said faintly, and me. Her sallow face flushed. Then she cried out, You didn't show this at the trial. It was hard enough for you and the children. We didn't want to hurt you any more. Now there are the children still. You see, Claude Weir meant you to walk home in the dark from Caroline Power's cottage. And then something was to happen. But Caroline Power wouldn't let you come to her house at all. She went out in the dark herself on that road across the railway. Where Claude Weir expected you, he found her. Why should she? Can't you guess? Reggie said gently. She must have gone to meet him, to tell him that she couldn't bear him to murder you. Murder me? Oh, this is horrible. He loved me. Why did he want you sent by that lonely road in the dark where he killed her? Do you remember the grey cloak she was wearing? It was like one of yours. I don't believe it, she cried. Claude never killed her. Did you ever see Claude Weir after he was convicted? Ah, you are torturing me, she held her breast. You want your children to know the truth, Reggie said sadly. I never saw him again. She sank on a couch, trembling. They told me he didn't want to see me. He was broken by the shame of it. You broke his heart. No, his heart wasn't broken, Reggie said. He wouldn't see you. Just before he died, he wrote something. He said it was to be sent to you. We didn't send it. We wanted to save you from this. Now you have to know. He gave her a sheet of paper bearing official stamps and signatures, but most of it was covered by Claude Weir's writing. I want this sent to the woman who calls herself my wife, Millicent Weir. She has been the ruin of me, and she has got to know it. The fool keeps writing to me saying she knows I am innocent. So I am. I did kill Caroline, but I never meant to kill her. The woman I meant to kill was Millicent. Caroline came along the lane in her cursed grey cloak, and I had her down and dying before I found she was my Carlo. That is what I want Millicent to know when I am gone. She has done for me, she and her father, who would not give us a penny of his to live on till he went to the devil and left his money behind. That was all the use I had for Millicent, and I want her to know it. When the money came to her at last, I set about getting rid of her. I should have done it safe enough, in spite of that clever devil Fortune. But when I saw it was my Carlo there on the ground, I lost my head. I meant to put the body down on the rails and make sure the trains cut it up, but I couldn't do it with Carlo. I dropped her on the line and ran off, and the next day I had to come back to dear Millicent. That was hell. There isn't any other hell. That is what I want Millicent to know. The last dying speech and confession of me, Claude Weir. The woman on the couch gasped out, He was mad. Oh, he was mad. No, I don't think so, Reggie said gently. He was speaking out of his heart. Oh, how cruel. Why does he say I called myself his wife? We only found that out after he was dead. He was married to Caroline Power. Reggie laid on Tear lap the marriage certificate. Before, her hands shook so that she could not read it. Before he married me, then we kept it from you while we could, Reggie said. But that man mustn't spoil the lives of your children. The children, she gasped. She caught at her heart. She was bent with pain and panting. Reggie laid her down on the couch. Your medicine, the nitrite of amyl. Where is it? She fumbled at her dress. He helped her. The pungent smell filled the room. The spasm of pain passed. She lay faint and still. There is peace now, he said gently. Peace? Oh, peace. Peace for them, Reggie said, and for you in them. She lay silent while he gathered up the papers. She watched him, fear in her eyes and wonder. There was some talking outside the windows, Superintendent Bell's voice and another voice that Reggie knew. It was asking whose car that was. Mr. Fortune's car. Reginald Fortune's? Where was he then? With Mrs. Weir. There was a laugh, a hurry of feet, and Bell's voice decisive. If you're going to them, I go with you, my lad. Into the room, his right arm firmly gripped in Bell's hand, broke the young man of the cottage. What do you want with my mother? He cried. It's me you've got to settle with. Malcolm, Malcolm. She started up from the couch and held out her hands to him. I've been wrong. It's all a horrible, wicked thing. I made you do it. My dear, don't be angry. I didn't know. We must forget it all. Forget everything. Forget, the lad cried. He strode upon Reggie. What have you been telling her? You know who I am. I'm Claude Weir's son. You know what I've got against you. You have nothing against me, Mr. Weir. Before he died, your father confessed that he killed Caroline Power. It's a lie. No, no. His mother tottered to him. Don't, Malcolm, don't. I've seen the confession he wrote. It's wicked. You don't want to read it, my dear. He doesn't have to read it, does he, Mr. Fortune? He did murder her, the lad cried. You read his confession? Oh, Mother. She drew him into her feeble arms. I'm sorry, dear, I'm so sorry, she sobbed. It's over now, Reggie said gently. You've got to live. Goodbye. He laid his hand on the boy's shoulder a moment. Goodbye. He stood outside the grey house with Superintendent Bell, looked back at it and muttered, God help them. God help us all. Yes, sir. But what are we going to do? Do? Reggie stared. Oh, Lord, I've done enough. Nothing, man, nothing. It's finished. But what am I to tell Mr. Lomas? I told Mr. Lomas last night. Tell him what you saw in that room. His car carried Mr. Fortune away to the house by the river. Sergeant Underwood opened the door. What have you got to tell me? Reggie smiled wearily. Nothing? Good. Just tell Janet I want her, in the study. Janet brought a pale face. It's all over, Janet, Reggie said. You'd better go home to your mother. And there was silence while she looked at him and fought to be calm. Ah, you know, she cried. You know about me. Yes, some time ago, my child. Oh, I can't bear it. I thought you knew you came back from that horrible cottage alive. Mr. Fortune, it was me took that cottage. I told about your going on the river at night. I know it was what you were here for. What are you going to do with us? I've just come back from your mother. I've shown her your father's confession that he murdered Caroline Power. Father did it, she cried. Mother knows that now. She believes it. She knows there isn't any doubt at all. Ah! She thrust back her hair. I feel as if I was mad. And we'd been trying. We tortured you in that awful cottage. What are you going to do with us? Nothing, my dear, Reggie said. She stared at him with wild eyes. Nothing? She said in a faint, wondering voice. You're a good man. "Oh, Lord, no, not me," said Reggie Fortune sadly. End of The Furnished Cottage by H.C. Bailey. Hear not, see not, speak not evil. By Walter Deffenbaugh. The Black Mask, December 1921. Chapter 1. The opaque light through the drawn shade of the library window alone marked the location of the big house, surrounded by flower-dotted lawns. Half a mile away twinkled the few midnight lamps of the village. An occasional belated motor car flashed like a meteor through the night. A flash and a rumble from over the hill marked the passing of a trolley car on its way to the city. It was a particularly lonesome spot, but this did not seem to bother Dr. Darius Y. Poate, wealthy and famous specialist in diseases of the eye, ear and throat, as he strolled leisurely homeward after dinner and bridge with a neighbor. His eyes were turned toward the light he had left burning on his reading table, as a bearing in his search for the small side gate, when another light flashed on at an upper window. He immediately located this as the chamber of old Marthe, his housekeeper, who had come to him as a sort of charity patient, and remained because she had proved invaluable during the progress of her cure of deafness. Up rather late, he mused, as he glanced upward and then halted in his tracks, because there was thrust upward, as though from the bottom of a screen in a motion picture, the shadow of a hand with the fingers rapidly working in the code of the deaf and dumb. "Help! Burglars! Help!" was the message he read from the frantic fingers as they spelled out, in the code he had taught her, a message of appeal plainly destined for his eye in case he should be returning along the road. Fumbling hurriedly along the high hedge, he found his gate and was unlatching it when, to his amazement, shadows appeared upon the curtain of the library window, and these too showed fingers working in the silent code, fingers attached to rather dim figures of two, or perhaps three men, figures that waved back and forth, and fingers upon arms which seemed to gesticulate as though to emphasize a soundless argument. Porter's nerves had been steeled by years in hospitals, his muscles tautened by years of semi-retirement upon his country estate. His gate was flung open as he looked, and he bounded up the gravel path to the side veranda of his home to confront these intruders with his bare hands. His surprise attack was thwarted by the darkness. Running by instinct, he fell sprawling over a chair old Marthe had been using for an after-dinner reverie beneath the vines that covered the porch, and chair and physician fell together in a resounding crash. He was up in a second and had his key in the lock of the side door, but already he could hear voices inside and the sound of hurried retreat. "Quick, beat it," shouted one voice. "Help me, Dan, damn you," whined another. "Let go my coat, you," he heard one say amid the noise of running feet and overturned furniture, while old Marthe screamed lustily from her now opened window. Abandoning this attack, Porter leaped from the veranda and ran to the front of the house. He was beginning to believe he could make out something moving against a skyline formed by a rise of ground, something that looked like two running men, one almost dragging the other, when he bumped full tilt into what was undoubtedly a man, huddled in a clump of rose bushes. With his back toward him and facing the main entrance to the grounds, the impact knocked the doctor from his feet, and before he could recover, the man was running across the lawn. As Porter staggered up, a shot fanned the hair along the side of his head, and philosophically, he turned back into his open front door with his thoughts about equally divided between the screams of his housekeeper and the safety of a pearl necklace in his safe, a treasure of which he was trustee, a wedding gift for his daughter from her dead mother, when the time should come. A shouted word up the stairs quieted the screams, but many unprofessional oaths failed to alter the scene as he looked into his library, where the door of the safe stood open, with its contents scattered about on the floor. The case in which his wife's necklace had rested undisturbed for 10 years was upside down on the library table. Empty, a quick glance showed. But something crunched under his foot as he moved, and sweat that the thieves had not started broke out on his forehead as he turned on more lights and retrieved the fragments of a pearl. Standing in his tracks, then cautiously kneeling and creeping, he searched with eyes and fingers until he had found 11 more, waving back and silencing the moaning old woman who wavered in the doorway. 12, that accounted for 12 out of 36. They had got 24 of them then, the scoundrels, he decided. Well, he should have them back. Have them if it took all his time and his life besides. He was something of a sentimentalist, this doctor, for all his calm exterior. A sentimentalist with a touch of the masterful and stubborn. With a sigh, he arose to his feet, took up his telephone, and called the village police. He had not stopped to question Marthe until then. As he thought, she knew nothing. She had been suddenly, vaguely disturbed. She had listened and heard sounds downstairs, voices that were those of strangers, then an oath and noise of a quarrel. Afraid to shout, she had recalled the code of her days of deafness and acted upon an impulse to try to signal her master in case he should be coming along the road. There was no help there. Neither was there in the weighty theories offered by the village police sergeant upon his tumultuous arrival at the scene a few minutes later. Dr. Poate was glad when they were all gone, and he was able to light his pipe and sink into his easy chair, with his feet resting carefully amid the scattered contents of his safe, which still littered the floor. Daylight, for which he had waited, came just about the time he was ready for it. He had said nothing to the village sergeant about the talking fingers, but he had spent the night thinking about them, and also about the crouching figure into whose heedless back he had crashed. He had reached 2 conclusions, born of his long observance of defective mankind. One of the men who had robbed him was dumb. There had been an argument, and those who could had not hesitated to use their voices. Marthe testified to that. Therefore, there was one who could not speak, but was still determined to have his say. The man in the bushes, he decided, was stone deaf. Sensing danger, when the others took to their heels, there had been no sound to warn him of the direction of the danger. Therefore he crouched in the bushes with his eyes to the main gate, waiting for a glimpse of his peril. The sudden start of the thief, which he felt rather than saw as he collided with him, showed that the man had not even heard his running pursuit, or his shouts calling rather foolishly upon the burglars to halt. So far, so good, he had decided. But what of the third man, of that figure that seemed to drag behind another at his last glimpse of them? Therefore he welcomed the daylight. The mode of entrance had been simple. A jimmy applied to one of the windows opening on the front veranda. Apparently the thieves were familiar with the house and the habits of the family, knew that his chauffeur had taken his daughter away in his car to spend the summer with relatives, and that the master being out for the evening, old Marthe would be alone in the mansion. Naturally, they had unlocked the front door from the inside, and their escape had been equally simple. The well-kept lawns and gravelled walks and drives revealed no sign of footprints. Even in the clump of rose bushes where he had fallen, there were only a few marks of knees, heels and toes to mark the brief encounter. The deaf man, apparently, had run from there straight across the lawn to the main highway and vaulted the stone wall. But the other 2 had run at a tangent over the rising ground beyond which lay his vegetable garden. Perhaps there was something to be found there. A detective might never have read the signs beyond the little hill, but to the physician, they were as plain as if he had seen what had happened. Just over the brow, the slighter growth of grass had been torn as one of the men stumbled and fell. More than that, there were signs of a struggle between them and marks as though the rearward of the 2 was being dragged along with his toes scraping up the soil. Just beyond was a bit of cloth which proved to be the cleanly ripped-off patch pocket of a cheap coat. Beyond that, the track divided. One man had run straight and true across the tilled vegetable garden to the board fence beyond, and apparently made his way to the trolley line. But the other had blundered about, crashing into trees, fences and shrubbery, and then run in a zigzag fashion, tumbled into a cress pond, and finally crashed through a board fence and fallen sprawling in a lane. Crazed by fright, a trained detective might have said. "The third man is blind," stated the doctor as he turned back to his library. A careful search of the floor by daylight revealed no more of the pearls. A check of the remnant showed that the string had broken, scattering their matched treasures, and it seemed probable that the thieves, in a hasty search, had found only the largest, as though they had groped for them by the touch of their hands. Sadly, Dr. Porter placed the rifled case in his pocket, gathered up his scattered papers, locked his expertly opened safe, and started by trolley for the city. On the way in, he heard several things that interested him but kept his own counsel. He had fully decided upon his plan, which had for its object the recovery of the pearls rather than the punishment of the thieves. That could come later. He had formulated a plan based on medical rather than detective science. He smiled grimly as he heard the gossip in the village, where the news of the robbery was not yet known. Corner loiterers were discussing the strange case of a blind man who had appeared at daybreak, scratched and bruised and with a broken cane, who told a tale of having been separated from his companion and forced to spend the night in the fields. From this rambling and conflicting gossip, he managed to gain a sort of description of the man, a rather stout, unkempt kind of fellow, it seemed, wearing blue goggles and a short, heavy beard sprinkled with grey. There was other talk of a second stranger who had passed through the village twice on trolley cars, seemingly somewhat bewildered as to his whereabouts, who listened attentively to what was said in his hearing, but refused to answer any questions as to where he was going or wanted to go. Some said he was a foreigner who couldn't understand English, others that he was merely one of those sullen fellows who never can be sociable. Of him, too, there were meagre descriptions. Slight, about 30, smooth-shaven, dressed in a cheap suit, with one pocket ripped from the side of the coat, and the back of one hand scratched as though by thorns or fingernails. The trail plainly led to the city, and there Dr. Porter followed it, with his eye cocked for a blind man with blue goggles and a beard. In a crowded city, he fully realized, a deaf man can hide his lack of hearing, a dumb man his inability to speak, but a blind man cannot disguise his lack of sight. This must be a case of the blind leading the blind. If he could locate the man with the blue goggles, he felt sure he could find the others, and through one of them, his pearls. Determinedly, he made his way to the poorer lodging-house section of the city, where his experience told him a blind man of this type, especially one separated from his pals, would be most likely to be found. Of course, he might be holed up, but that seemed improbable. No one had seen him in the house, and who would suspect a blind man of being a burglar, even though he had been seen in the vicinity of a crime? Nevertheless, the first day's search was fruitless. There were scores of blind men, but not the blind man, blind men of all sorts, but not one showing signs of the brand of viciousness that would lead him into safe robbery. Many blind men who were not blind, but the man he sought really was blind, he knew. Toward evening, he decided that if it were to be a long hunt, he must have headquarters on the spot, and found one ready-made for him. At a free dispensary in the neighborhood, he was gladly granted permission to open a private charity clinic for the treatment of those specialties in which he was famous. His explanation that he was looking for material for a series of new experiments was readily accepted, and a private office, with a sleeping room attached, was speedily cleared for the distinguished physician. To it, he brought down from his home some personal belongings, bedding and a few decorations, including 2 or 3 Chinese and Japanese bronzes that were one of his hobbies. Chapter 2. It was around noon on the second day after that the series of events his logic demanded began to shape themselves. A tattered boy emerged from a lodging house, leading an almost burly figure in a beard and blue goggles, who tapped ahead of him with a long cane. About his neck was suspended the regulation tin cup and placard reading, "Please help the blind." With almost a lump in his throat, Poate followed the pair across to one of the busy business streets, where the boy left his charge against the iron railing of a graveyard and darted away. Poate took up his stand nearby to await developments. These were not long in coming. Coins for the cup were few. The figure was a trifle too burly, and the expression a trifle too belligerent to awaken pity in many hearts among the hurrying throng, but finally a man appeared who deliberately halted and searched his pockets for a coin. Poate observed him carefully. He had noticed him as he crossed the street. The normal man jumps when an automobile horn honks just behind him. This man had not even started. He was a tall man, slightly stooped, smooth-shaven, with a long, pointed jaw, and when he spoke to the blind beggar, it was in a low monotone which Poate could not catch. Even though he edged closer in the effort, neither could he hear the beggar's reply, but he could read it. For the blind man answered with his fingers, with his hand held high. Almost under the other's nose, answered emphatically and with warmth which swept beyond the limits of the silent code, and required spoken oaths to express his feelings. Poate's hands gripped the railing behind him as he stood tense a few yards away from the strangely quarrelling pair. "Where'd I go?" shouted the fingers. "What'd you care where I went? You left me with that damn dummy, didn't you? You left me with him so he could ditch me. Didn't have the heart to throw down an old pal like that yourself. Where'd you go? That's what I want to know. Where'd you go and where's my share of them pearls?" The deaf man apparently replied at some length, but without changing his tone or position. He stood as though interested in some charitable quest, but his explanation fell upon ears as deaf as his own. It was discarded with a gesture of angry scorn. "To hell with that tale," the fingers declaimed. "I may be blind, but I can hear and I can feel. Didn't I hear and feel you and Dummy picking them pearls up off the floor when the string broke just before the blow-off? What chance had I to find any? And you tried to tell me Dummy got 'em all. Tell that to any old con and see if he'll believe you. You crossed me, the pair of you, that's what you did, Daffy. I didn't expect much different from Dummy. He's a gay cat anyway, but you... Why didn't I forgive you when you put my lamps out getting funny with that soup? I forgave you that because you was a pal and because you lost your hearing at the same time. And now you cross a blind man." They kept it up for 2 or 3 minutes more, but there was too much at stake for Poate to risk observation by the alert deaf man, and he lost himself in the crowd until they should finish. Over his shoulder, he read the blind man's parting shot. "Don't forget it neither," the fingers spelled. "You have Dummy here tomorrow or I'll snitch on you ashore." The fingers were still working as the deaf man darted away unseen, and Poate turned in his tracks to follow. He knew where the blind man lived, and did not need to worry about him. Blind men usually travel neither far nor fast. So he trailed the deaf man to a small hotel halfway uptown, and watched long enough to make sure he lived there before he returned to his neglected clinic and a pipe to aid him in piecing together his new information. 2 old crooks, eh? He ruminated when his work was done. 2 old pals injured in a premature explosion while cracking a safe. Remarkable, most remarkable. And the dumb man, who is he? Where does he enter the combination? It was quite a while before the answer occurred to him, and when it did, he almost chuckled at the picture presented. "Ideal," he muttered aloud. "Ideal. An ideal combination among men so vicious they cannot even trust each other. One man can't see, another can't hear, and the third can't speak. None of them is competent to act alone. The combination is ideal, but I wonder how the dumb man talks to the blind man." And puzzling over this, he cast a queer glance at one of his bronzes and went to bed to wait for the promised meeting on the morrow. It was a long, dreary wait as he paced back and forth about the blind man's post, first on one side of the street and then on the other. Finally, he made out the tall form of the deaf crook crossing the street in the same careless fashion as before, to the evident distress of a slighter, shorter man, who tugged at his arm in efforts to transmit warnings of traffic peril. The watching physician had identified Dummy even before he was close enough to show that his right-hand coat pocket was missing. Deffy and Dummy halted before Goggles, and again the pretense of searching pockets for coins was gone through with. Apparently there was some brief word from the taller of the pair, because the blind man stiffened in anger and began to speak rapidly. Deffy lingered for a moment, and then, with an impatient toss of his head, stepped away from a conversation he could not hear and glared suspiciously at the pair from a position on the curb. It was dangerous for Poate to attempt to overhear what the blind man was saying. Anyway, he knew from the conversation of the day before just about what it would be, but curiosity held him for a minute's risk. He wanted to see how the dumb man would reply. The finger code would be useless before sightless eyes, and he was sure the man really could not speak. The passers-by undoubtedly noticed nothing unusual, but the expert in human disabilities saw it in a glance and scolded himself for having even puzzled over the method. It was no miracle, but most unusual, except among those long in intimate association. It was remarkable because these men were apparently comparative strangers. Dummy merely placed his hand over that of Goggles, who held it out for him, and pressed, tapped and squeezed in the code used by Miss Helen Keller and her mentor. The physician understood at once, but was amazed at what he saw. How could these two men become adept at this intricate system with only apparently a very short opportunity for practice? Undoubtedly, the usual method of communication among the trio was by words from the deaf man to either the blind or the dumb, by words from the blind man to the dumb man, and by fingers from the blind man to the deaf man, by fingers from the dumb man to the deaf man, and through him to the blind man by words. Their whole association seemed built up on the necessity of the three being together when they conferred with any ease, and hence he wondered at this apparent proficiency in an unusual code. At length, while he waited at a safe distance for the conversation to end, he recalled something in his experience which solved the problem. These men were undoubtedly all ex-convicts. Among the long-term men in some prisons, he remembered, this very system had been developed among some of the most desperate as a means of secret communication where speech was forbidden, and the finger code would have been instantly detected. Along the eating tables, in the workshops, or in the marching lines of prisoners, a hand could grasp a hand, and a brief message be exchanged among the initiated. He had heard vaguely that outside there was a regular school where the system was taught to those who feared that someday they might have need for it, either to send or receive a message. He understood. It was a dangerous place for a lengthy conversation between two men such as these, even under the best of circumstances, but the anger in the hearts of these two made it doubly dangerous. The deaf man watched uneasily and hovered near with one eye on his quarreling companions and the other searching the crowd for detectives. Poate saw the dumb man throw the other's hand from him with a violent gesture, and as the blind man raised his cane to strike, the deaf man darted forward, caught Dummy by the arm, and whirled him away into the crowd with a low-voiced curse at the man in goggles. Poate followed the pair and made sure of locating the lair of the third of his despoilers. It was in a hotel of shabby appearance and unsavory reputation far uptown that the dumb man lived. A few hours of cautious inquiries and guarded listening served to reveal something of his character. Dummy, he found, was also a professional beggar, at times at least. He was one of those furtive individuals who seeks alms with printed cards or with pad and pencil. Usually he pretended to be deaf as well as dumb, but his hearing was most acute when his own character was under discussion, and his vengeful, vicious nature showed itself strongly, especially when he was in his cups, which was as often as possible. At such times he turned upon gossipers with strange guttural noises and cries, which showed that he had well-developed vocal cords, even if they were out of control. Dr. Poate had found his pearl thieves, but that was not the object of his quest. He wanted his pearls. His next step had already been mapped out. The rape of his wife's necklace had hurt him far more than the threatened monetary loss. He could buy other pearls without reckoning the cost, but money would not replace these particular pearls. The mere turning over of these men to the police and seeing them sent to prison would not satisfy him. Therefore, he did not seek the police and trust to arrests and third-degree methods. Instead, he called a taxi and drove to the office of young Dr. Henry B. Robertson, who had been one of his assistants until he had hung out his own shingle a few months before and was still his devoted slave. To Robertson, Poate quickly outlined the story. Upon 2 prescription blanks he wrote 2 names, addresses, and descriptions. "Harry," he said, "one of these men is deaf and the other dumb. Both of them are dangerous criminals, suspicious of everyone and remarkably cunning. I must have each one of them in my hands, alone, as speedily as possible. I am trusting to your wits. You must manage in some way to become acquainted with these men. Introduce yourself as the specialist you are, and then call me in. Don't use my name, of course. If properly approached, both of these men would jump at a chance to be cured. Promise them you can do it, Harry, and I'll do the rest. I'll allow you about a week on each case, but hurry." Chapter 3. Poate left his eager young ex-assistant already changing to a street coat, and drove to the office of a private detective agency noted for its faithfulness to its clients and its utter lack of curiosity. Here he quietly arranged to have the 2 men shadowed day and night, with immediate reports to him of anything unusual. His trap was ready to be baited. Robertson, he felt sure, would bring the deaf and dumb man to him. He had decided to handle the blind man himself because here, he felt sure, was the weakest side of the triangle. The blind man, more helpless than either of the others, was burning with desire to avenge what he believed to have been a deliberate attempt to abandon him and cheat him out of the proceeds of the joint enterprise. It was best, he decided, in this case to strike quickly and directly, but he did not go again to the station by the graveyard railing. Instead, he loitered in the vicinity of the lodging house until, after the evening crowds had deserted the streets, the tattered boy appeared with his charge in tow, leading homeward a bitter, cursing blind man. "Excuse me," said Dr. Poate, resisting a temptation to seize the man by the throat and choke a confession out of him, "but I am a physician. I am making a study of blindness. Perhaps I might be able to help you, if you would let me." "I ain't got no money to pay doctors," Goggles replied bitterly. "It isn't a matter of money," Poate answered. "I tell you I am studying the various forms of blindness. I have opened a clinic at the dispensary around the corner. We make no charge to those who have no money to pay." "Could you give me back my eyes?" the blind man asked eagerly. "Perhaps. How did you lose your sight?" "Explosion. Powder factory? Something like that." "How long ago?" 2 years, come August. "That is most interesting. I think I can do something for you. Can you be at my clinic at 10 in the morning? Ask for me. My name is Dr. Moore." "You think there's a chance I could see again?" the blind man asked after a full minute's study. "I could pay well if I could get my eyes back." "You mean you could work and earn the money then?" "I wouldn't have to earn it. It's coming to me. I mean, I could catch the ones that gypped me out of my share of the, well, out of my rights." "You'll come then?" Poate asked, almost too eagerly he feared. "Yes, I'll be there." One of the quarry had smelled the bait. 2 days later, young Dr. Robertson was having a similar conversation with a man to whom he talked on his fingers and who answered in a low monotone. Here, too, was a man who finally admitted a great desire to regain one of his lost senses. This man did not seek vengeance, but expressed a fear that, through his disability, certain enemies were plotting against him. He was intensely anxious to hear what was going on around him, and promised payment for a cure, not in money, but in the form of a handsome present of jewelry. In the course of the following week, another derelict had confessed to Dr. Robertson that he might be able to raise money for a goodly reward if his speech were restored. He had no money, he confessed, but could realize on some valuable property he owned if he could only talk about it like other men. Being dumb, he was at a great disadvantage, and also he would like to tell a couple of people exactly what he thought of them in plain words. This in itself, he declared profanely, would be worth a great deal to him. Each of the three men had stipulated that there should be no publicity about the cases. No one was to know they were under treatment. They each announced a great desire to surprise their friends and insisted upon arrangements for their visits at hours when they would not be seen by other patients. To these stipulations, doctors, Robertson and Poate finally agreed as a special concession, although Dr. Poate knocked what little professional dignity Dr. Robertson had been able to acquire completely out of him as he slapped him on the back in token of great and complete satisfaction. Chapter 4. On each of the three cases, Dr. Moore worked patiently and painstakingly. He soon lost all fear of detection as the man whose house had been robbed. If the three crooks remembered the name of their victim, it was apparently only as some doctor, and there were thousands of doctors. All of his expert training in his profession he applied to the work of really restoring these three men to the full use of their faculties, and all of the skill in reading human character. Gleaned from his long years of practice, he devoted to extracting and piecing together their secrets. He worked as physician and psychologist combined. Both processes were tedious, but combined required only a couple of weeks altogether after the men had fully surrendered their confidence to him and his energetic young assistant, who, in the casual conversational manner of the competent physician, did most of the real questioning. That they learned anything like all of the truth, neither of them believed for a moment. That all they did learn was true was another premise they rejected. But trying and testing each statement gleaned, comparing and matching it to others to see if it fitted, and putting the whole jigsaw puzzle together, they felt that they had at least the framework of a section of the lives of these three crooks and the clue to their strange association. As Dr. Poate had originally deduced, the three were ex-convicts. Deffy and Goggles had been friends for years and went to Sing Sing for the same burglary. At that time, both men were in full possession of their senses. They had become acquainted with Dummy, sentenced for some petty crime while in prison, attracted to him by his infirmity, which lent a sort of morbid diversion to a drab existence. Through this association, they perfected their knowledge of the silent codes of which they already had a smattering, and formed a friendship with a promise of an offensive and defensive alliance when they should be again. Outside, the release of Goggles and Deffy came first, and they at once set about making up for lost time, forgetting their silent pal, victim of an attack of scarlet fever after the manner of their kind. Goggles was a wonder with safes. He could open almost any of them, it seems, by merely listening to the click of the tumblers as he turned the knob of the combination. Deffy was supposed to be the soup expert, the man who used a drill and a bottle of nitroglycerine upon such boxes as resisted the skill of his companion. They had a most prosperous time of it for a month or two, baffling the police, obtaining their fill of adventure and lining their pockets, all three satisfactions at one time. Dummy was released about this time and speedily hunted up his old friends. He was broke, morose, desperate, and vengeful. They did not like him as a pal half as much as they thought they would back there in the big lonely prison. Perhaps it was because Dummy did not measure up to real Yegg standards. But the dumb man had declared himself in on 2 or 3 of their jobs, and thereafter it was sort of a game of hide and seek. They dodged him whenever they could and accepted him as a partner when they couldn't help it. One night, when Deffy and Goggles were working alone, something had happened. The safe had resisted the skill of the silent worker, and the drill and the soup had been called upon to finish the job. Just what happened, neither of them knew, but there had been a roar, and a blinding flash, and a deaf man had dragged a blind man from a wrecked office to safety. The pearl robbery had been of a later era, of a time after the two men had recovered as much as they could from the effects of the explosion, broken by their disaster physically and financially. To them, in this condition, the dumb man had really seemed a link with the world. To one he provided ears, to the other he gave eyes. He would help a lot, they thought at first, but the days of big jobs seemed to be over. Dummy was still a petty thief at heart, and for a time the two real crooks had no stomach for daring adventure. In the course of their picayunish pilfering, they also learned that Dummy was not a man to be trusted. Deffy had seen him cheat the blind man, and without knowing the reason, Goggles had heard the deaf man give information which sent Dummy to the workhouse for a brief bit. That was the beginning of the disruption of what little mutual honor had ever existed among these three thieves. Thereafter, the combination conceived as a protection against society contracted into a closer and sullen trinity for protection against each other. There were holes in the piecemeal story about this period, times when each of the men was strangely silent and grim about what had occurred. Something had happened. What it was, neither of the physicians could find out, though they worked as skillfully with their wits as with their scalpels. The attack upon Dr. Porter's safe was commonplace enough, save for the personalities of the burglars themselves, when the facts were known. The pearls had been located in the usual way, by a servant girl known to the dumb man, through some queer channel. She had reported the make and location of the safe, the plan of the house, and the habits of the household. She had been dismissed a few days before the departure of the doctor's daughter. All would have been plain sailing, but for the delay of old Marthe in going to sleep. As for the location of the stolen pearls themselves, that was not quite so easy. An inept or too direct lead or question along this line might have caused alarm, which would have spoiled everything. Hating one another as these three crooks undoubtedly did, they were still subjects of the code enough to have given a warning cry if they detected danger. So the pearls themselves were still somewhat in the realm of deductive facts, although Porter felt certain of his ground. He felt sure that the blind man had none, the deaf man a few, and the dumb man the bulk of them. So certain was he of his ground that he sprang his trap on that basis. The two private detectives, a police lieutenant of detectives, and a stenographer were concealed in Dr. Robertson's offices that night. The two physicians had brazenly broken their promise of secrecy to their three patients. Each had been ordered to report at a fixed time, and so firm now was their faith in the wonder-working specialists that they obeyed without doubt or question. The deaf man was the first to arrive. As he entered the room, Dr. Porter was seated at a table toying with the remnant of his dead wife's necklace. The sight of it startled the thief, but he recovered himself and took a seat in front of the doctor. Porter laid aside the pearls and turned to the man with his best professional air. "How are you feeling, Mason?" he asked. Deffy cupped one hand at his right ear as the doctor spoke, but answered the question readily. "Fine, sir," he answered with a grin, "but hearing a whole lot better, thanks to you." "That's good, but you needn't thank me. There's usually a good reason for anything a physician does. Very often he profits even more than the patient. All you have to do now is to take care of yourself and lead a regular life. I think it would be best for you to keep out of the open air." With a queer smile, Porter again picked up his pearls. Deffy hesitated a moment, then coughed apologetically. "You seem interested in pearls," he said finally. "Why, yes, rather," Porter replied. "This is a small string belonging to a friend of mine who left them with me to see if I could find some others to match them. Again the thief hesitated and stammered a bit when he spoke. "You remember, Doctor," he said, "I told you I should like to make you a little present of jewelry if I was cured. It's funny, but it's some old pearls I've had a long time I was going to give you. Here they are if you will take them. Maybe they'd match those of your friends," and he laid 6 of the Poate treasures on the table. The doctor's hands trembled as he picked them up and examined them, but he managed to make some expression of thanks while he quickly strung them into their places with the others. He started to speak, but the doorbell rang, and with an injunction to Deffy to remain where he was, he stepped into an adjoining room and closed the door. It was the dumb man this time, who was the opposite figure, in a scene much like the one just enacted, a dumb man voluble in his thanks for the miracle of his cure. He too spoke for payment. "Why, yes," said Dr. Poate finally. "I believe you did say something to Dr. Robertson about paying a fee in case a cure would enable you to realize upon some valuable property you hold. What sort of property is it, if I may ask? Perhaps I might assist you." "Well, you see, sir, it's some pearls," the dumb man said. "These here pearls. I can't talk very good yet from being so long out of practice, so if you could take these and get me the money on them, I'd be only too glad to divide with you." And he laid 18 of the Poate pearls on the table. "It's a strange thing," said the physician, "but I do know just where to place these pearls. We'll talk about the division of profit later." Before the amazed eyes of the thief, he drew the growing necklace from his pocket and began to replace the missing half of it. "What? Where? How?" spluttered Dummy. Then the door opened, and Dr. Robertson ushered Deffy into the room. For a second the two men glared at each other, too amazed to speak. Then a frown gathered like a storm on the brows of Deffy, and he advanced threateningly toward the table upon which lay the pearls. "You snitch," he growled, struggling to raise his voice beyond its usual monotone. "Doc, this sneak here stole these pearls. I bought part of them from him, and I—" "You lie," screamed Dummy. "You stole them yourself out at that doctor's house." "Don't you believe him, Doc," growled Deffy, and then the two fell back in amazement, silenced by the discovery that one was talking and the other hearing what was said. The door opened again. This time the young physician led into the room a bulky man with a beard and bandaged eyes, at whom the other two stared, not so much in surprise as in threatening understanding. Between the two, the once deaf and the once dumb, there passed a look which offered and accepted a new defensive alliance of 2 against 1. "Mr. Clark," said Dr. Poate, "there seems to be a difference of opinion here. Do you know these 2 gentlemen?" At the question, Goggles lifted the bandage from his eyes, blinked a little at the light, then opened his mouth in consternation at the 2 men he saw glowering at him. Before he could speak, his newfound eyes caught the pearls the physician was still stringing. "Know them," he shouted. "Yes, I know the crooks, the double thieves. They stole these pearls, and then they stole them from me, stole the share of a poor, helpless, blind man. But I can see now, and I'll see you in prison again." Dummy whipped out a knife and sprang for Goggles, but before he could reach him, curtains parted, and he was seized by the police lieutenant, while the room seemed to fill with men. "The game's up," growled Deffy, "but he's in it too. He opened Doc Porter's safe himself." "So you'd snitch on an old pal as well as rob him, would you?" cried Goggles. "And you, Dummy, you little rat that I tried to be a friend to. You'd knife me, would you? Well, I'll tell, and I'll tell good. They may send me back to stir, but you'll go to the chair. Hold him, you fellows. You've got the man that killed the grocer in that burglary last winter." "Shut up, you fool," called Deffy. "No, I won't shut up. You were in it too, but I wasn't. And I've got you two where you belong." The big body sagged at the knees and crumpled on the floor as the man sobbed hysterically. Dr. Poate had finished stringing his pearls and held the restored necklace up to the light. With a sigh of satisfaction, he placed it in the case he took from his pocket and laid it on the table. Turning, he pointed to a piece of bronze that stood on the mantel shelf. "Gentlemen," he said, "I wish you would all look at this. It has a lesson for thieves, detectives, physicians, and everyone else. It is a Japanese piece called The Sacred Monkeys. There are 3 of them. One holds his hands over his ears, a second over his eyes, and the third over his mouth. The inscription beneath reads, 'Hear not, see not, speak not evil.' I took the restraining hands away from the ears, eyes, and mouth of these 3 men here. You see the result." Dr. Porter picked up his jewel case from the table, lighted a cigarette, and walked from the room. End of Hear Not, See Not, Speak Not Evil by Walter Deffenbaugh. After Midnight by Marthe Neville. First published in The Black Mask, August 1920. "Good night, Mr. Landon." Louise Willoughby extended her hand. "We breakfast at 9, she said. "I'll see you then. I hope you sleep well." "Thank you. I'm sure I shall." She gathered the folds of an embroidered chiffon gown about her and slowly mounted the stairs. Landon stood leaning against the newel post and watched her ascend. As he turned away, he faced his host. The cold metallic glitter in the older man's black eyes gave him a strange, uncomfortable feeling. "Well?" said Willoughby. "She's charming, Andrew. You should be proud of her. She has improved wonderfully in the 3 years since I saw her." A slow smile crept about the drawn lips of the physician. It did not extend to his eyes, but became lost in the heavy moustache and Van Dyke beard he wore. Landon again shivered. The snaky glitter in his physician friend's eyes fascinated him. He wondered if it could be true that the woman who had just left him, with purity written on every curve and line of her, could be the wanton thing her husband fancied, that she had so forgotten herself and her social position as to stoop to an intrigue with her gardener. It seemed impossible of Louise Willoughby, yet many changes had taken place during the 3 years he had been abroad. He had not known her well before his departure. Perhaps he did not know her at all now. "Come up into my laboratory," Willoughby said suddenly. He closed the windows and switched off all the lights with the exception of one held in a bronze Venus at the foot of the stairs. "Andy," Landon said as they entered the heavily odorous room, "I'd rather you said nothing more about this to me. Some day you will be sorry for having taken me into your confidence, and then our friendship will end. There are some things a man has no right to discuss with another. I don't need to remind you of that. This is one of them. I've got to talk to some or go mad. You think it's my imagination. You think I'm a jealous fool. I tell you I know. From the day that man came here, she has been different. I've watched them. I've seen his arm around her. I've heard him call her Louise." He broke and buried his head on his arms he had flung on the table before him. Landon gripped his shoulder and shook him. "Why don't you send him away?" Willoughby raised his bloodshot eyes. "And admit defeat. Give him the pleasure of saying he was fired because Andrew Willoughby's wife fell in love with him. Never. Besides," he sprang to his feet and paced the little room nervously, his long hands with their gnarled crooked fingers stained with chemicals, twitching and pulling at his coat as he walked. "How do I know that she won't go with him if I send him away?" Landon remembered the brief glimpse he had had of the gardener, a slim, tall fellow, little more than a boy, with close-cropped dark hair, a pale, almost ethereal face, a quiet, unassuming manner. "How long has he been here?" "Allering? 6 weeks." Willoughby hit the glass-topped table nervously. As he did so, a tiny vial of amber-covered liquid fell over, knocking the stopper out of it. A pungent, sickish odor filled the room. The doctor gave a startled cry. Flinging a small rubber blanket over the table, he lifted the vial gingerly. He placed the stopper back in it, carefully keeping it away from his face. Then he covered it with the rubber. He had become ashen-colored. As though unable to speak, he motioned to Landon to throw up the windows. "Damn careless of me," he muttered a moment later. He placed the bottle high up in a cabinet above him, then he locked the door of the chest. Damn careless. It's an experiment of mine, Arthur. Do I feel all right? Landon laughed uneasily. I shouldn't care to remain in here long with that odour. It's heady, to say the least. Willoughby poured some liquid from another bottle into a small glass and handed it to him. Then he took a draught of it himself. Drink this. It will overcome the effects of the other. Suddenly he became tense. The glitter in his eyes became more pronounced. He seemed to be listening to something. The warm salt air blowing through the window brought a hint of the distant sea, and something else. What is it? Landon gasped. The quivering of Willoughby's wide nostrils, the sudden snapping of the glass's stem, intrigued him. Listen. A long sort of growl. Then a long-drawn howl from a dog someplace not far off was all Landon heard. There was another howl, then silence. The colour came back to the physician's face. He smiled apologetically. Landon stared at him in bewilderment. What is it? He asked again. I thought I heard her come down the stairs. I was listening to hear if he met her. The man's tongue seemed to be thick. He spoke with difficulty. Buck up, old man, buck up. Landon gave him a reassuring slap on the shoulder, but at the same time he glanced apprehensively over his shoulder out of the window toward the gardens beyond. Again the long rumbling howl of the dog penetrated the night air. The older man suddenly lurched forward into a chair and began to sob in a broken-hearted way. At that moment, Landon fancied he saw a face at the open window, but before he could ascertain whether it was his imagination or not. It had vanished, but to him it seemed he had seen a young pale face with smouldering dark eyes and close-cropped hair. "Whoa!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong with me?" Chapter 2. The sudden clamour of a clock striking 3 startled him out of a sound sleep. At least he thought it was the striking of the hour which did it. But as he raised himself on one elbow in the darkness, the doubled beat of his heart, the damp chill of his flesh, told him it was something else which had awakened him. Stealthy footsteps outside his room, the cautious opening and closing of a door down the hall, the rustle of garments as of someone moving in the corridor were registered with dark significance on his brain. "Poor old Andrew," he muttered. He sank back to his pillow, but he could not sleep, though his pulse became normal. He found himself striving to make out the objects in his room. One by one, out of the hazy grey of the blackness they became outlined and visible to his straining eyes. In an irritating fashion, the drawn blind flapped forward and back with the wind which had arisen since nightfall. Unable at last to stand the sound of the flapping, he rose and went to the window to raise it. The moon was high, unobscured by any clouds, and shone down with a dazzling white brilliance which made the grounds and surrounding territory almost as light as day. The long row of glass-topped greenhouses gleamed as through covered with snow. Off in the distance, far behind the high stone wall which enclosed Dr. Willoughby's Long Island estate, shone the water near at hand. The wind whistled in a sing-song manner through the trees. From the darkening shelter of the stone wall emerged 2 figures. The watching man knew instantly who they were, even before the moon outlined the slender figure of Willoughby's wife, and the broader silhouette of the gardener, Allering. A feeling of nausea swept over him. He turned away from the window. Crossing to his bed, he switched on a light just over it, determined to while away the time until daylight with a current magazine. But the face of the woman outside in the garden seemed to mock him from the printed page. Her dark, shadow-laden eyes seemed to plead with him between the lines of printing, as though she begged him not to judge her too harshly. The magazine slipped from his hand. He closed his eyes and lay inert. A moment later, the cry of someone in mortal agony penetrated the night air. Then a woman shrieked in terror. For a moment Landon lay panic-stricken. Then, springing out of bed, He snatched up a dressing gown and rushed into the hall. He came face to face with Willoughby. His host was pallid. Willoughby's hands trembled as he held a tattered silk gown about his emaciated figure. A moment later, another door down the hall was thrown open, and the corpulent kimono-clad housekeeper burst into their presence. "You heard it?" Willoughby cried in a harsh whisper, clutching Landon's arm. His eyes were glassy, the lids swollen as though from heavy sleep and being suddenly awakened. His chin shook. "My God, my God," wailed the woman, trying to pull the kimono about her ample bosom. "What was it, Doctor? Did you hear it?" A woman screamed, Landon said grimly. The cry came from some place near the greenhouses. Someone must be injured. "I heard a man too," this from the butler who had joined them. Even partially clad, he retained some of the dignity of his position. "Oh, what do you suppose has happened? Doctor dear, what do you think it is?" The housekeeper caught her master's arm and clung desperately to him. He did not seem conscious of her presence. He was looking into the lighted corridor below, at his wife, as she stumbled blindly through the outer door into the illuminated passageway. She was sobbing convulsively. She started to climb the stairs slowly, dragging herself upward with an effort. Her shimmery evening gown was torn and draggled about her. Her face was grey, a death colour, and her eyes terror-stricken. At the head of the stairs she collapsed in a heap. When Willoughby started to lift her, she gave a shuddering cry and warded off his touch. Her husband gave a sucking breath. He looked at Landon. "Mrs. Willoughby!" cried the latter, dropping on his knees beside her. Subconsciously he wondered what had become of the man who had been with her, if it were he who had given that cry of terrible torture. "Mrs. Willoughby, what is it? What has happened?" For a moment her white lips quivered. There's a dead man out there by the greenhouses. I stumbled over him. I touched his cold face. A dead man. Yes." She suddenly straightened and stared with a fixity into her husband's face. A strange expression came over her own. Then she allowed Landon to assist her to rise, and in a quiet manner, though with obvious effort, she requested the butler to bring her some wine. "A dead man. Come," said Landon abruptly, his legal training coming to the foreground. "She may be mistaken. The man may still be alive." "He was cold," she answered. The little procession filed out toward the greenhouses, a motley, weird-looking crowd in bathrobes, smoking jackets and kimonos. Louise Willoughby walked with Landon and her husband. Her hand lightly rested on Lannon's all the way. He felt the nervous tremors that shook her as they neared the spot where she had discovered the dead man. "There are lights in the greenhouse," Willoughby said abruptly. "I'll turn them on." He left them for a moment, then the glass enclosure became illuminated. An exclamation of horror burst from the group. Mrs. Willoughby clung to Lannon's arm in a feverish manner. Huddled up, chest and chin meeting, lay the body of a man unquestionably dead. He was roughly dressed, his shoes in tatters, his bare feet showing through the gaping soles, while several days' growth of beard added to the gruesomeness of his appearance. Long yellow teeth were bared in a distortion of agony. Bleary eyes stared upward. There was no sign of a wound, no indications of foul play, but the man had unquestionably died suddenly and in great torture. Evidently, it had been his death cry they had heard. Willoughby knelt beside him. Then, after a second's examination, rose abruptly. "Dead. Heart failure, I think, but it will be best to notify the police." "Know him?" Landon asked. "No. He looks like a hobo." "Are you going to leave him?" cried his wife hysterically. "It seems so awful to leave a dead man out here on the ground alone. It's so heartless." "He can't be moved until the police arrive," Landon answered. "Willoughby, take your wife inside. I'll stay here until they come and see that nothing happens." Louise Willoughby suddenly gave a cry of terror. "The police? Must you call the police? He's a tramp. He died of heart failure. Don't call the police. It will create a scandal. I couldn't stand that. Please, please do something else. My dear, remonstrated her husband quietly. This is very unfortunate. I'm sorry the poor devil chose to die here, but it may not be heart failure, you know. He may have been murdered. Murdered? She sobbed the word, as though it burst from her against her will. Willoughby ignored her exclamation. He continued suavely, as though he enjoyed her hysterical anguish. If the man has been murdered, and we placed an obstacle in the way of his murderer being apprehended, we would be putting ourselves liable for more than a scandal. She suddenly swayed. Willoughby placed his hand on her shoulder, but she turned on him in almost insane fury. "Don't touch me," she cried. "Don't you dare to touch me." The doctor shrugged his shoulders, turning quietly to his friend. "You take her inside, Landon. She's wrought up. No wonder, poor child. I'll remain here. Call headquarters, please." Chapter 3. When they reached the house, the woman dropped wearily into a great chair. The intense pain in her face, the tremulous quiver of her mouth, caused a wave of pity to sweep over Landon. "Are you going to call the police?" she whispered. "I must." Her white hands gripped tighter. In spite of the things he had seen, Landon again had a doubt as to her perfidy. Strangely enough, he now felt no sympathy for her husband. He lifted the receiver from the hook. As he did so, she touched him. "Mr. Landon?" "Yes." "Are you my friend?" "Yes." "Why?" "Yes, of course, Mrs. Willoughby. I mean really, truly." "My friend? Or his? Andrew's?" "Yes." "I trust I am a friend to you both," he evaded. She shook her head impatiently. "You can't be that. Can't you see he hates me? And I loathe him. I despise him. Oh my God, how I hate him. And yet, Mrs. Willoughby, oh, I know I horrify you." She laughed and began to pace the length of the room. "If only I had someone I could turn to, someone to aid me, someone in all the world I could trust. You seem to be a good man. If only I dared." She paused abruptly. Then in a sudden change, "Do you think I'm a bad woman? Do you think I am what he thinks? Why, my dear lady, I see. He has lied to you too, poisoned you against me, as he has others. And—" She covered her face with her hands. For once he could not find words. "Mrs. Willoughby, I saw you tonight. You saw me. And—" Her eyes opened wide. "And him." As she said nothing, he turned from her and called up the police headquarters, making his request for their presence in a quiet, professional manner. When he hung up the receiver, he turned to her. "Mrs. Willoughby, you found the body. Who was with you at the time?" She did not reply. After waiting a moment for her to speak, he continued, "You realize that the police will ask questions of you when they arrive. As a lawyer and your friend, I am advising you to tell me everything before they come. I may make things easier for you." "Easier for me," she repeated dully. "I've done nothing. Nothing wrong." "I think it is murder," Landon said slowly. She wet her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. "Yes, it is murder. I know that," she whispered. "How do you know?" he said sharply. She shivered. I... She gave a little hysterical laugh. "Just as a woman intuitively knows many things. Something here tells me it is. Did you know the man?" No, of course not. I never saw him before." "Didn't you hear what Andrew said? He is a tramp, a hobo, probably. Her voice trailed off, and her dark eyes widened. "Probably what?" Landon leaned forward and laid his hand on hers. Her skin was damp and ice-cold. "Probably he." He stopped in the grounds to sleep or for a drink of water. "And Mr. Landon, I can't talk. You'll excuse me. I must go upstairs." She rose unsteadily, and for a moment seemed about to faint. You can call me when they arrive. Perhaps I'll feel better then." He assisted her to the stairs, watched her slowly mount them, then turned back into the room more puzzled than before. As he sank into a deep-cushioned chair before the window, heavy satin draperies behind him were pushed aside. A young man wearing mud-stained overalls and a dark blue shirt stepped into the room. He held one finger up to caution Landon to silence, then motioned him to draw the blinds so that their figures could not be seen by the men outside who waited by the greenhouses. "Well?" said Landon. The other slumped into a chair opposite to him. He suddenly seemed overcome and unable to speak. Landon noted the way his hands trembled. His nostrils quivered. After a moment's silence, the lawyer asked, "You're Ullering, the gardener, aren't you?" "Yes, sir." He leaned forward, almost touching Landon. His eyes glowed in his eagerness. "You've sent for the police?" "Yes." Landon reached for a cigar and lighted it before he answered the boy. In that brief moment's survey of the gardener, he felt an instinctive liking for him. "It might be murder, you know," he added. "It was murder, Mr. Landon. That poor fellow out there died the death that was intended for me." "What do you mean by that?" Landon dropped his cigar and quickly rescued it from the carpet. "I'm not going to hide anything, sir, only I can't face the police. Not yet. I can't tell you. But can't you tell them what I say and keep me out of their way?" "Isn't it possible?" His white face worked convulsively. He spoke as though compelled to do so against his will. "I don't understand you," said the other man coldly. "You say someone desired your death, yet you don't want to inform the police yourself. Don't you realize that you will have to testify? You were with Mrs. Willoughby when she stumbled over the body." "Yes, sir. I'm a lawyer, Ullering. Perhaps you didn't know that." Yes, I knew it. That's why I'm asking you to help me, to help Louise." "Aye." Landon winced as he used the Christian name of his friend's wife, but the gardener did not see the movement. "You didn't kill the man, did you?" snapped Landon suddenly. No, good God, no." "Well then, will you be kind enough to explain just what is it all about?" "He hates me," Ullering continued. "Who?" Andrew Willoughby. He hates me as much as he fears me." Landon started angrily to his feet. "Willoughby is my friend," the younger man laughed stridently. "Friend? He's no man's friend. There's only one thing in the world of any value to him. That's science. Didn't you see how he took the death of that poor dog out there? I was behind a clump of shrub. I heard and saw him. He gloated over his body. He was glad that a man had died and proven another one of his damnable poisons efficacious. By God! Are you insinuating that Andrew Willoughby killed the man out there?" "I am. A man he had never seen. A stray tramp. It was intended for me," Ullering returned wearily. He failed in his purpose so far as I was concerned, but he made a sure test and it proved successful. "You're making an astounding statement, young man," said Landon, straining to keep his voice calm and uninterested. "You are accusing a man of murder, your employer, the husband of the woman with whom—" Ullering sprang to his feet. The veins stood out in great welts on his high, thin forehead. His nostrils quivered. When he again sank into his chair, he was panting from the struggle. "Mr. Landon," he said abruptly, I met Louise, Mrs. Willoughby, outside in the grounds. Why I did so is our affair, but she is a good woman. You must know she is. Her husband is more than a scoundrel. He is the vilest, lowest." Landon's gesture interrupted him. He continued in a quieter tone. "We met by an arbor near the greenhouses. It is very dark there, and in spite of its being moonlight, we weren't seen. But we saw the figure of a man as he came out of the house. It was Andrew Willoughby. At first we thought he had seen Louise leave and was following us. But he passed the arbor and went on toward the greenhouses. In the moonlight, which made everything perfectly visible in the open, I could see he was carrying something. A little case. his medicine case, he uses when visiting a patient. I was afraid he could hear Louise's breathing. He passed so close to us, but he was too intent on his wicked thoughts to notice anything else. At the greenhouses he hesitated and looked stealthily around. Then he laughed. That laugh made Louise grip my arm. I put my hand over her mouth for fear she would cry out. There is a hydrant beside one of the houses. I use it every morning to attach the hose. To my knowledge, no one else ever touches it. No one has occasion to. Willoughby was aware of this. It is an old-fashioned arrangement and I have protested against it, but the thing has remained as it is. Several times I have been drenched by the nozzle slipping. As we watched, Willoughby went to this hydrant. He carefully unfastened the hose. Then he opened the little case he carried. He took out something which was evidently a piece of cloth and wiped all the damp off the rusty metal. Then he put the cloth back into the case. Next he took a small vial out of it and with great caution poured it all over the metal. Then, as quietly as he had come, he whirled around and went back to the house. Allering paused. Then, we both stood there in the darkness, unable AFC first to speak or move, he went on. Then Louise whispered, "Charlie, what was it? What was he doing?" I didn't tell her. I knew he had contrived some diabolical way to get rid of me, though just how a liquid poison on a piece of metal could do it. I didn't know. I resolved under no conditions to touch it. Louise became frightened and started to cry. She was pent up and nervous before, now she became hysterical. I tried to reassure her and told her she had best go back to the house. Though she tried to control her feelings, I felt she knew instinctively what I did, that her husband had planned my murder. Just as she braced up and started to leave me, a man vaulted the stone wall and lurched into view, a pool of moonlight outlining him distinctly. I think he was a tramp or a thief. I had never seen him before. He wandered about aimlessly until he came to the hydrant. Almost before I knew what he was doing, he had put his mouth to the socket and turned on the water. The next moment he gave that cry you heard. We saw him stagger backwards, fling up his arms, waving them wildly, then fall over, doubling up and writhing as though in horrible pain. It only lasted a moment. Then he was dead. Louise screamed. She started to run. She fell twice. I was going to follow her. Then I knew I mustn't. I crept further back into the shadow of the arbor. After you all came back into the house, I stole out the other way, climbed the wall and returned through the servants' entrance. Why should Andrew wish to kill you? Landon asked abruptly. Allering rose again. He crossed to the lawyer and stood under a stand lamp, allowing its light to shine directly on his pallid face. The skin over his cheekbones was drawn and tight. There was a feverish gleam in his eyes. His young mouth was hard and grim, but in spite of everything, there was a look of candor and manliness about him which impressed Landon. Arthur Landon, don't you know me? Why? The vague something which had disturbed Landon resolved itself into a memory. The memory of a pink-cheeked, red-haired lad, with a sunny smile, an almost cherubic cast of countenance. He gave a gasp. Charlie Moore, not Charlie Moore? Yes, Louise's brother. But why? An automobile came into the driveway, stopped with a noisy purr of the engine. Some men alighted. Then the doorbell gave a metallic clatter. The boy clutched Lannon's arm. For God's sake, keep me out of this, he cried. I'll explain later. Before the lawyer could answer, he had disappeared behind the satin draperies. Chapter 4. Landon opened the door before the servant reached it. The inspector, followed by his medical examiner and a couple of officers, strode into the hallway. Well, what's the dope? The inspector asked abruptly. He was a large man with a 24 hours crop of blue-black beard. His eyes were dark and very keen. He wore horn-rimmed spectacles, which he kept constantly removing and polishing. Landon knew that in that brief second survey of the room, he had noticed the almost imperceptible swaying of the curtains as they fell together behind Charlie Moore. "You called me?" the inspector continued, not waiting for his question to be answered. "Yes. Where's Willoughby?" The doctor was well known on the island. Outside, a dead man was found on the grounds, some sneak thief or hobo evidently. "We thought it best to send for you. It may be heart failure. It may be murder." "All right, take me to him." As they stepped outside, Landon realized that morning had arrived. In the hazy light he saw Dr. Willoughby seated on a stone bench, his shaggy bearded chin cupped in his hand. As he stared with evident interest at the huddled splotch on the ground before him. The servants had grouped themselves some little distance away, evidently discussing the gruesome event, but at the sight of the officers they hushed abruptly. Landon glanced quickly at the hydrant. It was open. A slow trickle of water resolved itself into a little rivulet below it, and wended away into a tiny stream toward the greenhouses a trifle below it. Willoughby rose leisurely at their appearance and extended his hand to the inspector. "Mr. Dwyer," he said, "I'm Dr. Willoughby. This is my home. It's unfortunate." "Yes, I know, Doctor," Dwyer interrupted. "The man's dead all right. You don't know him, do you?" Willoughby shook his head. "No. Seems to be a hobo, doesn't he? I fancy he died of heart failure, but I'd rather your examiner passed upon the case. I don't think it advisable for you to depend solely upon my decision. It's awkward happening on my grounds, you know." He spoke easily. All traces of the strain of the evening before seemed to have vanished. The examiner knelt on the damp ground and took a brief survey of the body. "No indication of foul play?" he said. He scowled uncertainly, then looked from Willoughby's face to the inspector's. "He seems to have died suddenly, with acute agony. Rather an unusual attitude for a heart failure to assume, don't you think so?" "Dr. Willoughby?" "I do. That is why I hesitated to diagnose it as such. And yet," the physician leaned closer, I'm not prepared to say it isn't. Look him over, Riley," said Dwyer abruptly to a younger man in plain clothes. "See if there's anything to identify him on his clothes." "Plain hobo," said the other after a moment's survey. There were no cards, letters, nor marks of any kind on the body or clothing to lead to any knowledge of the man. "Heart failure it is, I take it," said Dwyer grimly. "Must have caught the poor devil suddenly. Probably dropped in here to steal a night's lodging, and having a bum heart keeled over." Landon started to speak, hesitated, then turned abruptly to Dr. Willoughby. There was an enigmatical look on the physician's bearded face. Landon almost fancied that triumph gleamed through his black eyes. You aren't going to have an inquest?" the lawyer queried. "Not necessary," Dwyer replied. "Thing seems pretty clear to me." He turned deferentially to Willoughby. "You passed it as heart failure also, didn't you, Doctor?" Willoughby bowed his head in assent. "We'll have the body removed at once," the inspector continued. "Riley, you can stay here until the wagon comes. If there's nothing further, we'll bid you good morning." Something seemed to snap in Landon's brain. The story the young gardener had told him, the scream the dead man had given, had made too deep an impression on the lawyer's mind to be dismissed lightly. "Doctor," he exclaimed, touching the medical assistant's arm, "do persons dying suddenly of heart failure give a cry of mortal agony?" "Hey?" Landon repeated the question. No, I think not. It would be unusual, quite unusual, but not impossible for them to cry out. Death comes too suddenly as a rule for them to make any sound. Death so painful as this. Why do you ask? This man gave a scream. I heard it. So did Mrs. Willoughby, who found the body. The inspector dug the blunt toe of his shoe into the grass at his feet. He coughed, then looked at Willoughby, back to Landon's expressive face, then to his assistant. A slow flush mounted to his forehead. "This puts another complexion on the matter," he said quietly. "Where is Mrs. Willoughby?" "In the house," her husband replied. "She was badly upset about the matter, and has gone in." "Stay here, Riley. Come on with me, the rest of you." An air of alertness had taken hold of Dwyer, as though he suddenly sensed something of interest. As the servants, huddled together, did not move, he gave a peremptory gesture toward them and repeated the command for them to return to the house with him. Chapter 5. Once inside the house, Willoughby became a genial host, inquiring of the officers if they desired anything to drink, and when Dwyer accepted with alacrity, he ordered the butler to serve all present. Dwyer wandered about the room for a few moments, touching a bit of furniture here, a drapery there, and puffing viciously on a strong and vile-smelling cigar. After he had swallowed a large drink of old whisky, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, he asked that Mrs. Willoughby be called. "You heard this fellow scream?" he said, turning to Landon, while they waited for her appearance. "Yes. Wake you up?" "No. I was awake." "How's that? Insomnia. What time did he scream?" "About 4:30, I should judge." "No, I don't suffer with insomnia. I'm usually a heavy sleeper." "Something else wakened you then?" "Yes." "What?" "That's hard to say. Possibly being in a strange room and bed. I'm a guest here, you know. Possibly the quiet of the country after the city. Or I fancied I heard footsteps outside my door." Willoughby leaned forward. His black eyes lightened. The pupils became mere pinpoints. "What kind of footsteps?" inquired Dwyer. "That I can't state. I'm not prepared to say that I heard any. I may have fancied I did. If I did hear them, they were very soft, cautious, I should say." "A man's or a woman's?" "I don't know, but I think a man's." Willoughby sank back in the chair, gripping the arms of it with long, stained fingers. "How long after you heard these footsteps was it that you heard this scream?" "I should judge 30 minutes. I lay in bed some little time. Then, unable to sleep, I got up and sat by the window." "Does your window face those greenhouses?" "Yes." "Did you see this man enter the grounds?" "No, I had left the window when he screamed." "And you saw nothing suspicious out there?" Landon hesitated. He caught the glance his host directed toward him and coughed. Something impelled him to say no. Louise Willoughby came into the room. She had removed her bedraggled evening gown and had replaced it with a tea gown of lavender satin and lace. Her face was ghastly pale in the morning light, her eyes wide and very dark. Landon suddenly felt a great pity for her. Her heavy mass of dark red hair she had let down and braided into a great rope which hung over one shoulder. It made her look younger, almost girlish. At her entrance, Willoughby merely raised his head, looked at her a second, then back toward the inspector. She accepted the chair Landon offered her. "You wish to see me?" she said. "Yes, Mrs. Willoughby." "I'm sorry to disturb you, but this unfortunate death on your grounds makes it necessary." Dwyer's voice unconsciously softened as he addressed her. "I understand. Please pardon my appearance. I had gone to bed." "You were the first to find the dead man's body, weren't you, Mrs. Willoughby?" "Yes." "You were alone?" "No." Her gaze did not falter, nor did she look at her husband. "Who was with you?" "A young man, Mr. Allering." "Did this young man, Mr. Allering, see?" She interrupted him. "We both saw him fall." "Fall? The man wasn't dead when you first saw him." The woman bit her lip. Then she shook her head. "No, Mr. Allering and I were in the arbour near the greenhouses. We saw a man climb over the fence. He staggered. Then, her eyes shifted and rested on the face of her husband. Willoughby was yellow. His black eyes like beads stared at her with all the fascination of a snake coiled to spring. She shivered. Then he gave a terrible cry, flung up his arms and fell over writhing. I think he died instantly. I screamed too. It was horrible to see a man die. Then I started to run. He lay in my pathway. It was dark. The moon went under a cloud right after it happened. I fell. I touched his cold face. She paused, staring straight ahead of her as if visualizing what had taken place. "That is all?" said Dwyer. "Yes." Landon wondered if Dwyer realized the woman was lying. "Where is this Allering now?" the officer inquired, looking about. The servants, who had come into the room on returning to the house, shook their heads. "I don't know," Mrs. Willoughby answered. "Probably in his room," snapped her husband, speaking for the first time. "He's the gardener employed here." Dwyer Merry raised his eyebrows. He studied the pale patrician face of the woman, then turned to one of his assistants. "Riley, go with a servant to get him." Chapter 6. Dwyer and his medical advisor again traversed the lawn to the greenhouses. Landon went with them. The operator whom Dwyer had left in charge of the body grinned a sickly welcome as they approached. Again Landon noted the dripping hydrant. Dwyer stalked about the grounds. Crossing to the greenhouses, he opened a door and stepped inside. He was gone but a moment. When he returned, he made a survey of the arbor and the stone wall which surrounded the grounds. The grass was trampled and crushed, but no definite footprints were discernible. "Stevens, go back to the house and see what's the matter that Riley hasn't found that gardener," he said abruptly. The medical examiner, whose attention had been centered on the dead man, looked up quickly. "It's heart failure, all right, Dwyer," he said. Dwyer merely grunted. The man who had been with the body hitched his trousers and passed the back of a hairy hand across his mouth. He started briskly toward the house, paused abruptly, and whirling around, crossed to the hydrant. As he stopped to drink from the faucet, Landon cried out in an unnatural voice. "Don't do that." The young officer straightened abruptly. "Speaking to me?" he asked. "Yes. What's the matter?" "Don't touch that hydrant." Stevens came closer. "I don't understand," he said, wondering if he were making a fool of himself or if what Allering had said were true. Landon hesitated. The inspector looked at him inquiringly. Landon laughed nervously. "Well," said Dwyer. He removed his horn-rimmed glasses and polished them vigorously. His keen eyes squinted. Landon inwardly squirmed under the scrutiny. "I may be mistaken," the lawyer said uneasily, "but I'm under the impression that the man died after drinking from that faucet." Stevens whistled. Landon realized he had told too much to withhold any more, and continued quietly. "Allering came to me after Mrs. Willoughby retired. He said the dead man took a drink, then fell writhing to the ground. He may have imagined it. I don't know, but it's well to take no chances." Mrs. Willoughby did not mention this. "No. Where did Allering go? Why hasn't Riley found him?" "I don't know." "Well," mused the inspector, "it's damned queer. We'll get a glass and test this water." "Here's a tin cup," said the younger officer, reaching for one which hung on a nail just below the hydrant. Landon suddenly remembered the gardener's words, when he mentioned the caution Willoughby had exercised in wiping the moisture from the faucet. He stepped forward quietly and, drawing his handkerchief from his pocket, he wrapped it about his hand before turning the spigot. Then he drew some water and handed it to the medical examiner. It was clear as crystal. "Willoughby has a laboratory where he makes tests in chemistry," the lawyer said. "Stay here," Dwyer said to the operator he had left with the body before. Then he turned to the others with a curt nod of his head toward the house. "We'll use the laboratory, though I've a hunch there's nothing to this water business, but you never can tell. And we've got to locate this fellow Allering." Chapter 7. As they entered the house, Willoughby rose abruptly. Landon sensed a tension in the air, as though the physician and his wife had been quarreling. The woman's face was bloodless. The great purple shadows under her eyes and her white lips gave her an almost ethereal beauty. She smiled a wan greeting as though welcoming the interruption of an unpleasant scene. "Dr. Willoughby," said the inspector abruptly, "Dr. Graves here would like to use your laboratory for a little test, if you don't mind." "Test?" smiled Willoughby suavely. "Yes, of the hydrant water. Mr. Landon is under the impression that the dead hobo took a drink from your hydrant and keeled over. Water looks all right, but we'd like to make sure." The smile never left Willoughby's face, though Landon fancied it grew tighter. "I'll be very glad to assist you in any way," the physician said, "though I'm positive the water had nothing to do with the poor chap's death. We don't use it for drinking purposes, but it's pure. However, as you say, it's best to make sure. Come this way, if you please. My laboratory is on the top floor." He led the way to the odorous room that was the scene of his many chemical tests. As they reached the door, for a second he hesitated. He drew a deep breath and inserted a key in the lock. It did not turn. The physician looked puzzled. "That's strange," he muttered. He rattled the knob. "Maybe the lock has sprung," said the inspector grimly. Willoughby shook his head. "It seems to be locked from the inside," he said. The smile left his face. He became yellower if possible. There came to them the rustle of papers inside the room, the sound of someone moving. The men stared at each other. Willoughby swayed a trifle and lurched against the door. Dwyer thrust a huge fist forward and gave the panel a resounding kick. "Open this door," he called. "Open it, or we'll break it down." There was silence, then a sound of footsteps, and the door was flung open. The gardener stood just inside the room. He had discarded his overalls and looked very much the gentleman in a dark, well-fitting suit. Though he was ghastly pale, there was a triumphant gleam in his dark eyes and an air of success in his bearing. The room was in absolute disorder. Papers were thrown everywhere. Bottles lay at random on glass-topped tables. Paper baskets were overthrown. Everything indicated a hurried but thorough search. One instant Willoughby glared at his ransacked laboratory, then into the glowing eyes of the boy whom he seemed to recognize for the first time. Then he flung himself at the younger man with an almost animal-like snarl. "Damn you!" Allering stepped aside. At the same moment, Dwyer laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Well," he smiled, but the menace in his cool tones made Landon shiver. "I presume you are the gardener, Allering. No wonder you didn't care to give your testimony to us. We came out here to look into the matter of a heart failure. We hardly expected to be so fortunate as to lay our hands on Charlie Moore, number 9672. The boy flung back his head and looked bravely into the cool, hard face of the inspector. "No, 9672? gasped Stevens. "Sure, the escaped con. Sent up 2 years ago for manslaughter. Escaped 6 weeks ago. They say a society woman helped him bust out, but I never dreamed it was Mrs. Willoughby." "She's my sister," said the boy proudly. "Sure." Dwyer bit off the end of a cigar and stuck it in his mouth, but he didn't light it. He looked steadily at the young man, then toward Willoughby. The latter's eyes were bloodshot. He seemed to be controlling himself with difficulty. "What did you know about this?" Dwyer asked him. "Nothing," snapped the doctor. "You didn't recognize him?" "No," young Moore laughed unpleasantly. "That's a lie," he said. "He knew me the moment Louise brought me into this house. She knew he did, and so did I. But he didn't dare admit it. If he had, he would have notified you in a minute. He wanted me out of the way, but he was afraid, so he chose the cowardly way. He made everyone think I was her lover and poisoned them against her then." "Stop!" It was Willoughby who exclaimed. The boy shrugged his shoulders. "You've made some strange statements, young man," said Dwyer quietly, "and I must say, for a man under arrest, an escaped convict, you're damned cool." A frank smile curled the other's lips. "I'm not going back, Inspector," he said, "and don't you think it for 1 minute. Is that so?" "You bet your life it is. I spent 2 years in that hellhole. I was clever enough to make my escape. You can rest assured I'll be clever enough to keep out of it. What do you think I came here for?" "That's what I'm wondering," said Dwyer dryly. "You might have known that sooner or later we would have run you down, that we would be certain to come to your sisters for you." "Not so certain. If that poor devil hadn't died out there, I'd still be safe here. I've had 6 weeks' start of you, Inspector. That was all I needed." 6 weeks too much for you, Andrew. But you see, you didn't get me after all." Dwyer flung his cigar from him impatiently and stepped over the threshold into the disordered laboratory. He closed the door behind him with a snap. Willoughby suddenly swayed and dropped into the nearest chair. "Now more," said the inspector. "No funny business, get me? You're going back with me, and you're going back to stay. You were sent up on a poison charge, young man. There's a dead man out there on those grounds. What did you have to do with his death?" The boy shrugged his shoulders again, then his eyes clouded. A note of pathos crept into his voice. "Everything," he said quietly. "I suppose if it weren't for me, the poor devil would be alive at this minute." Willoughby gave an inarticulate cry. Dwyer stared at the ex-gardener, striving to digest his astounding words. "Let me get you right," he said slowly. "Are you confessing that you killed that bum out there?" "No," said young Moore, "but I'm saying that my brother-in-law, Andrew Willoughby, did." Chapter 8. There was a dead silence. Then Willoughby laughed. He laughed until he shook. Then he staggered to his feet and waved a long, bony finger at his accuser. "You tried to implicate me before, you whelp. You tried to shift John Gordon's murder on my shoulders. By God, don't you try it again. I never saw that man out there before. Just a minute." The dignity, the note of authority in the boy's voice, seemed to impress even Dwyer, hardened officer of the law that he was. 2 years ago, when I came out of college, I came here to study chemistry with Dr. Willoughby, my brother-in-law. I was interested in science. He had gone farther into some phases of it than any other teacher I could secure. I became his assistant in numerous tests. John Gordon was another assistant. "Why rake all that up?" snapped Dwyer impatiently. "All that detail came out at the trial. Because you are going to know the truth. Because I'm going to prove my statements. I don't know if Andrew Willoughby is insane or not, but I do know that in the interest of science he will stop at nothing, not even murder. Please," he continued, raising a silencing hand as they would have interrupted him. He was making some tests of a new, very strange and interesting Eastern poison. It left no trace of any kind. A touch of it on a mucous membrane would produce instant death. This was not enough for Dr. Willoughby. He was searching for a poison whose mere contact would be deadly. At last he hit upon one. A harmless enough liquid until combined with metal and moisture. Landon gave an exclamation of surprise. Willoughby had seated himself, and now sat staring at the speaker with beaded, fascinated eyes. He wet his lips with the tip of his tongue, but otherwise made no movement. "The trouble with this poison," continued Moore, "was that the victim died in convulsions, the death being of several moments' duration. Consequently, Willoughby was still dissatisfied. I don't know what his desire was in making of poisoning a fine art. I don't think that at that time murder was his object. He sacrificed numerous animals in his experiments. Even Louise's pet Airedale and a Persian cat belonging to the housekeeper were destroyed. The brutality of their death, the horrible agony they suffered, was getting on my nerves. I wanted to get away. He did not let John Gordon into the secret of these poisons, so Gordon was in total ignorance of Willoughby's ambition. I began to fear my brother-in-law. There was an insane glitter in his eyes when at work. It dawned upon me that he would not endure any obstacle being placed in his way, and that because of my knowledge of his tests, he hated me, although he needed me. Then John Gordon was found dead. His attitude, the tortured expression on his face, proved conclusively he had been poisoned. Though if Willoughby had not so painstakingly explained the nature of that poison, no one would have detected it in his system. Whether my brother-in-law deliberately killed him as a test, or it was an accident, I am not prepared to state, but I had nothing to do with it. The metal cup which contained the coffee which Gordon drank, I never saw before. So help me God. Willoughby swore in court to my carelessness that I had deliberately left that cup, which had been used on a tea table, and young Gordon had poured coffee into it and drank it. It was a lie. Dr. Willoughby himself did it. I had nothing to support my statement then. I was working for a reputable famous scientist. What was my word against his? With every proof in the world against me, but I made up my mind that the instant those prison doors closed behind me, and I was again a free man, I would not only prove my innocence, but Andrew Willoughby's guilt, and I have done so. He paused abruptly. I escaped. The papers gave the one details. I took a chance in coming here, but as Louise's gardener I was safe from you if Willoughby did not recognize me. For a long time he never noticed me. One servant was the same as another to him. His wife always engaged them. Then he noted our friendship, Louise's and mine, and he became jealous. Too late we recognized our mistake, for the instant he took a good look at me, he knew who I was. As I said, he was cowardly. He knew I had something more than my liberty at stake. He feared me. He was afraid of what I knew of him. He instantly sensed that my presence in his household meant I was spying upon him. He could not send me away. He determined to do away with me. Cleverly he planted the idea in the mind of all his wife's friends that she was unfaithful to him, that I were her lover. He did this so that if he were discovered as my murderer, he would be exonerated for protecting his honor. Then he began to study my habits. Knowing what he intended, I ate all my meals at a nearby roadhouse. Everything suspicious I handled with gloves. But in spite of all my precautions, if that poor devil had not appeared last night, this morning I would be a dead man. An enigmatical smile curled up the corners of Willoughby's eyes. He shifted his position. He glanced in an almost disinterested fashion at the papers tossed about the room. He had contrived my murder in the cleverest, most diabolical fashion conceived of by man. Continued more. Knowing that to water the plants I must attach the hose every morning, he carefully saw to it that it was unattached. Then, using this poison which he had perfected, he placed it on the faucet, so that the instant it came into contact with moisture and metal, it became deadly, so deadly that the touch of it on my bare hand was enough to kill me. Very pretty, said Dwyer with something like a snort, but it strikes me like some sort of a fairy tale. You can't get away with that stuff, young man. Moore smiled. I saw him place the poison on the hydrant faucet, so did his wife. I saw the tramp touch it and fall over dead, so did she. I have found the formula, the thing I've been hunting for, and his diary. Dwyer sniffed again. Though he took the book, Moore extended toward him and turned over its pages curiously. We're always getting dope on mysterious poisons that leave no trace, he said. But it's going a little too far to believe in the existence of one that kills by the mere touch of flesh which has no abrasion or scratch of any kind. Willoughby suddenly stiffened. His nostrils quivered. You don't doubt its existence? He exclaimed in a high-pitched, excited voice. I do. You don't believe what he says is true? I do not. Well, it is true, every word of it. The professional pride in the doctor's voice showed he had clearly forgotten that such a statement meant an admission of murder. Are you confessing that you attempted your brother-in-law's life and killed that hobo? Exclaimed Dwyer, whirling on him. I am making a statement that I have discovered the greatest existing poison, that I have proven its potency. You doubt my word. Watch. Before any of the startled spectators could stop him, he had reached for the little vial of amber-colored liquid Landon so vividly recalled as spilling the night before, and pouring a little of it in a metal measuring cup half filled with water. He rubbed his hand over the surface of the cup. For a second, he smiled whimsically at the men who stared in bewilderment at him. Then he suddenly stiffened. His muscles gave a convulsive movement, and he rolled off the chair onto the floor. "Dead," exclaimed the other physician, bending over him. "Almost instantaneous. Well, I'm damned," ejaculated Dwyer. "My sister," gasped young Moore. There was a horrified expression in his dark eyes. "I must go to her." "You don't want me, do you?" "No, but don't try to get away," replied Dwyer grimly, still staring in blank astonishment at the stark figure of their late host. "You'll find everything in his diary," said the boy in the doorway. His vainglory prompted him to write it up. "It prompted his death," said Landon, turning away heartsick at the thought. Then the knowledge that Louise Willoughby was free sent him down into the drawing room, where she sat, hands clasped in those of her brother. End of After Midnight by Marthe Neville. A Person from the Police by Ernest M. Poate, author of Behind Locked Doors. Detective Story Magazine, January 6, 1920. With a hint of sullen reluctance, Steward Lancaster opened the door of the doctor's waiting room. He was a lean, hard-bitten old gentleman with a red Venus face and a gaunt, red, wrinkled neck. Rather like a turkey gobbler's, by no means a handsome man, yet not entirely undistinguished, with a look about him of hard driving power. Glancing at his set face, one might have said that here was a man of unquestioned force, and then, on closer scrutiny, have doubted it after all. For his craggy features were marred and seamed with the deep-etched lines of passion uncontrolled. Such was the man who pushed open the door of Dr. Durand's waiting room and glanced within, a look of sulky defiance in his hot grey eyes. He detested doctors, regarding them with the cynical suspicion of one who has seldom needed their services. Only the increasing frequency of those attacks of dizziness, weighing the advice of his tired, colourless wife, had driven him here at last. The door to the consulting room was closed. Evidently, Dr. Durand was closeted with a patient. Lancaster glanced about. It was nearing 7. The doctor's evening office hour was almost over. There were only 2 ahead of him, and they seemed to be together. Perhaps he would not be late to dinner after all. Even as he entered, one of these 2, a stalwart person in neat blue serge, was rising from his seat. Lancaster looked at him cursorily. The fellow did not seem in need of medical attention. He radiated health. He was strongly built. The breadth of his shoulders was accentuated by the cut of his double-breasted coat, which in some indefinable way suggested a uniform. His hands were big and capable-looking, yet soft and well-kept. Not a labouring man, after all, thought Lancaster, and looked again, touched with that curiosity which causes the prospective patients in a doctor's waiting room to exchange furtive, measuring glances. The other leaned over his companion, on his broad face that curious blending of watchfulness and patience which marks the professional nurse. "You wait right here, Mr. Rankin," he was saying. "Don't get up or anything. I'll be back in 5 minutes." He walked toward the door on deft, noiseless feet. Some kind of a nurse, thought Lancaster, and dismissed him, though the other fellow looked strong enough to get about alone. He walked over to the library table, inwardly fuming. True, it seemed that he must wait only for 1 patient instead of 2, but why must he wait at all? If Durand didn't hurry, he'd be late for dinner after all, and Mr. Lancaster was a hearty feeder, a gourmand rather than a gourmet. A fool proceeding anyhow, he grumbled to himself. Durand would feel his pulse and examine his tongue and look wise. He'd spring a lot of big words and then prescribe some simple thing, soda mints, like as not. Probably nothing but indigestion anyhow. He was a fool to wait. Still, those dizzy spells made one nervous. He put a hand to his forehead in a gesture which had become habitual of late. He pored impatiently over a pile of magazines. Bah, all out of date, as usual. Irritably, Mr. Lancaster turned to the other man, now left alone with him. "Why don't doctors and dentists ever lay in a new stock of magazines?" he grumbled. "Never saw one yet in a doctor's office under 6 months old." The other's fine-featured face lit up with a pleasant smile. He was an amiable, rather clerical-looking individual with thick, silky white hair. In a well-bred conversational tone, he replied, "Go to hell." Slowly purpling, Mr. Lancaster glared at him in amazement. Surely he had not heard aright. The fellow's manner was mild as new milk. What did you say?" he demanded. The other man looked horrified. His clear-cut face was painfully flushed. He was plainly overcome with embarrassment. Go to hell," he repeated in a tone of abject apology. Yes, there was no mistaking it this time. That was what the fellow said. Speechless with fury, Lancaster gave vent to a sort of wordless roar. Great veins swelled out on neck and temple. He clenched a trembling fist and advanced threateningly. His unwilling antagonist, crimson with mortification, made pathetically placating gestures, stammering almost tearfully. "Go to hell, hell, hell." In the midst of this tumult, the consulting room door opened, and Dr. Durand appeared, ushering out his patient. At the same time, the stranger's companion rushed breathlessly in. "Are you this nut's keeper?" queried Lancaster, turning wrathfully to this last arrival. "Take this lunatic away before I hit him." Dr. Durand came swiftly forward. "Be quiet, man," he whispered sternly, grasping Lancaster's arm. Then he turned to the man in blue serge. "Kelly," demanded his severe voice, "what do you mean by leaving Mr. Rankin alone in this way? You ought to have known that something would happen." "No excuses now." He cut the other short. "Go inside." "Come, Mr. Rankin. Don't distress yourself. I'll explain." Over his shoulder, he scowled at Lancaster, tapping his forehead. "Come, Mr. Rankin," he repeated. "The other gentleman apologizes he didn't understand. Don't excite yourself now." The door to the consulting room closed, leaving Lancaster alone. That choleric gentleman paced up and down furiously, debating within himself whether he ought not to leave the place in dudgeon. But a fresh wave of vertigo decided him to stay. He must see what could be done about these attacks. Only, he'd be confounded if he'd apologize to that nut. Let Durand settle it. Served him right if there was trouble about it. He had no business to have a crazy man in his office, insulting decent folks that way. So Mr. Lancaster was in a highly aggrieved state when the inner door opened 15 minutes later, and Mr. Rankin emerged, followed by a chastened attendant. He did not demand an apology. The poor man was still agitated and tearful. He glanced timidly at Lancaster, scowling in his corner, and murmured a deprecatory something under his breath. It sounded very like, "Go to hell." "Bah," said Lancaster explosively, and tossed aside a year-old copy of the magazine he had been thumbing. Still fuming with rage, he entered the consulting room and faced Dr. Durand. That calm, bearded person looked at him in frank disapproval. "You've muddled Rankin up for a week now," said he severely. "You ought to have more sense. Poor chap. He has a motor aphasia. 4 months ago he had a slight stroke. A tiny clot of blood lodged in his brain and cut off the nerve fibers which run to the speech center, disconnecting it from the part of the brain where ideas are made into words. So he can think clearly just what he wants to say, but he can't telegraph his thoughts to his lips and tongue. The wires are down. And, as sometimes happens in such cases, the speech center has still the power to produce 2 or 3 words, often the last words the patient used before the shock, though I hope not in this case. He smiled slightly. You see, Rankin's a clergyman. Well, anyway, his speech center is set, like a phonograph with the top locked. He can't change the record, Whenever his brain makes up a speech and tries to telegraph it down to Broca's convolution, the same thing happens. He says, "Go to hell." It's pitiful, isn't it? Mr. Lancaster grunted irritably. His late encounter still rankled. "I thought the fellow must be crazy," he grumbled. "No," said the doctor sharply. "He's not crazy. He's as sane as you are. He understands everything you say, and he can write his thoughts perfectly well. It's only that he can't talk. Whatever he tries to say, his mental phonograph can only play over the same record. His mind's all right. It's only that his lips and tongue have forgotten how to say any other words." Lancaster grunted again. He wasn't particularly interested in this explanation. "Well, anyhow," he contended, "such people ought to be kept locked up." Dr. Durand made no comment, but he looked coldly at his patient, bearded lips compressed in disapproval. "Perhaps," he agreed, distantly courteous. "What can I do for you, Mr. Lancaster?" "Why," explained the other, "my wife made me come. I think it's all foolishness myself. Been working too hard or something." The doctor glanced at his watch. Lancaster scowled and came to the point. "You see, doctor, I have a good deal of headache, especially in the morning, and if I stoop over or stand up too quick, it makes me dizzy. I have noises in my head and sometimes a little click, as if something broken loose there, and then I'll be dizzy for a minute, and if I'm talking I get stuck. I can't just seem to find the right words for a minute. And my wife says I have spells of just staring, as if I was unconscious, and she can't make me understand anything she says. Of course, that last is absurd. She exaggerates, you know how the women are." "Ah," replied Dr. Durand non-committally. "Let's have a look at you. No, take your shirt right off. I want to go over your chest." Suppressing a protest, Lancaster stripped to the waist, exposing a lean chest. Dr. Durand looked with professional approval at the thick, corded muscles. "Well set up for a man of, let me see. It must be nearly 65, he commented, producing his stethoscope. 67, corrected Lancaster reluctantly. He did not like to mention his age. The thought of it annoyed him. He was no grandpa. He could still enjoy a cold bottle and a gay time with the best of them. Thumping and listening, Dr. Durand went over heart and lungs with care, and at last wrapped the rubber band of a sphygmomanometer about Lancaster's left upper arm. "I'm going to take your blood pressure," said he, adjusting rubber tubes. With a little air pump, he inflated the hollow armband, eyes upon the wavering column of mercury in a U-shaped glass tube. Then, with stethoscope applied to the artery at the bend of his patient's elbow, he released the air pressure little by little. Lancaster watched the mercury column dropping slowly in response, until at last it remained stationary against a graduated slide, only moving up and down with each heartbeat. "Ah," said the doctor gravely, and repeated the process. It seemed to Lancaster, watching uneasily, that the mercury stood pretty near the top of the graduated scale. He wondered what that might mean, oppressed as we all are by the mysteries of medical apparatus. "Ah," repeated the doctor, upon a rising note. "It's no wonder you've had headaches and dizzy spells, Lancaster. Blood pressure 265, more than double the normal. Dear me, dear me. I'll give you a prescription," he went on placidly. "But diet and hygiene are much more important in such cases as this. You've got a bad case of arteriosclerosis, my friend, hardening of the arteries, you know. A serious case. You'll have to cut out red meats and live carefully, milk and toast and green vegetables from now on, Lancaster. I'll fix you up a diet and send it around. And if you've got any private stock laid by, give it away." Lancaster groaned. He liked his toddy, but the doctor's manner frightened him. "No more drinks for you. Prohibition may save a lot of you old rounders in spite of yourselves. Get this filled." He handed over a scribbled prescription. 10 drops in water after each meal. And remember, light diet. No red meats, sweets or fancy cheeses. Lancaster groaned once more, being fond of gorgonzola. Lie down for half an hour after each meal, and be especially careful to avoid all excitement. You've got a vile temper, Lancaster, he went on, with the fearless outspokenness of the old family practitioner. A fiendish temper. If you let it get away from you, you'll suffer. Lancaster's lean face began to redden, the veins of his neck swelled, but he controlled himself with difficulty. Maybe you're right, Doctor, he confessed meekly, still a little awed by the other's manner. Of course I'm right, said Dr. Durand calmly. Why, just now you were ready to hit poor Rankin. You've got to cut it out. You've got to keep your temper, unless you want a stroke someday in one of those childish rages. An apoplexy, perhaps, or an aphasia, like poor Rankin, there. How'd you like to be left with no words on your tongue, except some that I've heard you use when you were angry? And Lancaster flushed again, this time with shame. For he was foul-mouthed in his tempers. You must avoid all excitement, emphasized the doctor. Worry, temper, any severe nervous strain may bring on an apoplexy at any time. You'll have to settle down and live quietly, man. Rather subdued, Stuart Lancaster accepted his prescription and went out. His mood was considerably chastened. He was remorseful, if not repentant. No doubt he had been irritable and excitable at times. The Lancasters were all high-tempered men. There was his grandfather, who, at the age of 70, had given an erring truck driver a severe beating. He chuckled at the old gentleman's spirit, then cringed a little, involuntarily. He remembered that soon after old Mr. Lancaster had died in an apoplexy. Well, he would reform. He hadn't really a bad temper. Like that, anyhow, he was merely a trifle hasty at times. He would control himself, and on this resolve he turned his steps homeward, remembering to walk slowly, although it was already past his dinner time. Well, what difference did it make? He couldn't eat anything but gruel anyhow. Already he felt older and more feeble. His temples pounded dizzily. He was a sick man. He was convinced of that, and pitied himself accordingly. At the corner drugstore, he presented his prescription. Taking it, the pharmacist seemed to look pityingly at him. Did he really look as bad as that, he wondered, glancing into the mirror behind the soda fountain. At home, he answered his wife's anxious questions with an amiability which terrified her. Stuart must really be ill, he was so sweet-tempered. She wiped away furtive tears as she ordered his modest meal. But Lancaster's resolutions were strained severely by his dinner. He ate milk toast and spinach, following the doctor's dietary faithfully, but his gorge rose against this fare. How was a fellow to keep his temper on such pap as this, he thought wrathfully. Across the table, his colourless, ineffectual wife watched his scowling face with well-grounded apprehension. She did hope Stuart wasn't going to have one of his tempers tonight. At any rate, this was a mood more natural than that sick amiability of his first entrance. Internally, Lancaster fumed and boiled, but he controlled his rising anger, grumbling disgustedly through the meal, and pushed back his chair. "Are you ready to dress, Stuart?" asked his wife timidly. "You know we're to go to the Allens tonight for bridge." "No," snarled her husband. "I'm a sick man. I've got to lie down." Her weak lips trembled. "But what shall I do?" she protested. "They're expecting us both." "Do," he snapped. "What do I care? Go alone, stay at home, go to the movies. Here I am sick, liable to have a stroke at any minute, to die maybe, and you blurb about bridge. Bah! That's all the sympathy I get," he flung out, disregarding her tearful protests, and stamped up to his room, while his wife strove to concoct some excuse for him. It must be a good one. Already Mr. Stuart Lancaster's temper was too well known, but her imagination faltered. Sudden illness, it must be, and she would stay and nurse him. After all, it was the truth, she thought defensively. even while she cringed at her friend's conjectures as to the nature of that illness. While she laid off her evening gown for a kimono, her husband lay on his bed. These were fool orders for a doctor to give, he thought resentfully, but he would carry them out. He didn't want an apoplexy. The crimson, mortified face of the man Rankin rose before his mind's eye with a new significance. He heard again that tearfully apologetic murmur, "Go to hell," and shuddered, struggling to compose himself for a nap. Then came a sharp rap upon his bedroom door. Lancaster growled inarticulately. Was his new routine to be broken into thus? "Get out, whoever you are," he called through the door. "Go away. I'm not to be disturbed." "But I've got to see you, Uncle Stuart," insisted an anxious voice. "Bah!" snarled Lancaster. "Come tomorrow." He swore under his breath, scowling viciously, for the voice belonged to William Soames, his nephew and ward, a soft, amiable young man, whom everyone still called Billy, although he was nearing his 30th birthday. Between these two was an ancient enmity on one side, the contempt of the hard-bitten elder for a vacillating, spineless boy. On the other, the dull resentment of an amiable child whose diffidently affectionate advances had been rejected throughout a loveless boyhood. "I've just got to see you tonight," persisted the quavering, worried voice. Lancaster hesitated, growling to himself, then surrendered with an impatient oath. There were reasons why he should not antagonize the other just now. "All right then," he called ungraciously. "Go to the study. I'll be down presently." Shrugging into a housecoat, he stepped into his slippers and descended the stairs. He entered his study and dropped into a chair, facing the younger man across his flat-topped desk. "Well," he demanded morosely, "what's the matter now?" Soames fidgeted a moment, looking down at his bitten nails. His round face was harassed and pale, creased into unaccustomed lines of worry. I'm in trouble," he began hesitantly. "You see, that is, a payment on my mortgage comes due next week, and I can't meet it. And I backed a note for a friend, and he let it go to protest. And so I came to you." Lancaster gave him a hard, measuring glance. "You backed a note," he repeated scornfully. "Yes, you would, I suppose. And so you came to me," he mocked. "Why to me?" The younger man flushed resentfully at his tone. His boyishly curving lips trembled. "Because," he faltered, "because," then, gaining boldness from his anger, "well, my birthday comes the 3rd of next month. You've got to turn over all my property then anyway, 100,000 it must be. And I should think you might advance me a little now." Lancaster frowned, pulling at his chin. He had counted on his ward's complacence in this matter. It would cramp him dreadfully, he admitted to himself, if he turned over Soames' money in full, even next month. And just now. "Can't you borrow on your expectations?" he asked. His nephew gave a despairing laugh. "Borrow," he repeated. "Do you think I haven't borrowed? Do you think I'd come to you before I tried everything else?" he demanded, a flash of the old animosity coming to the surface. "Do you think I'd ask you for anything if I could help it?" Lancaster stared at him, flint-faced, unyielding. "I tell you, you've got to do it," the boy ran on wildly. "You know how I've dragged and pinched along for years, waiting for that money. You know, and you never did a thing to help me out." "To be held in trust for my son, William Justin Soames," quoted Lancaster, unmoved, "until his 30th birthday, unless in the judgment of said trustee Stuart Lancaster, he shall be considered fit to be trusted with its responsibilities before that date. And you've just shown, by backing another man's note, that you're not fit to be trusted with money, even yet." Soames gazed at him resentfully. "You could have given me an allowance at least," he whined. "Father provided for that. You've just taken advantage of the terms of that infernal will to keep me down. Here I am, working and slaving, a $20 a week bookkeeper, and my wife making her own clothes, while you hold my money. But I'm going to have it now. I've got to have it, I tell you. Do you think that mortgage is all? I've been running behind for months and months trying to hold out till August 3rd, and I can't do it any longer. They're on to me down at the office. They're putting an expert on my books tomorrow. Tomorrow? Do you hear? His voice broke thickly. It means disgrace, jail. I can't stand it. Think of my wife. The older man glared across the desk. His lean red face suffused slowly, but his voice was cold. In his hard eyes, there was a gleam almost of satisfaction. So it's come to that, he said slowly, all the smouldering hatred of years in his harsh voice, that bitter hatred of close relatives, more relentless and unyielding than any other. So it's come to that. A defaulter, are you? A criminal? And now you want me to compound a felony? Crimson with shame, Soames faced him, soft brown eyes wavering. Well, yes, he admitted shamefacedly. All I need for that is $542 to make my cash balance. They'd never find anything wrong with the books then. And then there's the mortgage. His voice trailed away as he watched the stubborn, forbidding face opposite. His head drooped with the prevision of failure, but the knowledge of imminent disgrace drove him on. He drew a small revolver from his coat pocket and laid it on the desk before him. "Do you see that?" he demanded. "It's the only way out, unless you help me now, tonight. I won't go to jail, I can't. I tell you I can't." It was a hoarse, despairing scream. Lancaster watched this facile emotion with unconcealed contempt. "Put that thing away," he said with a sneer. "You haven't the nerve to use it anyhow." And Soames' unsteady brown eyes confirmed the truth of this. Seeing the other's futility, a bitter sense of wrong rose in Lancaster's breast. He reviewed their lifelong conflict of purpose and aspiration, seeing himself always right, the other always vacillating, unready, over-anxious to please. That his own sister, whom he had truly loved, should have had such a son as this. The thought burned in him, hardening his heart. "I might have expected this," he went on slowly. "Billy Soames, and the very name was a sneer. You're no good. You never were any good. Why should I lift you out of this scrape, only to have you get mixed up in a worse one? You've made your bed, now lie on it. You can talk to me about your money on the 3rd of August, not before." Soames goggled at him in pitiable agitation. On his round, weak face, despair mirrored itself, despair followed by resentment, by dawning suspicion. "You won't help me?" he asked, gasping incredulously. Lancaster shook his head stubbornly. "You won't help me? And then, you won't, can you?" No answer. "Have you spent my money?" asked the boy. Lancaster merely stared at him coldly, unwaveringly. Furious, shaking all over with the blind fury of a weak man, the younger man half rose, one trembling finger outthrust, just beneath his uncle's nose. "You won't help me," he repeated. "Do you know what I think?" His voice rose to a shout. "I think you've stolen my money, you old thief. Why, you're worse than I am. I always meant to be honest." His half-incoherent clamorings filled the room. At the accusation, Lancaster too rose to his feet, his rage burning hotter for its uncomfortable hint of truth. His temper, hardly restrained from the beginning of the interview, suddenly overmastered him, exploding in insensate fury. Across his eyes came a red mist, shot with flaming lights. The pounding in his temples increased to a deafening pitch. There was a thin froth upon his writhing lips. For the moment he was irresponsible, insane with anger. Scarcely conscious of what he did, seeing only that loose-lipped, weakly accusing face so long hated, he caught up the pistol still lying on the table between them. There was a flash, a dull, muffled explosion. The look in the face so near his own changed slowly. Rage faded out, giving place to a mild wonder. Soames falteringly put a hand to his chest and brought it away, stained red. "Why?" said he childishly. "My fingers are all wet." Then he doubled forward, joint by joint, sliding gently from his chair to the floor, where he lay in a crumpled, pitiful heap, moveless and inert. So much Lancaster saw through a scarlet mist. Then his gust of passion blew itself out, leaving him spent and shaken, faintly nauseated, as he leaned over that quiet form. Yes, the boy was dead, quite dead. At the knowledge, a wave of vertigo swept over him. For a moment he rocked on his feet, then suddenly his mind was preternaturally clear and acute. There was no time for regret, for indecision, for panic. Already he heard the drum of running feet. A servant cried out sharply from the hall below. Stooping swiftly, Lancaster closed that limp hand about the butt of the still-smoking pistol, crying out, "Help!" even as he did so. Then he ran to the door. "Help!" he shouted again. "Jennings, Mary, call a doctor, quick! Billy shot himself!" On the words, the butler panted in, Mrs. Lancaster just behind him. Lancaster drew a sobbing breath, choked on hysterical laughter. His breathing space had been so short, so short. "Get a doctor at once," he ordered sharply. "And call the police too. Better not come in, my dear. I'm afraid he's quite dead. Poor Billy. Why couldn't he have waited a minute? I'd have helped him out." He stopped, glancing with admirably simulated caution at the awe-struck servants who stood about, open-eared. "Come, Mary. There's nothing more to be done here. I'll tell you all about it. And you," to the gaping servants, "get about your work. Don't stand there staring." Presently, Jennings hurried in with a policeman. Dr. Durand was almost upon their heels. These received at once, pale and agitated, but evidently master of himself. "Poor boy," said he, while the doctor stooped over that still figure, and the policeman examined the little revolver. "Poor Billy. He told me he was in some sort of money trouble, said he'd be ruined, disgraced, and then he pulled out that pistol and shot himself right before me. Oh dear." And he wiped his eyes quite openly. "Why couldn't he have waited just a minute? I'd have helped him, of course I'd have helped him, but he never gave me a chance." He told his story with incredible facility. It was accepted with incredible readiness. No one thought to question it. All deplored young Soames' hasty act, but even the reporters who soon began to gather seemed unsurprised. "Worked for Lancaster?" one asked. "Uh-huh. I heard talk today that there'd been a leak in that office. They've sent for a CPA to go over the books." "Do you know how much he was short, Mr. Lancaster?" So they scribbled busily, muttering among themselves. The story would have a dramatic touch. Good chance for some human interest, Aesop stuff, defaulting bookkeeper, a suicide on eve of fortune, and all that. Had Mr. Lancaster a photograph? No? Well, Soames' wife would have one, no doubt, and they'd be going there next anyway. As they satisfied themselves, they left one by one. The coroner's physician came and went. The dead man's body was removed to an undertaker's establishment, pending his wife's directions, and the house at last settled to quietness. It was near 12 when Stuart Lancaster returned to his bedroom and shut the door with a great relieved sigh. It was safely over at last. True, there was still his nephew's wife to see, but that must wait till morning. She lived far out in the suburbs. Lancaster's own illness and agitation would serve as an excuse. Besides, the reporters had gone there. She knew all about the unfortunate affair by this time. Lancaster groaned, cursing his temper, yet, so strangely as man constituted, he felt no regret, only fear that he might yet be found out. Young fool. He was better dead than getting into more trouble, and it would give a breathing space for the safer arrangement of the estate. Lancaster sighed again in relief, but his heart was pounding painfully. There was a dull ache over his eyes. Feeling the reaction of his terrible strain, he dropped down on the bed, fully dressed. Then came another rap on the door, sharp and insistent. so like the first rap that Lancaster sat up swiftly, while a wave of vertigo swept over him. "What is it?" he called tremulously. It was Jennings, the butler. "It's a person from the police, sir," he explained. "A detective named O'Connor. And he insists he must see you tonight, sir." "I can't see him," growled Lancaster. "I'm sick." Then he reconsidered. What was there to fear? This man would accept his story unquestionably, as had the others. Better get it over with. "Show him to the study," he ordered. "I'll be right down." He rose slowly and looked into his mirror. His face was gaunt and grey, bitten with deep lines of tension, but the lips were still firm. Satisfied, he tottered down the stairs, feeling old and spent. His heart still pounded uncomfortably, his temples throbbed. In the study, sitting in the chair where Billy Soames had sat only 3 hours ago, was a stout, mediocre-looking person with square-toed shoes. He was gazing meditatively down at the rug, which still showed a broad, sinister stain. Lancaster flinched involuntarily as his eyes followed the others. Then he pulled himself together and sat down in his own chair, across the wide desk. "Well," said he. The detective looked up with dull, dog-like brown eyes, and Lancaster's heart lightened. This man, he felt, would be easy to convince, much easier than those sharp, ferrety reporters. "Sorry to bother you so late, sir," he apologized. "But there's a kind of order we have to follow in these cases." "I suppose so," replied his host. "Have a cigar. You want me to tell you how it happened?" "Well, the boy came in after dinner. I was lying down. I'm not very well, but he insisted on seeing me, so I came down. He was all upset and half crying, said he was short in his accounts, and they'd send him to jail. And then he pulled out that gun and shot himself before I could say a word." "Uh-huh," said O'Connor. "Report from the coroner's office says there were powder marks on his coat, and the direction of the bullet was right and all, so he probably shot himself, as you say." "Of course he did. That's only my way of speaking, sir," he hastened to add, in answer to the other's menacing glare. "So that's all right. You his guardian?" "Why, yes," answered Lancaster, passing a hand over his forehead. The fellow was ridiculously gullible, he thought, even fearful of offending, but the continued strain was wearing on him. "Why, yes. That is, his father made me trustee of his property. Soames was to get control of it on his 30th birthday, next month." "Uh-huh. Seeing it was that way, I'd think you'd have helped him out." Lancaster looked grieved. "I'd have been glad to," he declared, "but he didn't give me time to offer. He didn't wait. I never dreamed of his shooting himself." That, at least, was true enough, he thought, chuckling inwardly. "Uh-huh," repeated the detective. "Bumped himself off in a hurry. They do sometimes, I suppose," he went on casually. "I suppose you got his money all ready to turn over?" "Yes," lied Lancaster firmly. As he spoke, a new dizziness seized him. Uncertainly, he put a hand to his forehead. Excuse me," he muttered a bit thickly. "This has been a great strain, I mean." "Of course," sympathized the detective. "Sorry I had to bother you. But," he persisted, laughing fatuously, "if you hadn't been all fixed with that money, it would have been kinda handy to have young Soames bump himself off that way, wouldn't it now?" along Mr. Lancaster's red, wrinkled neck. And in his hollow temples, great veins began to swell ominously. "What are you driving at, man?" he demanded, suddenly pounding the desk. "What do you mean by that, huh?" His speech was curiously thick and slurring. "Why?" replied the detective slowly. "Sorry to bother you about it, but the fact is, Mr. Lancaster, sir, Soames' wife, she claims he had no idea of using that gun. He just brought it along to make you think he meant it, to scare you, kinda. He talked it all over with her before he came. And she says," he hesitated, cracking great, knotted knuckles, "she says you must have shot him yourself. Poor Billy's never done it, says she." Here was a new menace, but Lancaster's will rose, alert and indomitable, to conquer it. Yet his mind felt numb and dull. He strove to think coherently and could not. He felt a sudden, nauseating wave of fear. His sick brain seemed to race as the engine of a motor car races when one throws out the clutch. Painfully he achieved a smile. "Absurd," he said, laughing thickly. "What an absurd accusation. I was angry with the boy for a minute, I admit. Perhaps I waited a breath too long before offering my help, and I blame myself for it. But as for saying that I shot him—" He broke off. Something clicked sharply in his brain, as though a spring had broken under tension. The room swam dizzily. The round, vacuous face before him seemed hazy, seen through a red mist. Then his vertigo passed. His reeling mind picked up the thread of his words. As for saying I shot him, of course nobody would believe that. His clear-thinking brain phrased it. But his lips, suddenly mutinous, repeated only, "Yes, I shot him." For a moment, Stuart Lancaster stared at the detective in unbelieving horror. His sick eyes dilated slowly. He gasped in panic, struggling to correct himself. "What a silly slip of the tongue," he would have said. But his rebellious lips repeated instead, "Yes, I shot him," as though they knew no other words. "Man," cried O'Connor excitedly, "do you know what you're saying?" Lancaster nodded painfully. Big drops of sweat stood out on his grey, working face, horribly distorted with the fear of a murderer accused, and with that deeper terror of a man suddenly unable to control his own tongue. "Yes," he croaked in agony. "Yes, I shot him. Shot him." Into his panic-stricken mind leaped the picture of that gentleman in Dr. Durand's office, who could say only "go to hell," and with it came the full vision of this grim trick which fate had played upon him. Stuart Lancaster burst into raucous, jangling laughter. "It's motor aphasia," he thought hysterically. But his lips repeated instead, "I shot him. Yes, I shot him." End of A Person from the Police by Ernest M. Poate. Blueberry Pie by Thyra Samter Winslow. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. The Lawrence Martins were at breakfast. It was a most charming domestic scene. The dining room, though small, was 1/4 of the Martins' North Side Chicago apartment. The table of black enamel was set daintily with a blue and white runner and blue and white Canton china. In the center was a vase holding 4 jonquils. The blue and gold cretonne curtains made the thin March sunshine seem almost as gold as Irma Martin's smooth, bobbed hair. The Martins had been married just 4 months. Irma Martin turned the toast in the electric toaster at her elbow. She poured coffee. Then, her hand trembling a little, she picked up the morning paper and started to read. Martin was already scanning the headlines of his own newspaper, which he would read more thoroughly on his way to the office. He glanced at his wife. "Irma," he said, and then, as she didn't answer, "Irma." "Speak to me?" She looked over at him. "What's the matter, dear?" he asked. "You look pale. I don't believe you slept well. I heard you tossing." "You're a darling to worry." She smiled at him. "It's really nothing. I was, a little restless. Not sleeping makes me pale, I suppose." He looked at her hand holding the paper. "Why, child, you're trembling." She got up, went over, put an arm around his shoulder, and rested her cheek against his hair. "You are nice," she said. "I think it's just nerves. But I'm lots better than I was. You said so too. You watch. I'll improve. I'm the nervous sort. All my folks were too." "What have you got to be nervous about? A beautiful spring day." He honestly believed Irma. If you didn't read the papers so much, got your mind on other things, reading things like this. He pointed to a glaring headline. I know, I shouldn't have read it. I suppose that was it. I'll forget it in 15 minutes. It does seem awful, though. I'm going downtown with Lois Britton. We're going to look at bedroom curtains and slippers. Martin looked at his paper again. That'll be fine, he said. I can't blame you reading a thing like this. An awful thing. That was a terrible murder. Glad the papers will be through with it now. How that beast ever went on proclaiming his innocence to the end, I see he did, is more than I can figure out. I don't believe in capital punishment as a rule, but in a case like that, when a man deliberately murders an innocent little woman, electrocuting is none too good for him. He deserved all he got. I suppose he did, agreed Irma. Of course, you're the softest-hearted little thing in the world, or you wouldn't be trembling now. I ought to have kept the paper away from you, though I can't blame you if a thing like this gets on your nerves. You were in New York when it all happened? No, it was just a few weeks after I got there. I remember reading it in the papers. Just coming from New York and the woman having light bobbed hair and all, I felt terribly interested. I suppose you did. That's right, you came here in July, didn't you? I bet you never thought when you left New York that you'd meet the man you were going to marry within a month, did you? You bet I didn't. Nor that I'd marry him 6 months after I did meet him. Marry in haste, you know. You sorry yet? I should say not. Marrying you is the one best thing I ever did, Irma. You know that. Now sit down and finish your toast. I'm late again. Irma went back to her seat across the table. They talked about little things, about Irma's coming to Chicago, when the aunt with whom she had lived in New York had died. How she just happened to pick out Chicago because she had never been west. How she had met Martin's cousin at the YWCA, where she had taken a room. And how the cousin and she had found a place to live together and had gone job hunting. And how Irma had met Martin a few weeks later, with love at first sight. And here we are, with a little apartment and married and everything. Martin looked at his watch. He grabbed his paper, his hat and his coat and said cheerfully, Now put that awful murder case out of your mind, won't you? You bet I will. Irma kissed him and the door slammed. But little Mrs. Martin did not put the murder case out of her mind. She sat there with the paper before her and read over that awful headline. Dennison pays penalty for crime. Electrocuted at Sing Sing yesterday for murder of Irene Graham. Then, under an ossining dateline, followed the full details of the electrocution, the crime, and the trial. Irma shuddered as she read the story to the end. The last day of the condemned man, the resume of the brutal deed. It was enough to make anyone shudder. Chapter 2. The details of the Dennison case are well known to the average American. For the average American is a newspaper reader, and no reader of newspapers could neglect the fruity details of that tragedy. It contained all of the elements that captivate newspaper readers. A fairly well-to-do young man of around 30, just before an announcement of his engagement to a young woman in his own social set was to have been made, murders the young woman, hardly more than a girl, with whom he had shared an apartment for 2 years previously. The details, the murder itself, the plan to make the murder look as if a burglar had committed it, the little things which the murderer could not foresee but which proved his guilt, the trial, and now the electrocution, were all spectacular, fascinating, in a morbid, gruesome way. The first the public knew was on a morning in July. The people in the apartment building in the West Hundreds were alerted by their sense of smell that something was wrong. Horribly unpleasant, right from the start. The janitor and then a plumber visited several apartments and found nothing. The plumber decided the unpleasant odors came from an apartment on the 3rd floor. This was occupied by a Mr. and Mrs. Stuart Dennison. At least, they were supposed to be Mr. and Mrs. Dennison, though the acquaintances of Mrs. Dennison, who was a friendly little soul, knew that no marriage existed, that the girl was really named Irene Graham. Realizing that the irregular relations were but one of the incidents of city living, the neighbors thought none the less of Miss Graham. On the contrary, their own regular lives bored them, and they rather welcomed her. She was a pleasant, frank little thing, always telling them little confidences, asking advice. Until just a few months before, she had been awfully happy, full of gay little stories. Since then, she had been wistful and sad because Dennison was no longer kind to her. When the plumber wanted admission into the Dennison apartment, the janitor, a fellow by the name of Schmidt, told him that there was no one at home there. He himself had been told by Mrs. Dennison that she and Dennison were going away for a vacation of several weeks. Mrs. Dennison had been quite excited about going. In fact, Schmidt had brought up from the basement 2 trunks and several suitcases. One of the trunks had left in the morning, a whole week ago. He'd seen it leave. The other one had gone away later in the day, and then Mrs. Dennison had had it sent back from the station. She had met him in the hall, he remembered, and told him that the second trunk had contained bedding which they weren't going to need after all. Mrs. Dennison had gone on up into her apartment, had said that Dennison would come for her, and they were going to leave together later. No, he hadn't seen them leave, but there hadn't been lights there since, nor the noise of anyone walking around. So they had evidently left that night as they had planned, and not returned. He knew that. When the plumber insisted, Schmidt handed over his master's key. Half an hour later, excited tenants were rushing to and fro, the most daring of them even venturing into the apartment. Someone telephoned for the police. 3 policemen arrived within half an hour, asking questions and ordering folks to be silent simultaneously. In the closet of the bedroom of the apartment, the body of Irene Graham had been found. She had been strangled with a towel. She had been dead just about 1 week. There was no sign of any other occupant of the apartment. 1 trunk was in the apartment, half full of bedding. An empty suitcase stood nearby. The window of the bedroom was partly open. The window led to a fire escape. The drawers of the chiffonier in the dressing table were pulled out, their contents scattered, chairs were overturned. Evidently, a struggle had taken place. At first glance, the police said that a burglar had committed the crime, but only at first glance. Little things began to creep out. After 1 day, there was enough evidence to hold Dennison. In 3 months more, he had been convicted. Now his electrocution had followed. To the end, as is frequently the case, Dennison had pleaded innocence, but there was not one single person in the city of New York, perhaps, who believed him innocent of the crime for which he paid with his life. Those who looked into the affair admitted that Dennison had planned carefully enough to make it seem as if a burglar had committed the crime. There was the woman, bound, gagged, dead. There was the window, on the fire escape, by which the thief could have entered and escaped. There were the rifled drawers, Miss Graham's jewelry, all but 1 piece, that is, and even a burglar might have overlooked a small wristwatch, was gone. What more natural than that a burglar should enter an apartment, start rifling its contents, see a young woman, struggle with her, finally strangle her with a towel, and make his escape? Dennison had evidently left the apartment for good the day the murder was committed. He said he had gone out a day or 2 before the murder and had never returned, that when he left, he had planned not to return. Several things pointed to the fact that the murder was committed on a Thursday evening. Miss Graham had planned to go away that evening. She was never seen alive again. A letter was found in the letterbox. It had been delivered the next morning. It was from Dennison, and in it he told her he hoped she would be as sensible as she had seemed when they parted. He enclosed a check. It was a generous check, his lawyers pointed out. It could well afford to be, the district attorney answered, when Dennison knew his victim could never cash it. Just at first, the thing did look as if a burglar had done it. Then, little things, neighbors gave proof that helped convict Dennison. Little Mrs. Peterson, who lived across the hall, had been glad to tell her bit. It was the first time Mrs. Peterson had ever gotten into the limelight, and she rather gloried in it. She was a slender woman with a thin nose and rather beady eyes. Mrs. Peterson had been a friend of Mrs. Dennison, Miss Graham, that is. She had always liked her, had known her for 2 years. The Dennison, well, the two of them, had been awfully happy for a long time, happier than most married couples. Then, a few months before, things had changed. She had found Miss Graham crying. Finally, Miss Graham admitted that Dennison was no longer kind to her. He was cruel, awfully cruel. He threatened to leave her. He said he was in love with another woman. Miss Graham had done all she could, cooked the things he liked best. She was a good cook, a nice little woman, quiet, well-bred, pretty too, with short, light-bobbed hair. Mrs. Peterson would never forget how she looked when she saw her there, dead, her blonde, bobbed hair, her poor stained fingers, her little stained apron. Yes, the quarrelling had gone on, got worse all the time. Then a couple of days before, the end, Miss Graham had cried all the time. But that morning, things had changed. Miss Graham had come to her, awfully happy, to say that Dennison and she had made up, that they were going away on a 2-week vacation up in Westchester. They'd have a lot of fun. The janitor brought up the trunks. She didn't know just when. Dennison's trunk and Miss Graham's, of course, the very one in the apartment. Miss Graham and she had gone down at the same time to answer the postman's ring, and later Miss Graham had called her in as she packed, and she had stood and watched her. Miss Graham had packed blankets for use in the cottage. Miss Graham had told about using a cottage belonging to a member of Dennison's firm. The other trunk was packed then. It left early Thursday morning. Miss Graham had gone out into the hall with the boy, and coming back had said she had told him to come later for the other trunk. Later, Mrs. Peterson remembered, the square trunk had gone, though she had seen it come back too. Miss Graham had opened the door for it, and she had spoken to her again. "Just think," she had said, "we won't need this trunk after all. There are plenty of blankets at the lodge, and as we have got a long automobile trip at the other end, there's no use taking it. All that bother for nothing." Mrs. Peterson had stepped into the Dennison apartment for a moment. Miss Graham had been, yes, she had been baking blueberry pie. The pie was just finished. Miss Graham had said that blueberry pies were Dennison's favorite dish. Miss Graham didn't care much for it herself. Dennison wouldn't have a homemade one for a couple of weeks, and blueberries might be gone by the time they got back, so Miss Graham was making one for his dinner. She didn't want to cut it now, but she'd bring Mrs. Peterson over a piece later. Miss Graham had worn that little gingham house dress, with the blue apron over it, the clothes she had been found dead in. And her fingers, even then, had been stained with the berries from the blueberry pie. Mrs. Peterson never saw Miss Graham again. Never, that is, while she was alive. She had looked at the body to identify it, if identification were needed. She had seen the bobbed blonde hair, the little berry-stained apron, the terrible berry-stained fingers, after a whole week. She had seen the pie again, too, there on the kitchen table, with its one piece missing. Mrs. Peterson's evidence was important. But there were other things. The watch, for one. Another neighbor, a Mrs. Grant, had told eagerly about the watch. She too had seen Miss Graham that very Thursday, that afternoon. She too had heard about the promised vacation. Miss Graham was coming in, and in the lower hall they had stopped and talked. Miss Graham's arms were full of bundles. "I'm going to bake a pie," she had said. Miss Graham had asked the time and mentioned that Mr. Dennison was having her watch repaired, would bring it home that night. She was lost without it. Miss Graham usually wore a small wristwatch. Yes, Mrs. Grant had seen it frequently. Yes, the one they found on the dressing table. Miss Graham had glanced at her bare wrist. Instinctively, Mrs. Grant remembered. She had said how she would have hated to be away 2 weeks without a watch. Mrs. Grant hadn't seen Miss Graham again. but she had seen the watch again, there on the dressing table, and later in the courtroom. Yes, she had glanced at the body with its tumbled light short hair, its familiar little apron, a terrible thing. You can't tell what your neighbors will do these days. Dennison had seemed like such a nice fellow. Another neighbor testified, a fellow named Felix, who lived on the floor above. The evening that the police decided the murder had been committed, Thursday, he had been coming upstairs to dinner about 5:30. He had left the office early. When he had heard furniture falling, heard a woman scream, her screams did not sound as if they were those of a woman being attacked by a stranger. On the contrary, he had heard distinctly, "Oh God, what are you doing, Stuart?" And then, "Oh, Stuart, oh God." He had told his wife that when he got upstairs. They had decided it was a family quarrel, not serious enough for a stranger to interfere. They had talked about the Dennisons, what a nice little thing she was, how she had been crying lately. Yes, he had seen the body, mere curiosity, of course, a gruesome sight. Of course he had recognized it. He'd have known that bobbed hair any place. Of course, the state the body was in, he hadn't looked long, but that was the least. Identifying the body, poor little girl, it just shows the wages of sin. The evidence hedged Dennison in, closer and closer. If it hadn't been for Margaret Harrington, though, he might have pulled out somehow. Margaret Harrington had been engaged to be married to Stuart Dennison. She was ready to announce the engagement. She had expected him to call on her that Thursday evening. He was to come about 6 and they were going out to dinner. Dennison arrived a little late, and she had noticed immediately something odd about his actions. One thing, especially, his mouth and teeth were stained blue, as if from blueberries. She had teased him about it. He had seemed nervous, and instead of laughing it off, hadn't even admitted eating pie, but had quickly changed the subject. The evening had passed as they had planned. She had seen Dennison several times during the week that followed. He had seemed about as usual, but nervous too. Then, a week later, when Dennison was arrested, when she had read that on the kitchen table of his apartment had been found a blueberry pie with a piece cut out of it and the slice missing, she had felt that to her had been given the last link in the chain of evidence. So she had gone to the district attorney with her knowledge. She had given up Dennison, of course, as soon as she heard of the murder. It was not only on account of the murder that she had given him up, it was on account of the whole ugly affair. He had never told her about Miss Graham, about another woman. She might have forgiven him in the beginning if he had confessed, but to have kept on with the other woman while he was calling on her, making her think he cared only for her, that seemed quite as bad as the tragedy itself. So she had felt that she must not shield her former sweetheart. Her own conscience demanded that she tell what she knew about the pie. Chapter 3. No one was surprised at the jury's decision, at the judge's sentence, when the trial took place. Smug citizens shook their heads with satisfaction. Young girls, about to err, shuddered and chose less easy paths. It worked out quite well morally. There was a crime, a motive, apprehension of the criminal, punishment. What did it matter that Stuart Dennison repeated over and over again the same story? He told it to the district attorney. He told it to his own lawyers. He told it to reporters. He seemed dazed almost at the lack of response his story received. All he could do was to go over and over his version of the affair. Stuart Dennison's story was, to say the least, amazing. That he couldn't prove anything seemed the least amazing part of it. Dennison maintained that he hadn't been near the apartment the day of the murder. He couldn't offer an alibi for every moment of his time. He had been in and out of his office and his club, but he was always going in and out. He had occupied his room at his club, but then he had always kept a room there and used it more or less. Most of the club members had been away. Those who had been at the club could not testify when they had seen him. His story was simple, too simple even for those who wanted to sympathize with him. He hadn't been near the apartment, that was all. The watch. Yes, he had given it to Miss Graham on a previous Christmas. To his knowledge, it had never been broken or mended. How could he prove that? He couldn't. He maintained that he had left the apartment the evening before, that Miss Graham definitely knew that he was not going to return. He had packed his trunk before he had gone, had sent for it. It had been taken to his club, as he said. Vacation trip? He knew of no vacation trip, had planned none. He couldn't understand Miss Graham saying anything about that. The second trunk, the same thing. The little woman with the blonde bobbed hair, the one person who could have proved him wrong or right, was buried long before the trial began. Dennison did explain about the blueberry pie in a way, a peculiarly ineffective way, everyone thought. On the way to Miss Harrington's, he had passed, he said, a small pastry shop. In the window he had seen some blueberry pie. It was near dinner time, he knew that. But he was fond of blueberry pie. He had gone into the pastry shop, eaten a small piece of pie. Later, when Miss Harrington had asked him, he had been embarrassed, had denied eating the pie. He hadn't remembered, he explained, that his teeth and lips would look blue. At the pastry shop, no one remembered him, nor the pie. One waitress had gone. No one knew her name. No one else knew anything about it. So many people came in to eat pie. The pie in the apartment. He had never seen that, of course. A burglar must have come in, the cold-blooded fact that just before or after he had killed the woman who had been everything to him for 2 years, he had eaten a piece of pie that she had baked as a surprise for him, turned people against Dennison more than any other one fact of the tragedy. That much is certain. It was a clear case, as the district attorney sketched it. The two, Dennison and Miss Graham, had lived together. He had fallen in love with someone else, had threatened to leave her. There had been scenes. Then he had promised her that things would be better, had planned the vacation trip to prove it. He had packed his trunk, had gone away. Miss Graham, all eager for his return, had packed the big trunk, sent it away, had probably telephoned him, found out the trunk was not needed, got a wagon to call for it and bring it back. Then had returned and had baked the blueberry pie. Coming in about 5 on Thursday, Dennison had found her waiting. They had quarreled. He had murdered her, perhaps without meaning to do so. The deed done, he had tried to get out of it, had disarranged things, tumbled the dressing table drawers on the floor and bed, opened the window, taken the simple jewelry. Sometime during the hours he spent there, he had taken the watch out of his pocket, then had forgotten to steal it. Before or after the murder, he had eaten the pie. He had thrust the body into the closet, washed his hands, straightened his hair, had left the apartment to call on his fiancée, Miss Harrington. A terrible, brutal deed. No wonder he was electrocuted for the crime. No wonder people shuddered as they read avidly details of the affair. It was brutal. It was a remarkable case, too. Perhaps it was most remarkable, though, because it happened not to be true in any particular. Chapter 4. It was over. When Irene woke up, she realized that. When Dennison packed his trunk the day before and told her that he was not going to return, she knew that he would keep his word. She hadn't been able to hold him. That was the truth of it. Now he was going to marry a society girl, Margaret Harrington. Irene had seen Margaret Harrington's picture even, a beautiful girl, really beautiful. There was absolutely nothing Irene could do. Dennison was gone. "Buck up. Be a good sport," Dennison had said, and, "You have known for a long time this couldn't go on." Things like that. She had been a good sport. That is, she had tried to laugh, tried to pretend that it didn't matter. It did matter. It meant more than anything else in the world. Not that the thing was unexpected. From the first, from 2 years ago when she had started and come to Dennison's apartment. She had known that the arrangement couldn't last. But she had hoped, prayed that it would. She had even thought, lots of times, that maybe Dennison would marry her, that they could settle down without this everlasting subterfuge and this constant explanation, have a home really. Now Dennison was gone, was going to marry someone else. She really loved Dennison, had loved him, that is. Why, she had loved him from the first time she had ever seen him at McNally's. She wondered how he had ever happened to notice her. He had never been in a department store since, as far as she knew. He had come in that day to match a bit of silk for the head dress of a Persian costume for a charity play, and she had waited on him. She had liked him, had gladly broken a rule when he asked her, and had given him her address, the address of that lonely little room in that cheap rooming house on Lexington Avenue. He had come to see her then. The 6 months that followed had been the happiest she had ever known. She had been in New York for over a year, ever since her aunt died in Ferrisville, and nothing had happened to her, nothing that is, but long hours of work or longer and wearier hours of searching for work. The men she had met had been stupid, impossible creatures, mostly friends or brothers of the girls who worked next to her. Then she had met Dennison, and he had altered everything. She remembered now those first 6 months she had known him. He used to call for her in his neat little car after work. The last half hour in the store she would spend surreptitiously arranging her hair, powdering her face, applying her lipstick, though she didn't make up a great deal those days. At 21, one doesn't need artifices. Then they'd go to funny little restaurants Dennison knew about, Italian places where you'd get awfully good things, little French places, a Swiss restaurant uptown. Sometimes Dennison would take her home then, if you can call a rooming house home. Sometimes they'd go to the theater. Then Dennison had an accident with the car and sold it. After a few weeks, there would creep into his talk the desire to be with her when no one was around, his want to have her to himself. "How can I talk to you," he'd say, "in a movie theater or in restaurants or parks? Am I never to have a minute of you to myself?" It seemed not. Then he suggested his apartment. Until then, it seemed, Dennison had shared an apartment with another chap. Now the other man had left New York. "You'd feel more at home up there," Dennison had told her. He'd beg her to come up, fix him a cup of tea, be comfortable, where he could hold her hand if he felt like it. She had hesitated. She had been a simple little thing then. She had gone, of course. They would get dinner together after that, bringing in a hot roasted chicken and crisp fried potatoes from a rotisserie and preparing a salad themselves. Dennison could make a couple of salad dressings. They would buy French pastry and make coffee. Evenings were happy, though always over them hung the fact that Irene had to hurry away, had to be up early the next morning, was afraid of kisses that frightened her. "Why do you want to go?" Dennison would ask. "You know I love you. Can't you let me take care of you? I hate to think that my girl has got to go to a horrid little room when she could stay here with me instead. I don't want my girl to work all day." That was it, his girl. She had cared for him. She knew that. With his arms around her, the soft lamps, the pot of hot coffee, the occasional cocktail, it hadn't been easy to go. One night it began to rain. She could have gotten a taxi, of course. She had gone home in taxis other nights, but Dennison's arms were around her, his lips pressed to hers. She was comfortably drowsy and awfully happy and young. The next day she went back to her room, packed the square trunk, told her landlady she was going to share an apartment with another girl. She gave up her position at McNally's 2 years ago. Dennison had been all she had dreamed he would be that first year, tender, affectionate, thoughtful. Then little things began to creep in. He would object to things she'd say, to the way she laughed. He corrected errors of speech rather impatiently. But even then, he was good. It wasn't until this last year that he didn't come home every evening. He took a room at his club. It was lonely then. If she had been another girl, another sort, Irene felt she might have gone with other men. She didn't. She stayed in the apartment, waited. Dennison was no longer thoughtful nor affectionate. He found fault, didn't like the way she did things. She tried hard to arrange the table daintily, pored over cookbooks, spent hours preparing foods he was especially fond of. Then he told her about Margaret Harrington. He was going to marry Miss Harrington, a suitable match in every way. Irene should have known this wouldn't last. He had been fond of her, of course. He would do what he could. Then Irene knew she hated him. She knew that all the love she had had for him had disappeared, had turned into one huge hatred. She wanted to get even. She wanted to leap at him, pound him with her fists. Why? Kill him even. That was it, kill him. She remembered something she had read in the Bible. She thought it was, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." She thought that was it. Well, he had scorned her. She wanted to get even. Poate 5 now. Dennison was gone. Lying in bed, Irene thought of him. How could she get even? Of course, she could kill him. But she'd be found out, sent to the electric chair. She might get off, of course. Most women did, but she mightn't be lucky. The chair. She shuddered. Someone had told her once that a few hours before a person was electrocuted, he was doped so that when the time came, he was scarcely conscious of what was happening. That was the reason cowards appeared brave at their death, her informant had said. Maybe that was true. She didn't know. Even so, she didn't want to be electrocuted. She'd be found out, of course, if she killed Dennison, or if she killed Miss Harrington. Anyhow, it wasn't Miss Harrington she wanted to get rid of after all. Miss Harrington was just a part of a game, as she was part of a game. No, definitely, it was Dennison. She must get even. Kill him? She knew she couldn't actually kill him, though, at that. How could she, a poor, friendless little thing, get even with anyone? She didn't have any influence of any sort. She had lived so entirely for Dennison these 2 years that she hadn't kept up with her acquaintances from the store even. The only people she ever talked to were the neighbors. They couldn't do anything to help her. She felt helpless, trapped. She must do something. She thought of killing herself. She couldn't quite do that. Wasn't brave enough. Why should she die anyhow? She was too young to die. Not 23 yet. No, she wanted to live. She wanted to live and get even, to kill Dennison. Dennison was gone, never to come back. The rent for the apartment would have to be paid in a few days. She couldn't even keep on living there. She had a little money, though. What could she do? She got up, went to the door, found the newspaper there, brought it in, and sat on the edge of the bed reading it. She glanced at the usual headlines. Politics, world affairs. They didn't interest her. She turned to the inside pages listlessly. What did anything matter to her? Little scandals, divorces, deaths. She read them all seeing. What was this? She read a small item, "Woman takes gas Miss Grace Trummer," about 25 years old, a pretty little blonde seamstress, committed suicide at a rooming house in street last night by inhaling gas. Miss Trummer left no reason for the deed, and, as far as is known, she had no relatives. Irene dropped the paper on the bed. There, that was a way out, gas. She could do that, could end things that way. What if she did? That wouldn't hurt Dennison. He'd be glad she was out of the way, really. If she could be found dead, if Dennison could be blamed, that would be something. He would be electrocuted for her murder. Of course. That would be clever. In her mind now she went over the whole thing, how she could kill herself and leave little evidences about, so that it would look as if Dennison had killed her. She'd have to be careful, of course. Why, of course? She would have to make it look as if Dennison had planned to make it look like suicide or burglary. Burglary would be best. Dennison would die. She laughed almost wildly over that. She dressed and laughed all the while. She felt sort of funny. Was she mad? She didn't think she was. Of course not. Yes, that's the way she'd do things. But then she would be dead. She didn't want to be dead. She wouldn't know about Dennison. She had to know. No, that wouldn't do either. She wanted to live. She was too young to die. She must get even with Dennison. That woman who had died, a blonde woman too, nearly her age. She wondered about her. Then the thought came to Irene. It came to her suddenly. It enveloped her, left her weak, dizzy. Could she get that body? If that body could be found, here instead of hers. The woman had no relatives. Surely that would be easy enough. She would try. That was it. She could do her best. It was the only way, a way to get even. Her heart started to sing in a wild way, a way it hadn't sung for a year, more than that. If she could fix things so that it would look as if Dennison. She thought it over. If things went right, if not, well, she'd have to take some chances anyhow. A ring at the doorbell. She trembled. The mailman. She went downstairs, a plan already formulated in her mind. She met Mrs. Peterson in the hall, started right in on the plans, talked with her. The vacation. A holiday with Dennison. She telephoned Schmidt to bring her trunk up. He brought it and the bags up almost immediately. She talked with him eagerly, nervously. Another ring at the bell. It was the man for Dennison's trunk. She trembled as the man took it out. Mrs. Peterson again. Dennison's trunk gone. She finished dressing, went out, the clipping about the woman's suicide in her purse. Mrs. Peterson's door was still open. That prying little woman. She'd keep on talking, prepare her, in case things went all right. Chapter 6. She hurried out of the apartment building, took a subway train, went to the address mentioned in the news story. It was a cheap rooming house. She hurried up the stone stairs, remembering to sniffle a bit. A weary-looking woman with red eyes answered the door. Irene's voice trembled. She really was nervous. I read in the paper just now, she began. Yes? The woman looked at her suspiciously. My sister, her name. She disappeared from home. I just happened to be here, visiting in New York. She could sew. She was blonde, like me. The woman's expression changed. Your sister? She asked sadly, but with a certain eager curiosity. Yes, I think so, said Irene. Is she the body here? No, said the woman. They came last night, took her right down to the morgue. You can see her down there. Irene hesitated. Her mind leaped on. We want to take the body home, if it is my sister, said Irene. Then, do you know what I could do, how to get it? She started to cry. It's too bad, said the woman. I'm Mrs. Figg. She's rented a room of mine for over 6 months now, never talked much of herself. And yesterday morning, come in, dearie. Irene went in, saw the cheap little room of the other woman, listened to stories of her. No one cared for her. It seemed the woman was herself in a way. That didn't matter. She wanted the body. I'll go now to the morgue, she said. I'll go with you if you like, dearie. Mrs. Figg volunteered. Irene shivered a little more at that. Then she nodded. After all, she didn't know how to get a body at the morgue. With this woman who believed her story. She sat quietly while the woman dressed. They took a cross-town car. The morgue. It was a big, gloomy building, smelling of disinfectants, clean, solemn. They went into a bare room with wooden chairs about. A man asked questions. Irene sobbed. Mrs. Figg answered. The woman had died. No post-mortem had been necessary. Irene suddenly remembered those. What if there had been? How would she have gotten out of this? Yes, they could see the body. If Irene could identify it, there would be no objection to her taking it away. She must get an undertaker, of course. She could sign, authorizing him. He could take it to his shop, embalm the body, have it shipped to her home out of town. Irene didn't want an undertaker or embalming. All she wanted was that body, untouched, in her apartment, without a coffin, without anything. That body. She must get it. What could she do? She must get it. Her mind raced on. Well, she'd do her best. A new cunning seemed to come to her. If things would only go on. The man led the way down a row of narrow stairs into a big room, with walls of white tile, clean, like a kitchen. There were huge drawers in the walls, drawers that pulled out. "Here," said the man, and pulled out a drawer, a long drawer with a woman on it, a dead woman. Was that the woman? She looked, covered her eyes. A dead woman, a woman she had never seen before, a blonde woman with a sad, thin face, not like hers. And yet, in a way, if there was enough time before the body was found. She glanced at Mrs. Figg through her fingers. She had to be sure that this was the woman, that they were not testing her. Mrs. Figg nodded. "The poor thing," she said. "Yes," said Irene. That's my sister, 2 years older than I am, and she's dead all alone." She sobbed. They were real tears now. She was thoroughly frightened. The man turned away. He was accustomed to scenes. They went up the narrow stairs. Another man filled out a blank slip, gave it to Irene, told her the details about getting an undertaker. She and Mrs. Figg walked out of the morgue. Another step was finished. She couldn't fail now. What should she do? Irene was sobbing again. "I wonder," she said, if I dare ask you another favor, could I bring her, the body, to you? Could she be embalmed there? I could go out and buy her a new dress so that, when we got her home, I'll get something right away. I can't bear to think of her in an undertaking shop. She wouldn't be in your house very long. I'll have my trunk sent there too, with some things in it. I live in the country. I've been here a week. I'll go right home with her." To think that, Grace. "That's all right, dearie, don't carry on," said Mrs. Figg. "Of course, if it would make you feel any better, have it sent right out." They stopped at an undertaker's near the morgue. The undertaker, it seemed, preferred embalming the body right there, get it ready for shipment. But of course, if the lady, Irene, bought a coffin, paid in advance for that and the embalming, asked the undertaker to send the body at once and come later in the afternoon for the embalming, when she'd have the clothes there. He promised. Yes, that would be all right. The body had been on ice in the morgue. Irene left Mrs. Figg. She wanted to get the dress and to have her trunk sent, she said. She thanked that good lady again and again. In a little while she'd be back. Chapter 7. Another subway ride. In her own apartment, Irene threw a couple of blankets into the big trunk, moved it into the hall so that the expressman could get it if she were not there, and spoke to Mrs. Peterson again. That woman. Still, if she were careful, it might work out all right. Irene went to a corner express office and gave an order for the trunk to be called for at once and delivered to Mrs. Figg's. The subway again. A block from Mrs. Figg's, she passed another undertaker's establishment, which gave her a new inspiration. She went in. She told the man a story that he accepted, though she was quite afraid he wouldn't. She had bought a coffin for her sister, she said. The body was to arrive there just a block away, quite soon. Now her brother had bought a better coffin. Would the undertaker buy the one, give her something for it? She told him what she had paid. He offered $5. She agreed, told him to call later. She would step in and let him know. It was taking a big chance. She had to get rid of the coffin if she could, had to keep Mrs. Figg from getting suspicious. Well, she was trusting to luck anyway, one thing more or less. At Mrs. Figg's again. Neither the body nor the trunk had come. Irene sat there in that poor room, her handkerchief over her eyes. The trunk came first. It was put into the room. She paid the expressman, didn't open the trunk. The body came a little later, in the poor cheap coffin. The man opened the coffin. She asked him to. She was afraid she wouldn't know how. She said she wanted another look at her sister. Mrs. Figg came into the room, went out again. Irene closed the door, locked it. She wanted to be alone with the dead. She opened the trunk, worked hurriedly. Nervously, tears streaming down her face, her teeth clenched, she managed somehow to get the stiff body out of the coffin and into the trunk. She locked the trunk again, closed the coffin. That was done. She sank, exhausted, ill, into a chair. She couldn't stop now. What next? She left the house. She hailed a passing express wagon. She had a trunk to go away. Could the driver take it at once? He thought he could. Mrs. Figg was not in sight. That saved some explaining. She watched the man as he moved the trunk out of the house onto the wagon. She gave him the address of her apartment, stood looking at him until he drove off. Irene stopped at the undertaker's again, the one on the corner. She told him to get the coffin now, at once. Yes, she would come back for the money later. She couldn't, of course, but that. She went into a drugstore opposite and called up Mrs. Figg. She had gotten the telephone number from the telephone in the hall. I'm sending for the body, after all, she explained. The man is on the way. I couldn't stand to have things done there, after all. I'll write a note. Thank you. She hung up the receiver dizzily. That was done. If the undertaker could only get the empty coffin out without Mrs. Figg suspecting connecting things, Mrs. Figg might wonder. Even so, she'd never do anything if the coffin was taken away. Well, there was nothing she could do about it. She took a taxicab this time. She was too weak for the subway. She sat there on the edge of the seat, her fingers clenched. She stopped the taxi on the corner, got out. She had left her watch at home. She wondered about the time. The wagon would be slow. He had 2 other trunks to deliver, she knew. She must do something to kill time, until the trunk came, until dark even. What could she do? Why, she'd bake a pie. Of course. She stopped in at the grocer's. She saw some blueberries, bought some of them. A blueberry pie, Denison's favorite pie. Why not? It would look so domestic. With the bundles in her arm, she came into the apartment building. She met Mrs. Grant and talked with her. She thought of the watch, put that in. That was a good bit. She put on her house dress and an apron. She got to work with the pie. It was comforting, working in the dough. The pie was finished in the oven when the trunk, the body, came. When it was safely in the apartment, she sat down, trembling. It had worked out. She had the body. Here, now. If only things kept on. Mrs. Peterson in the hall. She showed her the pie. Promised her a piece later. What a fool. Schmidt, the janitor, passed. She talked to him too. She was alone in the apartment with the trunk. Irene was afraid of corpses. She had never touched one except a few minutes ago. She opened the trunk. She had to stop, start again. She was quite ill. But before she was through, the strange woman had clipped blonde hair instead of her former long tresses and was dressed in Irene's own clothes. That was done. She shivered. Was she going to be caught? She prayed to her God, a God she had rather neglected during the past years. Her prayers were sincere enough. Why couldn't she get away with it? Denison would get what was coming to him if things went right. That was over. She could get ready now. Irene started to change her clothes. She looked at her fingers and her apron stained with blueberries. Yes, it had to be done. She dressed the corpse in her own house dress, her own berry-stained apron. Then, her fingers wet with berry juice, she stained the fingers of the dead woman. Now she covered the face, knotted a towel around the throat, and thrust the body into the closet of her bedroom. She heard a noise in the hall. She sat in a chair, shuddered, for half an hour before she dared move or wash her hands. She washed them thoroughly then. She was afraid you caught things from dead people. Irene cooled herself under a shower, made rather a careful toilet. It was after 5 o'clock. There was something else to do now. She heard someone in the hall. She hoped it was someone she knew, but not too well. It was a man's step, a man coming home. She threw a chair against a wall, pushed a table, kicked another chair, and said, "Oh God, Stuart," throwing another chair. That was done. She adjusted the window, packed her bag, not forgetting a little bundle of things she would destroy later. She took her jewelry. She put her wristwatch on the dressing table to one side, so it wouldn't be too noticeable. She hated to lose it. Still, with her other things, she had been economical. She could sell her jewelry later. She could get a job, maybe meet some young man, marry even. Why not? Women did worse things than she did and got married. Worse. Well, she hadn't been so bad. So really bad, if things would work out. She turned the dressing table drawers out, disarranged the other things. She sat at the window behind the white curtain, watching the traffic. She couldn't be seen, she knew. She couldn't light a light. She was hungry. She couldn't go out for fear of meeting someone until dark. She hated the apartment, memories, the closet. She tiptoed around. Yes, everything was right. She repacked her bag to make sure. She could take only a few things so it would look as if all of her things were there. No one knew just what she had. The bit of paper in the corner of it, the woman's hair, her clothes. She touched it gingerly. She could get rid of that easily enough. Yes, the signs of disorder, the window. The police wouldn't think it was a burglar. They were just clever enough for that, yet, she hoped, not too clever. She felt around, felt the familiar things. She could see a little from the street lamp outside. It was nearly time to go. Dennison. Would things come out the way she had planned? The apartment, the closet. Did she dare? Dare? She had to now. There was nothing else to do. She started to sob, kneeling at the side of her bed. "Oh, Stuart," she sobbed. "Come back to me, come back to me. Oh, God." She could leave now. She could get a ticket, go on to Chicago. That would be best. She didn't know anyone in Chicago. It was surprising how few people she knew anywhere. In Chicago, she'd go to the YWCA, take a new name, find a position, even let her hair grow, maybe. A new name? Any name. She'd think one up. Only she mustn't change her initials. That would be bad luck unless she got married. Any name but Irene Graham. She pinned on her hat. She could go now. She was hungry. She went into the kitchen where, in the dim light, she saw the pie she had made. Why not take a piece? She didn't care much for blueberry pie. She wondered now why she had bothered, how she had had the nerve to make it. Why not eat a piece, as long as it was there? They might blame a neighbor, the police, anyone. She cut a piece of pie, ate it. It was good pie. Too good for what it was made for. To think of all the pies she had made during the 2 years. For Dennison. Stuart. She had loved him, really had. Well, he'd get what was coming to him. She'd forget it all, these 2 years. Stuart Dennison, the apartment, the closet. She opened the front door carefully. There was no one in sight. She closed the door after her quietly, and suitcase in hand, went out to catch her train. Chapter 8. The newspaper dropped from Irma Martin's fingers. So it was over. Really over. Dennison was dead. He had paid for his crime with his life, as the newspapers had said. Mrs. Martin shuddered. She must get over being so nervous. She knew that. She stood up, began to gather together the blue and white breakfast dishes. Funny. She laughed, a bit mirthlessly, to herself. Funny that she had happened to eat that piece of blueberry pie. End of Blueberry Pie by Thyra Samter Winslow.